မလင်းနှများစီချိုမင်းမတို့တဲ့တွင်ဖို့စုကလမ်းများလေးပြည့်နေစို့ဒီနေ့မှမင်းနိုင်ရမလင်းနှများစီချိုလင်းနှများစီချို
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is over, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I do, oh yeah. Making my kind good to taste, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I be kinda greatest.
so it's over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I know. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the number 1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gideon's Cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside, it's very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet it sings tonight. Lucky ng bawi, pag nag-grab unleash, save 244 alright. Bawing, 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 bawing.
Mi nombre es Aurora.
It's me Clock.
ข้อยชื่อว่าเจ็ดบิน
My IGN is Yahiko.
Soy el jungla y capitán de Imperio.
For Miracle Esports.
ในแม่ Esport.
One year ago, when everything started, we couldn't imagine that 1 year later we were going to be in Malaysia trying to get to the M5.
At first time when M1 came, we were like, wow, a World Cup for Mobile Legends. That's only for the big region like Indonesia, Philippines. We can just dream of it, we can just think of it.
The dream started when we make a company to organize tournaments in Peru. Popular game we organized was Mobile Legends. So my partner told me to make a team that plays that game, and that's how Imperial was born.
แต่ก่อนก็สิมีงานแข่งพอสมควรแต่เดี๋ยวนี้ก็รู้สึกว่างานแข่งเริ่มหลายขึ้นเพราะในลาวมันก็สิมีผู้เล่นเก่งๆหลายขึ้นเพราะมันมีทัวร์นาเมนต์หลายขึ้นเขาเจ้าก็ตั้งใจซ้อมเพื่อให้ฝีมือตัวเองโดดเด่นขึ้นมา
The official tournament also came in Nepal. We can practice much, have a proper skills. We can grind more and be skillful.
Bien, jugar contra Bigetron Sans dentro de la Liga Latam fue una experiencia que nos ayudó demasiado para madurar como equipo, como personas y vivir el momento.
The experience of playing in Sao Paulo in front of Brazilian people, going for RRQ or Akira, 2 meters from the players, Brazil, Brazil, Brazil. In the end of one of the matches, a couple of them ended crying because they're kids, they're 16 years old, no? And they've learned that losing is part of the game as winning. Es una oportunidad para pasarle en equipo, entre amigos y aprender, disfrutar. Vean mucho los otros equipos y disfruten. Nosotros hace un año no esperábamos estar aquí, estamos a un mes. ¡Let's go, Imperial!
After losing ISF, I was like, we're gonna need a coach. I keep on messaging each and everyone, and I found Omox is from like
Wikipedia.
Other coaches doesn't want to take the risk at the new region, at the new team. For America, I can see that they have dedication. I told myself, let's be the first one to give them hope.
So I hope we can clear all the states so that the next generation won't suffer that hard to prove their skills to the international level.
For America, let's still holding! Together, there he goes, loves the immortality! Gets the
To be brutally honest, I would say 99% SMG will win.
Team SMG will keep their nightmares at bay in day number 1 the wild card as they
That
take
1% is the hope and dedication from For Miracle with the chemistry that they have for 5 to 4 years that is going to make us win over SMG.
They started making waves online through the qualifiers for the Asian Championships.
Mongolia, they're pulling up.
When they actually went to Riyadh and they played there in the Asian Championships, a ton of people got to witness exactly how strong they are.
Mongolia jumps in, eyes in with a massive flicker penalty zone play.
We have no international tournament like 2 years. Our first international tournament was ICF Asia Regional Qualifier.
I was even more impressed that they, did their own drafting. They didn't have a coach leading them. I think it was Ethan that was just like marking things in a notebook and doing the drafting. And they were definitely a team that earned a lot of respect just in that tournament alone.
Is this enough to make it through the cut? But now Mongolia is trying to push in Kazakhstan, showing force.
After coaching them for a month, I can see from them is they are so calm in taking constructive criticism when reviewing the games. Like they will try to understand what I'm saying, even though like there's a language barrier between us. Their skill.
Яг ингээ олон цаг тоглоод мэрэгжлийн төвшин тоглохоор айгүй ядардаг. Тэгээд жоохон стресс нэмэгддэг. Тэр болгон тэгээд бид дээр ингээ дотроо хадгалаад авахгүйгээр хоорондоо ярилцаа чөлөөдөө тэгээд энэх үедээ ингээл скримдээ хожигдох үедээ тэгээд хоорондоо ярилцаа нэг тиймэрхүү л тоглолт багийн оор
They always keep on asking me what can I do to improve them.
Тэгээд бид энийг нөхөхийн тулд яг нэг сарын өмнө
They don't have MPL leagues. I always try to make them play scrims against top tier teams in PH or Indo.
Bebek drops the full barrage into the final slam, but the base is going to be worked on.
Just now they took a little loss here, but I have faith that they'll be able to make a comeback.
Still working on it, and that's going to be it. Team Lil Gun will win the series.
Одоо бидний өсөлтөж байгаа багууд маань ингээд бид нар өмнө яг тоглож үзээгүй мэдэхгүй яг яаж тоглохыг мэдэхгүй байгаа багууд байгаа учраас эхний тоглолт дээр бидэд нэг иргэд бол нэг жоохон тоглолтыг нь ойлгох мэдэж авах зорилгоор тэгээд 2-3 дахь гейм бол яг ойлгосон тоглолтын дээр зөрүүлээд контролж тоглож байгаа.
They've had plenty of experience now that they're going to surprise a lot of people here for the M5 wildcard.
Одоо ингээд wild card-д ирсэн бүх багууд ерөнхийдөө бол хүчтэй байгаа. Одоо M5-д оролцсон тул бүгдээрээ хичээгээд ирсэн байгаа. Бид нар нэг тийм хүчтэйгээд бид нар өөрийгөө нэг тийм эгор болоод байдгүй. Тэгэл бүх чадхаараа л юм бүх багуудыг бүх чадлаараа л юм тоглоно.
We will do our best, but I don't underestimate my opponents.
Fire of that dude, Bebek wants to get that kill, even if it means his life. Even if it means his life. Even if it means his life. His life has been valued, and Team Imperial are now wiped out.
Even though I haven't been part of Team Lil Gun for a long time, I can see how they inspire their community to grow more.
In my country, our community is growing really fast. We have nearly 200k players. Mongolian Championship has 2000k viewers.
Олон багууд гарч ирж байгаа. Тэрнийг дагаад үзэгчид ч гэсэн тийм юм айгүй дэмжиж байгаа.
Yeah, I really want to go straight to the M Series World Championship. No need to go wild card.
Тэхийн тул бид ингээд энэ тавдаа оролцоод эхний топ 4-т орох юм бол хэрэгтэй.
We really want Mongolia. We have Imperial.
Brandon, Alam ko masalimuot ngayon ang buhay mo. Kung kailan ka nabigyan ng break as a head coach sa pro scene ng Mobile Legends, doon ka pa nagkaroon ng malubhang sakit. Iinday mo ng 1 buwan. Itatago mo kasi akala mo, ngalay lang naman. Hanggang sa isang gabi, hindi ka na makatayo. Hindi ka na makalakad. Wala nang choice kundi dalhin ka sa ospital kasi grabe na yung sakit na iniinda mo. Magsisimula ang season na wala ka sa tabi ng team mo. Sobrang lungkot at depresyon ang dadanasin mo dahil sa sakit at kawalan ng pakiramdam sa kalahati ng iyong katawan. Munti ka nang sumuko sa buhay. Buti na lang at may mga nurse, mga doktor, mga physical therapists at mga kaibigan na nagpatibay ng loob mo. Huwag mo silang kalimutang pasalamatan. Akala mo okay na ang lahat, kaso luluba palalo ang sakit mo. Mapupunta ka sa bingit ng kamatayan, halos hindi ka na makahinga. Doon, mapapadasal ka sa Diyos na huwag ka na munang kunin dahil hindi pa tapos ang mission mo. Hindi pa tapos ang pangarap mo. Sabi mo nga, magja-champion ka pa. Maniwala ka na gagaling ka. Kumapit ka. Sa pagkakataon na yon, madudugtungan ang iyong buhay. Binigyan ka ng isa pang chance sa mundo para tuparin ang pangarap mo. Kung akala mo wala nang kukuha sa iyong ML team dahil sa kalagayan mo, nagkakamali ka. May magtitiwala pa rin. Kukunin ka as coach ng isang team abroad. Igagrab mo yung opportunity kahit pa naka-wheelchair ka kasi gusto mo yung ginagawa mo. Magiging mahirap pero okay lang. Ang importante, sumubo ka at wala kang regrets. Unti-unti na rin mag-i-improve ang kalagayan mo. Sabi ng mga doktor, kailangan mong ma-operahan pero wala ka pa namang pera noon kaya naniwala ka na lang nagagaling ka. Sa tiyaga at paniniwala, makakatayo ka rin. Darating ang punto na makakalakad ka na ulit. Himala, di ba? May isa pang biyaya na darating. Lalapitan ka na isang kaibigan, si Coach Daki, para maging tactician ng AP Bren. May chance ka ulit na ituloy ang pangarap. Huwag mo itong sayangin. Ikaw ang susi na magbubukas ng bagong pintuan para sa iyong team. Makapagsibol kayo at dito magsisimula ang sunod-sunod niyong pagkapanalo sa iba't ibang tournament, kabilang ang MPL Philippines Season 12. Kung dati ay literal na hindi ka makalakad, ngayon lakad matatag ka nang ire-representa ang Pilipinas sa M5 World Championships.
David, nakakatuwa manood ng MPL, no? Nakikita mo yung mga idol mo. Yung iba dyan, magiging kakampi mo. Maglaro ka lang na maglaro, tapos magpataas ka ng rank at stars. Sa sobrang loko mo, darating pa nga yung 24 hours na nag-live ka ng ML para magpapansin. Dahil sa kasipagan mong yun, may chance ka pang nakasali ka sa Bren. Sobrang saya ng magiging run mo kasi magcha-champion ka na sa MPL tapos makakasali ka pa sa M2 World Championship. Nakaka-pressure pa yan kasi rookie ka pa lang tapos mag-worlds ka na. Buti na lang, umayon yung resulta sa atin. Magiging champion ka ng M2. Oo, masaya siya. Kaso warning lang ha, yung mga susunod na mangyayari dito magiging mahirap at masakit para sa'yo. Ganun talaga yung buhay eh. Hindi laging masaya. Minsan, kapag nasa tuktok ka at hindi mo alam kung paano harapin ang tagumpay, sasagadsad ka pababa, tatamarin ka, makikinig sa maling sinasabi ng iba. At ang uli, magmamahal ka ng taong lolokohin ka lang pala. Sa mga panahong yun, mapatingin ka na lang sa salamin at parang hindi mo nakilala yung sarili mo. Magiging madilim yung mga susunod na kabanata ng buhay mo. Pero David, dito ka matututo. Oh, baka gusto mo laktawan tong part na to ha? Hindi pwede, kasi mahalagang pagdaanan mo to. Okay lang matakot, gawin mo pa rin. Magta-top 8 kayo sa MPL, talo, laglag. Hindi lang isa, 2 beses pa. Dahil dito, mapaisip ka kung kaya mo pa ba, kung para sa'yo pa ba yung ML. Ngayon ka dapat hindi tumigil. Kailangan mong ituloy at patunayan sa sarili mo na kaya mo, kahit sa mga oras na wala ka ng ganang gumalaw. Kung magagawa mo to, magkakaroon ka ng disiplina. Gagawin mo siya dahil pinangako mo sa sarili mo na panahon na para magising at magbago. Kapag naayos mo na yung sarili mo, magiging maayos na teammate ka na sa mga kasama mo. Kung yung dati nga, sarili mo lang iniisip mo. Ngayon, mas masaya ka na kapag masaya yung teammates mo, di ba? Dahilan ito para mag-champion kayo sa iba't ibang tournaments, pati na rin sa MPL Season 12. Matutupad rin yung pangarap mo para sa team na makapag-M5. Ngayon, sa pagkakataong ito, mas gagalingan mo pa kasi gusto mong maranasan nila ang feeling na naranasan mo noon.
Kai, siguradong may echo pa dyan sa banyo kung saan ka naglalaro ng ML. Hindi ka kasi pwede maglaro sa kwarto nyo, no? Dahil sure na mapapagalitan ka na naman. Tatagan mo ang loob mo kasi masasabihan ka pa ng magulang mo na wala kang mapapala dyan. Huwag mong i-take yun negatively. Instead, gawin mong motivation yun para mapatunayan sa kanila at sa sarili mo na may future ka sa ML. Magpasalamat ka pa rin sa parents mo kasi kahit na pinapagalitan ka nila palagi dahil sa kaka-ML mo, lagi ka pa rin naman nilang pinapairam ng cellphone para malaro to. Mangarap ka. Gawin mo lahat ng makakaya mo para makilala ka sa ginagawa mo. Iwasan mo yung pagiging tilted. Hindi yun makatulong sa'yo. Magpataas ka lang ng stars. May amateur team na makakadiscover sa'yo. At dahil dito, makakasali ka sa maraming tournaments. Marami kang matututunan. Hindi lang sa in-game aspect, kundi pati na rin sa pakikitungo sa ibang tao. Sa tamang panahon, makakapasok ka ng AP Bren. Magiging ganap na pro player ka. Oh, huwag kang kabahan. May mga coach ka na gagabay sa'yo. Tsaka mabubuting tao rin mga magiging teammates mo. Kapag may napapansin kang mali o kailangan i-improve, magsalita ka. Mas okay maging totoo kaysa maging pabaya. Matuto ka rin tumanggap pag ikaw naman ang may mali. Di ka rin naman laging tama eh. Magkakaroon pa nga ng pagkakataon na hindi ka makakaretry sa isang pinaka-importanteng laro sa karera mo. Pero alalahanin mo lang rason mo kung bakit ka nandito. Kung bakit ka naipagsapalaran sa ML. Magpapagawa ka pa ng bahay para sa pamilya mo, di ba? May pangbubong ka na, di ba? Kaya laban lang. Triplayin mo ang sipag mo. Marami ka pang pagsubok na pagdadaanan. Ihahanda ka ng lahat ng yan para sa M5 World Championship. Malay mo, ang kasunod pala ng tagumpay dito. Sarili mo ng bahay at mas maginhawang buhay.
O Jin, unang-una, gusto kong malaman mo na magiging maayos din ang lahat. Alam kong pagod na pagod ka ngayon kasi pinagsabay mo yung work, paglalaro ng ML at pag-aaral mo. Call center agent ka sa gabi, estudyante sa umaga, tapos sumasali ka pa sa ML tournaments tuwing weekends. Maga kang namulat sa hirap ng buhay. 7 kayong magkakapatid at walang ibang maasahan ng mama mo kundi ikaw. Kahit minsan, ang sakit-sakit na. Takihin mo muna. Tibayin mo loob mo para makatulong ka sa pamilya mo at mabigyan sila ng maayos na kinabukasan. Darating ka rin naman sa point na ma-realize mo na kailangan mag-focus ka lang sa isang bagay. Huwag ka magpapaubos. Mas makakatulong ka sa kanila kung masaya ka rin sa ginagawa mo. Sa unang sabak mo sa amateur scene ng ML, wala ka pag-aanong ipapanalo. Pero dahil sa pagtitiyaga mo, magtiwala kang may makapansin din sa talento mo. May makakaalala ng pangalan mo. Nakatawa man isipin, pero napakaswerte mo pa rin. Dadaling ka rin tadhana dyan sa AP Bren. Narating ang chance mo na patunayan ang sarili. Sa kawalan ng player na pupuno, ikaw ang magbubuo sa team nyo. Pero Jin, kahit na by chance ang pagpasok mo, binigay mo naman ang lahat ng oras mo sa paglalaro ng ML. Kaya naging magaling ka dito. Marami kayong pagsubok na pagdadaanan as a team. Pero malalagpasan nyo rin lahat yan. Di ba nga, minsan sa buhay kailangan mo muna maranasan yung hirap para mas ma-appreciate mo yung ginhawa pag narating mo na. Ituloy mo lang yung pagsusumikap mo kasi dadaling ka niyan sa landas kung saan matutulungan mo na ang pamilya mo, matutupad mo pa ang pangarap mo. magcha-champion ka sa MPL at magiging parte ka ng M5. Ngayon ay thankful ka dahil alam mong mas masarap ang tagumpay dahil naranasan mo ang pait ng buhay.
Nagsisimula pa lang tayo. Look at your face, so kabado. Dito sa aming teritoryo, can get this ground sa amin ito. Ang laban na to ang magiging binhi. Di na papayag masakop muli. Lahat ng daraanan namin ay mahawi. Alab ng puso'y di mapapawi. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
Dami mo daw sinasabi pero ba't ngayon di ka mapakali? Panay lang ang kamot sa anit at kahit alam mo na di naman to makate. Dugo pati laway at pawis tumulo, akala mo ba lahat to madali? Hindi nagmamadali, akyatin ng hagdan na talagang matare. Ganyan talaga ang mga batang Pinas, talagang malakas kahit anong meta. Wala kang ligtas, talagang matigas na parang daliri ng mga kalaban. Sa gitna ng laban, shooters namin talagang savage. Di papaawa sa aming lupang sinilangan. Ang dami ng binilangan, ng isa, dalawa, tatlohan. Dalawa kayo, ito na pang-apat. Kaya dami na naman iyakin kahit dadaanin pa sa mga tipi-tipi-tipikal. Paano kami hahabulin? Marami itong gasolina, lalamunin ang lahat ng dipidal.
Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Ang maong away ang sinugdanan. Di mo sugot madakpan pagbalik. Tanang agian kay dirit sumapalit. Ang init sa dughan kay dili mawakli. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport.
We're driving cars on a
Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh! That's just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala! Guess the Hero Challenge!
Lapu-Lapu,
Iritel,
Franco, Nana.
Nana.
Best dressed team! Best dressed Super Marco!
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage, the hours of sacrifice,
Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
Hit me like I might geek over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like a floor inside, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I'll fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like a floor inside, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we
1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Giddia's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing.
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 2 for 4 alright.
Boing, 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 boing.
floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shot reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away.
in the history of M Series. No host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik, kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
Hey everyone, I'm Reptar and I am one of your hosts for the M5 World Championship Group Stage, and I'm incredibly honored to open up the 5th iteration of our annual celebration. And I just hope that you're bracing yourself, and I know that you're excited because after striving for glory, joining the fight to becoming an immortal hero, rising to the top, and daring to be great, we promise you, this time it's going to be better than great. Now, along with being treated for more than 2 weeks of awesome MLBB action from the world's best teams, I'm also looking forward to giving you a glimpse of the signature and patented Filipino hospitality. Pretty sure when you talk about the Philippines or when you hear about the Philippines, you know hospitality because we love welcoming our guests. We love to give them one hell of an adventure, unforgettable memories that they can bring back home, and experiences that will make you want to come back for more. And that's why we're also regarded as some of the best esports fans in the world. We bang our drums until our hands can't do it anymore. We let out every ounce of wind that we've got just so our teams, your teams, can hear our support for them. Here's an example. All right, think about it like this. Someone gets a really awesome kill. All right. Okay, let's do another one. Someone's making like Soren and spamming those teepees. What if a Filipino team won their match? All right, let's get a Super Marco version of that woo in 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. By the way, that is the awesome men and women that make our wonderful production team. Okay, but you know, me telling you about all of this is another thing. Being able to see it, feel it, and being able to savor it yourself is a whole nother thing. So let's cut to the chase and allow you to experience it for yourself here in the Philippines and here for M5, all right? All right, Pilipinas! And to everyone around the world, I welcome you to the M5 World Championship! Starting today, history will be made as 16 teams from all around the world, all around the globe, embark on their journey towards being immortalized as the 5th Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Champions. It's the survival of the fittest who will shine in the M5 group stage. For the first time in a long time, teams will be going home before we proceed to the knockouts. So, Pilipinas, pakita natin sa buong mundo ang ating mahal para sa Mobile Legends! And that's just a glimpse. That's just day one. Because folks, it's time to find out who will shine in the group stage as we become better than great!
The first match of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship group stage is about to begin. Getting here together with Leo as well as Wolf to bring you the fated best-of-3 series between the hometown champions AP Bren and the Myanmar's Burmese Ghouls.
M5 is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
Thank you to all of our lovely sponsors. M5 will not be possible without you.
And a special shout out to our global presenting partner, Kadia. Kadia is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future of capital of esports, sports, and culture.
Kadia aims to change the world of gaming and esports. Don't forget to follow @Kadia Gaming on Instagram, X, and TikTok. Stay tuned to their social media pages to find out more about this giveaway.
And that's not all. Weekly Diamond Pass is currently all the rage. Get 100 diamonds upon the purchase and log into the game continuously for the next 6 days to receive an additional 120 diamonds.
It's a surefire win, and don't be like us. Don't miss out.
We've missed out way too many already,
Yeah, exactly.
So get ahead of the curve. But with that being said and all the housekeeping done, I cannot wait for this very first matchup here in this best-of-3 series. Remember, we're in the group stages, so a lot of things can be a little interesting considering that the meta has been shifting so very often and, more importantly, evolving.
And I believe that the stats from the wildcard show us that Guinevere, Bruno, and Matilda are probably the stars of the show, where they will be picked up a lot. But when it comes to like actual hero contention, that's Terizla and Nolan with 31 times over 84% ban rate, and then almost always picked up whenever he's available. I mean, ever since his inception, Nolan's win rate has been interstellar, right?
Definitely. I mean, it would be a memento to look back at when he came out, when he was legal in tournament play, and then now.
Yeah, I think jokes aside, you know, Nolan is a very strong hero. I think ever since that he was introduced in the game, it's a mixture of a Joy and a Lancelot, where it's so much easier to actually scale with this hero.
Some might say it's a Dark Knight Rising, but let's look at the group standings here. In Group A, we have PTR Suns, Onyx, See You Soon, as well as Triple Esports. In Group B, we have a Blacklist, Fire Flux, RRQ, Team SMG. In Group C, AP Bren, Burmese Ghouls, Team Flash, and as well as Lil Gun. Group D, Daewoo, Geek, as well as HomeBois, and the Ohio Brothers.
Dunkirk. I'm done. But we're starting strong with AP Bren and Burmese Ghouls. We're going to Group C, and we're tugging at everyone's heartstrings. We're going back to 2020, 2021, starting off with this rivalry.
Speaking of which, let's look at today's matchups. In case you're not looking forward to the one we have at hand, which is AP Bren up against the Burmese Ghouls, check out Fireflux up against Team SMG, Geek Fam versus the HomeBois, and Onyx versus BTR Suns.
And AP Bren versus Burmese Ghouls. I think we'll have a lot of time talking about this particular matchup, so I want to invite everyone to still stay tuned for all of the other matches later on, especially that Geek Fam versus HomeBois, kind of a, what's that? It's not even a rivalry at all. It's like a, because both HomeBois and Geek Fam players, they mentioned in interviews outside of M5 that they wanted to face against each other.
Yep, it's a brewing story, given that we just saw each team actually try to show up in MPLI, which happened about 2 weeks ago. And here, there's some unfinished business.
There is, and considering that it is a Malaysian team, I would like to hold my own for now before I accidentally curse them. But we got to focus on the first match that we have today. And honestly, it's pretty interesting considering the nostalgia factor. All of us here at the desk has seen this particular match happen live at M2 when they won. But now, it's AP Bren versus the Burmese Ghouls, a rematch made in heaven.
That's right. It was in the lovely Shangri-La down Orchard Road in Singapore, where in that fated 7-game series, AP Bren, then called Bren Esports, climbed through the lower bracket, and it was the Burmese Ghouls just waiting. Who would have thought we would have been blessed with such a series? I'll tell you now, if you ask me, you remember casting that, Lee? I would say no, because it was just ethereal. I was just.
You know, one thing that I do remember from that is Ruby Didi and the way that he became a verb afterwards. The Lunox mob. Remember that? That was a wonderful moment back in M2.
It is an incredible moment, and hopefully we're looking for more incredible moments, but let's look at some of the stories of some of these players.
Getting drawn into the first two in that group, it's a match made in heaven. It's destiny. The hottest matchup in M2 was definitely Burmese Ghouls versus Bren Esports. They first met in the upper bracket, and Burmese Ghouls beat them clean, 2-0.
Burmese Ghouls head straight for the crystals.
Yung laban namin sa Burmese Ghoul na memorable, simula yung combo ni Ruby Didi sa Lunox. Nung ginawa niya sa amin, nagulat kami. Tapos, ayun, parang naging move na talaga siya sa Lunox. Kada may gumagawa ng Ruby Didi combo, yung din sinasabi.
12-minute game versus Bren Esports.
Faith put them together again in the grand finals. This time, Bren Esports won instead. This clash created an epic rivalry between two teams.
For M2.
This M5, both Burmese Ghouls and AP Bren are back with a new roster, but the rivalry remains.
Now, every new fan hope new BG will win new AP Bren.
Tingin ko naman yung global community masaya na magkaharap kami ulit ng Burmese Ghouls kasi parang ayun yung inaabangan nila na laban namin kasi nung M2 parang ayun yung nakikita nila na pinakamagandang grand final since umabot ng Game 7. Tapos yung mga sumunod, hindi na umabot ng Game 7.
We won the Pro League and got into the M5, but we got some trouble issue. We request Modern to extend our deadline. If they didn't, our player and all of us will break down mentally, and we will lose our dream, our hope, and many more. We travel more than 27 hours, and we sleep at the airport. We arrive at 29 November around maybe 9 or 10 p.m. And they will be emotional damage in their heart. Because that is all of our dream, and we want to play it in the fun. Bravo. Nè.
Nó nhớ lại mà con nó đi về chạm vào buổi chiều mà.
Nó giờ nào mà cũng biết hảo gì chỗแบบđó nó giờ nào mà cũng biết hảo cũng gì trên này
All of their family is voted.
Yeah, for our country and for our dreams. Oh dear.
So now we are here at Manila and we're ready for M5 and we don't afraid of nothing and we were trying our best in M5.
Burmese Ghouls, it fits the name, right? They're already dead, but they're still here, right? They're still fighting. So they have my respect. Burmese Ghouls surprised everyone by beating Mythic Seals in the qualifiers. So we shouldn't underestimate them.
Pinaka-inaabangan kong player sa Burmese Ghouls si Selena, yung mid laner nila. Good luck, tapos sana makapasok tayo ng knockout stage.
Who will win in this long-awaited rivalry rematch? Will the Burmese Ghouls avenge their old roster?
don't know who's putting together these videos, man, but ooh, this nostalgia-filled, incredible matchup might not even have happened, but thankfully, they're here today. The Burmese Ghouls are here to play against AP Bren, and honestly, I gotta follow the sentiment, man. I hope both of these teams make it through.
All right, it's as if it wasn't enough that we're throwing back to 3 years ago. Now you have to tell me they traveled almost 30 hours. That's a day and a half, no sleep, just to compete.
I don't know what to feel now, actually. It's left hand, I want to win. I want Burmese Ghouls to win. Right hand, I'm obviously AP Bren. I want him to win too.
It's crazy, but it's time for these matches to start. And thankfully, we have our marshals to make sure everything goes smoothly. To officiate the M5 World Championship, we have our marshals making their way onto stage. They're here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. Our first responders to tech issues. It's going to be Ivan, Shun, Wilbert, and Rain. Thank you so much for your contribution.
I'm still not over it.
I'm trying to hold myself together, man.
Oh my goodness. Don't worry. As opening the M5 World Championship group stage will be none other than the host country's champions. The Bees have been buzzing all year, and they'll be continue to buzz as they make their way to the World Championship stage. Make some noise for AP Bren!
The home court advantage. It's here, and you feel, you see it, but now all their opponents coming in.
Going up against the hometown heroes are the delegates of Myanmar. Against all odds, they made their way into the Philippines to realize their fated rematch. They are the Burmese Ghouls!
They overcame the best as well in their region, and now they're in the Philippines after going through so much. And I can say that as a fan, you know, of the esports, you want to root for this team too.
I can't help but root for them, but instead of the brawn, let us introduce the brains of both of these teams. For the side of AP Bren, it's Coach Ducky as well as Bren. For the side of the Burmese Ghouls, it's Coach Lin as well as Lin Daddy and as well as DJ. These are the men who are going to be arming their players for this fated rematch.
AP Bren got their master tactician and the muscle with the brains going up against Lin Daddy, the villain. I actually watched their tournaments in addition to that qualifiers, and boy oh boy, I met him. He's far from a villain. He's a great guy.
Great guy. Like, you remember what happened during the grand finals of AP Bren, going up against Blacklist International with Super Marco, Kaltizi, Flaptizi, Few, and Ogwin. There was one part of the playoffs and the grand finals where you can say that, oh my goodness, this team figured out Mobile Legends. Because they were very dominant. The way that they're drafting is actually pretty unique from other teams in the Philippines. That's why there was so many credit that was given to Coach Bren, because he was able to kind of unleash the full potential of these players.
I mean, they maybe tried and tested, but let's not forget about the Burmese Ghouls with Stitch, Nico, Carbon, as Lena, as well as Blinkex. I think that this team, especially considering the competition, the veterancy of their competitions on their side of the world, it's kind of crazy that they came up on top to have this match again.
There's something in the water in Myanmar. The Burmese just create athletes like no other. I'm looking at Stitch, man. Stitch is a star player for the Burmese Ghouls. If they need damage, they need someone to hunker down, go into the mid to the late, no matter what's happening elsewhere, you look at Stitch.
He's the guy. He's the guy you want to rely on at the end of the day. Personally, for me, I can't wait to see what that mid lane matchup is going to look like, but that's not all. Even in the gold lane, we still have some pretty exciting things. Considering where the meta is right now, I think draft is going to be so very important.
Yeah, and I think that we can look a little bit onto the wild card stage with their hero picks, but at the same time, you cannot rely heavily on the other choices. For example, there are many pocket strategies that came out from the wild card. Now that you are playing a best-of-3 series in a group stage for the M5 World Championship, where the bottom 2 teams will be taken out, how do you decide even? Do you go for pocket strategies, or do you go for just the comfort pickups? I think at least for Bren Esports, what they do usually in these elimination kind of quote-unquote elimination matches, they just rely on what works, you know?
I mean, a lot of things could go into the works, but before we get deeper into what considerably should be the meta or what could be the meta, I want to know just a rough idea of where everybody's standing. I hate to put you guys in these types of positions, but we've got to have a little bit of a quote-unquote prediction game going on here. Is the curse real? Is it not real? Let's start here. Wolf.
Oh my goodness.
I'm guessing. I'm just going to make a fast prediction. I'm guessing you're with AP Bren, and same goes for you, Leo, right?
But after watching that video... Oh, wait, before watching the video, it was 2-0, let's just say. Then After watching the video, okay, 2-1. Let's give it to AP Bren.
Man, I was
Okay.
born in this position. I embrace whatever it is I have, a curse, a blessing, whatever we got. I'm just here to watch some Mobile Legends. But yes, you're right. I see this going no other way except for AP Bren.
I thought
but
you were gonna cop out.
hey, no, if the Ghouls can surprise us, I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm also here for it too. And honestly, I think this is a really good litmus test. And before I go even further, I also was predicting in leaning into the favor of AP Bren. They look above and beyond for a lot of these teams, which is going to be pretty exciting. So I really think that homework needed to be done with the considerable amount of VODs that we have seen thus far. I think the Burmese Ghouls have taken that, taken full advantage of it.
Yep, the Burmese Ghouls, the sample size for what we know of them is relatively small, even for those who are in the know. Word on the street is they're very selective about who they scrim with. So they are protecting the information, they are protecting what hero pool and what strats they have. AP Bren, though, they're an open book. AP Bren has been all around the world winning championships left and right, and it's these 5 men, nay, 8 when you count Pando and of course the coaches that have gone around the world and have shown that, hey, this is our brand of MLBB, you better be ready.
You know what I am always surprised about, like Burmese Ghouls and their region, is that they, like, I think I mentioned this, that they produce warriors, they produce players that you will be always surprised when they perform internationally. I remember in Southeast Asian Games, they almost, I think they should have gotten the, I think they could have, could have gotten the silver medal.
Phrasing.
Phrasing. But yeah, I mean, imagine how good they were during that series versus the Philippines, right?
Yep.
And then, if you think about it, they're just the second placers of their MPL, right?
It's one of those things where you're trying to judge the power of these teams, but then when you start considering these X factors, right?
Yeah.
The adaptability, how quick these athletes look to learn, and understanding habits inside and outside of the game, it's hard to kind of put them on the scale.
Yeah. I wanna interview these guys because I don't know how they actually produce good talent without, big international experience.
With that being said, it is time to start our best of 3 series as we jump into the drafting phase to kick things off here at the M5 World Championship group stage. We've even got the graphic for it.
Oh, Yuzhong's been everywhere. From Kuala Lumpur down to Malaysia and here in Manila. Let's go!
Ooh, the hype is real. Okay, so AP Bren banning out the Bruno immediately.
Oh, they know. They know about Stitch.
Yeah, I would say that there are 2 big gold laners. That's Bruno as well as the 1-1. Bruno is like the easiest to kind of execute because in a way it kind of fits into any kind of lineup. 1-1 is a very strong hero though, given in the right conditions. But you kind of want to draft around it. You want to take care of it. Bruno is readily self-sufficient. It's a one-size-fits-all kind of marksman.
One of the things that I have been relatively curious of, especially once we're getting into the what we like to call tournament or international meta, is how we expect these things to evolve. We expect that these teams are going to be playing towards their identity for the group stage, but as soon as it's crunch time, I'm expecting them to adapt fast.
Phoveus, so it's either the 1-1 or the Nolan that Coach Ducky wants to pick up for their first pick, or Coach Bren, whoever is the drafter for the final decision for AP Bren. And why do I say that? Because they banned the Phoveus. So we know that they have the first pick. You have both the Nolan as well as the 1-1, and they kind of put Burmese Ghouls in a trap where they can only ban one of those 2 heroes.
Yep. They're basically open forting. It's do or die.
Yep.
Damned if you, damned if you don't. You let something through, and you can only really do one thing, Lin Daddy. What's it gonna be?
Let's find out here. Coach Ducky is going to make the next ban actually happen, and it looks like they've already confirmed it. It's going to be Farmis. Rather interesting here. So we're already seeing setups for potentially Nolan, but I'm curious whether they want to go with something a little bit more flexible, because Gwen is still open like we saw in the meta shift.
That's right. But then again, with this Farms, man, what this tells me is 1-1 as the first pick coming up from AP Bren. Why? Because you eliminate. It's not an actual counter to the 1-1, but it counters what 1-1 wants to do. That's why you cannot need to ban it out. There it is.
All right. It looks like the homework is working really well for the Burmese Ghouls as we see the first pick on the blue side for the side of AP Bren. I'm seeing Leo's got some ideas here.
So this goes tit for tat. One of them takes the Guinevere, the other takes the Nolan.
That's right. Yep. The prestige of Nolan is always in the first pick.
Right. Which do you prefer to see more for the side of AP? Personally, for me, I love seeing how they play Nolan, because not everybody can get away with it.
Yeah. Wow, that's a great question. Kind of makes me think, what if they swing it around and pick up the Arlot first? Because both Nolan as well as Guinevere are pretty strong heroes, but you kind of don't want to put it together. Because
It's like anti-synergy sort of situation.
Yeah, exactly.
To be fair, at least we know that Flux is at 100% win rate with the Arlet, so it is tried and tested.
Nolan, there it is.
First pick, Nolan. It's been picked
All right.
5 times so far, 55% ban rate and 40% win rate, because not everybody here is capable of pulling this off.
It usually happens, right? An OP hero in an international tournament gets a very low win rate because everybody just picks it up, and some people like counter it. So you can still go Guinevere. I think it's best if Burmese Ghouls actually steal the Arlet because it's a very strong hero for AP Bren. Just because of the fact that it's a flexible pick.
That's right.
You can pick it as a roam XP lane.
But considering what Leo said, tit for tat, I'm expecting at least maybe a Guinevere pickup as
Guinevere,
well.
yeah,
So
that's right.
it could be an either-or situation, but I am curious about the supplementary hero that they're going to pair it up with, right? You see the Angela come through. That seems pretty good so far, but they're also going to get the Guinevere.
Oh,
okay.
I love it.
Right?
They're going for the basic tenets of what Nolan presents, right? I'm going to burst you down. How about I give you heroes that do not allow for that? You hide the Angela, you build full tank on the Guinevere. Bob's your uncle.
Man. Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your
Dude, the cult of Nolan has been going strong for a long time, but at the very least, there are ways around it. And I'm hoping to see maybe Arlet actually come through for maybe AP Bren, so at least, you know, you don't disrupt the flow of the Nolan.
Maybe you pick up a marksman already because you maybe get the Claude eventually for AP Bren because you don't want to give that combo. Queen plus Angela with the Claude, it's pretty strong. So I'm thinking Arlet Claude as the choices here for AP Bren.
Okay, Wolf locking in his predictions, and he's getting it right on the head. We see the Claude as well as the Arlet locked in. Man's at 100% so far. Let's see how long he can keep it up as we jump over to Burmese Ghouls on the red side. Any predictions for this one? Because so far, based on what I'm seeing, all right, we've got a little bit of pick off. We've got ways to kind of deny their opponents. It's not about counter drafting, it's denying picks.
Exactly. It's going to be difficult because you might lose a lot of like marksman choices. So maybe you might be forced to pick up Irithel immediately for Burmese Ghouls or a Brody, which kind of speeds up your tempo.
Stitch has a solid Brody, and then it forces Super Marco to actually think about it. What do I pick? What's my battle spell? Because if you go into the lane, the Brody is capable of bullying you, especially when the Angela hits level 4.
Yeah.
You win that fight almost 100%.
Oh, man, a lot of things to actually consider here, but Burmese Ghouls here to present a new problem. It's going to be the Brody. Nailed it on the head once again. We are on fire here, boys. Well, you guys are. I'm just kind of on the sidelines for now. Second phase is going to begin. The bans are going to be important. Mid lane still missing for the side of Burmese Ghouls, as well as AP Bren.
Okay, so you're going to be looking for perhaps some XP. Oh, actually, no. The lineup of AP Bren is pretty open. Like, you don't know the Arlet if it will be Roam, will be EXP.
I think it's the same way for the Burmese Ghouls.
That's
you don't know where that Angela's going.
Exactly. Although, I will say that at least for AP Bren, it's a lot more flexible in their particular situation, right? Because they don't have to compromise on a mid laner at the very least, which I think is going to be pretty important for few in this matchup.
Oh, check it out in the arena.
Maybe Valentina?
The team that the Burmese Ghouls beat to be here in M5.
Oh, yeah.
It's Mythic Seals.
It's Mythic Seals. That's Justin. Oh, my goodness. I mean, they've got to be here to watch this matchup, right? Got to get some information once we start moving out of those group stages. Kufra going to be the ban for the side of Burmese Ghouls. That's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think teams are now putting Kufra on the list just because of the presence of Guinevere, so that you can dash out. And actually, what I noticed is that Kufra can be a hero that kind of tanks the Guinevere initiations. You can like you can catch it basically for your team. And then you also have a lot of synergy with Claude, for example, because the more people you lock down, the more Art of Thievery stacks and the Blazing Duet effectiveness there will be.
You can line them up.
Yep.
I mean, I'm looking for a set type of tank here for the side of AP Bren. I was thinking Kufra, Burmese Ghouls instantly cut it down, but it could go the opposite side as well. Like AP Bren does need some form of setting for somebody to go for the layup.
Yep. Look at that. The bans, the Minotaur, definitely an anti-Claude kind of hero, so they will just make sure that they secure at least the effectiveness coming out from the Claude. But I don't think that they will double down on roamer bans here for AP Bren.
Yeah, no, but just the same. Coach Ducky and the Coach Vren are actually respecting the fact that despite the Guinevere and the Angela coming out, which is 100% win rate, by the way.
That was crazy.
Burmese Ghouls have a propensity to really lean hard on supports. So they're saying, you know what, even if there's already a heal here and a shield, they might even really just put the Angela in mid and pick up the Minotaur.
Yeah.
I mean, let's also not forget that Burmese Ghouls like to play around lane priority, making sure that they have control of the lane and get that first rotation. I'm thinking, you know, maybe even a first pick Brock here just to kind of supplement everything. You have a way to disengage, you have a way to start canceling abilities, and more so, even if the Arlet goes into the support section, hey, you can just face check him.
Yep. I wonder if Burmese Ghouls can play Benedetta or Khalid. Or did I pronounce that correctly?
Yeah,
in lieu of our good friend Yasu.
Sun rises when I give the word.
Stand out.
They know.
They know.
They know.
They know.
They're
Okay.
tapping into our comms, boys.
Yeah.
We gotta be careful here. We gotta be careful with our predictions. It feels like something else is going on, but for the time being, at least Burmese Ghouls will have first pick on that red side. Let's see what it's going to go for, right? Because at the end of the day, we still need to figure out where this Angela is going to go.
Will this be the tell?
Yeah. If this, because it should be the tell, at least for. Well, if they pick up the EXP lane, you're still not sure. No, so this is not a tell. Unless, obviously, we see a hard roamer, you know. But I think in Benedetta, actually, for Burmese Ghouls, because I kind of fairly remember it was in their region, they used that Benedetta a lot.
Carbon can. I think Carbon has a solid Benedetta.
I would put it past them for sure, but it looks like the next lock is going to
Ruby.
be Ruby this time. I wanted to bring this up earlier, but I didn't know whether this was the right situation for it. I think this kind of, I don't want to say it works in the same way as Grok, but at the very least, it's interesting, right? Because we still don't know whether this is going to be going into the EXP lane or even in the support section. But at the very least, it's great at catching heroes off. It's great at slowing down the Claude. More importantly, anybody who's got a stun, I'll pull you away.
I know damn well where it's going.
Where?
This is a Blink special.
Okay.
He's got a pocket Ruby.
Yep.
And for sure, it's going into the roam. So now we know this is a mid Angela.
The priestess of primal lightning.
So that's Edith, I believe, from AP Bren. We still don't know where it will go. And I'm thinking like a Valentina or a Gord, actually, for AP Bren.
Gord? I think Valentina is the safer pick.
No,
right?
Varia.
Okay. So even more safe, right? Instead of making sure that Edith is the one opening up the map, you can do it yourself from a safe distance.
Oh, AP Bren has so many ways to engage. How much range and diversity do you want? Yes.
I think Burmese Ghouls can still pick up the Joyce band out, but something like a Lancelot perhaps or a Fanny even.
A Lancelot Fanny, so you pull the switcher, or you send the Guinevere or the Ruby into the XP?
Yeah, because you already have two ways to kind of check the bushes. We have the Guinevere, for example. You also have the Ruby. I think the Ruby is a nice touch coming out from Burmese Ghouls because it's technically anti-assassin, if you think about it, because you can check the bushes and you can also lock him down with a combo. But that sounds like a Baksha, actually.
Yeah, it looks like Lock is going to be
Uranus.
Uranus this time round. Okay, so pretty standard overall. We got a sandbag up in the EXP for the side of Burmese Ghouls. And honestly, this is playing very much towards their style. Lane control, right? They needed a support that helps with that mid lane, and they've got exactly that on top of the fact that they've got the Uranus.
And we know where the damage is coming from. It's clearly coming from Stitch.
It's a lot of belief, a lot of faith in his consistency.
You know, I think I like the Uranus because there's no legitimate Uranus killer from the side of AP Bren. But at the same time, they are putting all of their damage eggs in the Stitch basket.
Exactly.
It's
all in Stitch.
It's all the Stitch.
It's all in Stitch.
Don't look at me with those eyes. You're gonna make me crack up. But so far, considering what the counter index is, it definitely feels like it's in one team's favor compared to the other. We're going to go deeper into this topic as we start and initiate our very first match here in the Land of Dawn at the M5 World Championships. It's AP Bren up against the Burmese Ghouls.
Can't imagine that the early game should be the target here for at least for Burmese Ghouls. They want to secure this because they're rocking the Brody with the Angela. And I'm actually thinking, like, what should be the good vehicle for the Angela? Obviously, you want to do it with the Gwyn, but at the same time, the Gwyn is more of a very committal. It's like a kiting kind of hero where you commit your ultimate to get out. You don't really necessarily stay in front. So maybe it's the Brody that should be the vehicle now for Burmese Ghouls because at least you maximize the effect of the Angela. on this Brody.
I mean, from the way that I see it, ooh, early flicker coming in from Blink X just for Litho Wanderer. It's not going to be a big deal for now. He's not going to reach level 4 in time for the upcoming turtle, but at the very least, we know where Burmese Ghouls are going to be leaning towards on the map.
Something is bothering me, the fact that AP Bren are investing in Wilderness Blessing. They're going to have so much faster rotations, and that's going to exacerbate the fact that they have so much range. That's going to be another problem that the Burmese Ghouls have to deal with.
I mean, it's one of those situations. We even saw this during the wildcards that a majority of teams towards the last few days started switching over to Wilderness for a Blessing because it just shows how important it is to win out these neutral fights.
Oh, wow. Nico can't even catch a break. Ogwin and Kyle steal away his small camp.
Okay. Now, this means that AP Bren are in a very comfortable spot. Because I think that they have the better late game. They have the Varia as well as the Cloud very strong in the latter portions of the game. And the fact that they are not getting invaded by Burmese Ghouls, especially this Nolan, I think this is a good sign. But obviously, everything will change come the first turtle fight.
And then we cut to Flapteezy, who has to deal with this Uranus, and all he's thinking of is just like, get me out of this lane, please. Let me team fight.
Phew, come on over. They do set up for the first turtle. It's Nico first to the scene, pulling it over to their side. Turtle less than half health here. Carbon drawing a line between them and AP Bren. Here we go. Flapteezy comes in with the steal. And now Carbon gets Lina in him. Heart Guard committed in already, putting staff at the Ionic Edge. Blink X getting put into position with the final slash. Burmese Ghouls call out back.
Rather interesting. I mean, I wouldn't have expected, I mean, for the side of Burmese Ghouls, you're expecting the traditional, oh, I'm just going to look for someone to heart guard, we're going to go in, we're going to look for a pick, and then we're going to get back out of there. But I think Burmese Ghouls played that very, very well.
The TZ's down bottom. All right, Carbon's not going anywhere.
I'm actually very surprised about AP Bren. I think I will review their early game rotations because, my oh my, how did Kyle TC get level 5, almost level 6 before the turtle happened? 2 minutes 13, he's already he's just a quarter of XP away from getting into level 6. That's crazy. That's why they were able to steal it, because they have the superior levels and the retribution.
I mean, let's not forget that when you are playing Nolan, your clear speed is rather fast.
True.
Like, have you ever seen Novarias just get frustrated? They know when they expect purple buff timings to die, and then Nolan's like walking through the mid lane. He's like, what are you looking at? What are you shooting at?
I'm done.
I'm gone.
It's over. I'm over here now. Right? You could have sworn he's a time traveler.
Exactly.
Oh, wait,
wow, Hunter's Strike already completed.
Man, I wonder when, I think, especially with the trajectory that you're seeing from Kyle TZ, the way that he's farming 2.4k at 3 minutes, this is Oppenheimer levels of explosions as we're going to see later on.
That's historic.
It is historic. But I think more importantly, wow, actually Flap having a considerable EXP lead against Carbon so far, despite getting proxied, despite having to join fight a little bit later.
Yeah, and I think that was the one bastion that Burmese Ghouls can have, that little sanctuary that, hey, at least Carbon's winning his lane. And now they're switching it over. I think they need a little bit more XP on Lina.
Where can they actually go with this? Especially since Kyle, he's not letting Nico have a good time.
Whoa! Comes in with the Requiem. Did Kyle TZ steal? Oh, he did!
He did.
Nico hesitated on the retry.
But this means that he has the retribution for the turtle.
That's right. Coming in. This is about to blow up. Lord here, approaching half health. In comes Flapteezy. Stitch coming in from the side, dealing damage. Nico holding his retry strong, and they go get it. That's one turtle apiece for both BG and AP Bren.
I love the decision-making coming in from the side of AP Bren. They understood the assignment. They recognized the situation wasn't their favor. And Lina is going to be first blood for the side of AP Bren!
That was quick.
That was the one thing that you gotta do, hide the Angela from the Nolan. Yeah. And Kyle found him.
I mean, we're talking about hustle. This man doesn't stop making good decisions. Yeah. They pushed out. The mid lane is already chunked down to 10%. He even gets first blood down on that bottom side. He is active.
Yeah, you can see Ogwin already positioning himself to defend Super Marco. Now AP Bren can leave the Nolan just, you know, roaming around. It's far too farmed. Even when he didn't get the second turtle, because of the amount of farm and the first blood that he was able to get and the number of creeps, jungle creeps that he was able to take away from Nico, look at him. He is level 10 compared to a level 8 Guinevere.
He's always doing something. And he knows that this is the right thing to do against Burmese Ghouls, who are an initiative-based team. They want to be able to do the thing one after the other. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's up to their timing. But right now, it's Burmese Ghouls who's following AP Bren's flow.
I would have considered that maybe the Burmese Ghouls were going to start getting some momentum during the mid game, but right now, just the raw smothering coming out from Kyle TZ alone, and the supplement of these fast rotations, making it really tough for Burmese Ghouls to find holes.
And Guinevere is a jungler that you can count as a utility, but it still is purple buff dependent. So it's a very unique situation. Yeah, surely Guinevere is a pretty strong jungler now, but she's both farm dependent as well as utility, which is usually you can see only one or the other. But because of the fact that all of the purple buffs were taken away from him, Nico is going to have a very bad time in the mid game.
Yeah, speaking of which, I mean, we were looking at mid lane Carbon. Might just get caught out here.
Coming in, the conceal committed, final slash. Carbon gets a heart guard in him. Lina to the rescue. This Uranus ain't going anywhere. Blink holding this pixel brush, spotted by the actual echoes. Turtle getting beaten down. Burmese Ghouls pushing forward. Flap easy from the back, looking for an angle. Nico wants to get it. Retribution is good. Nico scores it, and down goes Lina. That's a blazing duet considerably, dealing a lot of damage early on. Blink goes down. Ogwin gets the kill. Ogwin still staying in the vicinity. Carbon goes 3-0. AP Bren 3K ahead.
Man, that was such a clean fight coming in from AP Bren. I mean, at the end of the day, Burmese Ghouls got the neutral objective, but at what cost?
They would eventually get their orange buff, I believe, Nico. And Stitch stayed alive. So those are just some consolation prizes for Burmese Ghouls, but Gideon painted it well. It was a perfect team fight coming up from AP Bren. They abused the fact that Burmese Ghouls needs to get in and get out. It's like a kiting kind of a team fight formation for Burmese Ghouls, and we are going to see it through the replay. A little bit of a clash happening down. We'll see later. Look at that beautiful retribution, but after the initiation coming out from Nico, there's no follow-up because Stitch was zoned out by two members of AP Bren. Yeah, surely the Brody didn't die, but he didn't fulfill his job,
He didn't
basically.
get to do the thing.
Which you need to do it as the Brody in the early game.
Oh, it's tough. Coming in. Got the stacks in. Not going to commit everything. Burmese Ghouls playing with the range. And I think that's what also helped AP Bren win that perfect team fight, as you gentlemen were saying. They have so much range. They have so much diverse initiations that it spaces out Stitch.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, Nico didn't have his ult to actually follow up and start a new fight, but in the meantime, at least they got a shutdown on towards Kyle TZ at the attempt of attacking that purple buff side from Burmese Ghouls. At the very least, we're seeing that Burmese Ghouls are scaling, right? 2 items already completed for the side of Brody, maybe a 3rd one on the way, and at this point, it's starting to get real dangerous, especially when you see Brody nearby.
Okay, not only for AP Bren, but at the same time, Burmese Ghouls, if they just realize that this is actually their power spike, they need to make the moves now. Fortunately, they have this Uranus that can actually be the vision provider around the Lord area. And the fact that they have taken out the turtles rather quickly, this means that the Lord is spawning also rather early.
Oh, and AP Bren know that this timing is key. Blink looking to get into that, because AP Bren, they have the advantage coming in. They catch one. Ogwin in the skies. Carbon gets his eyes on him. I'm offended. They're trying to burst down the roamer. They're trying to take down the Edith, and the Lord gets reset. AP Bren calling it off.
I like this plan a lot, honestly.
Oh! Final slash coming in. Carbon, he's in jeopardy. Gets the heart guard in just in the right time. 5th of his health coming back up, down to half. Nico commits. Both teams playing footsies, dancing around the Lord. And oh, so many ults spent from both sides, but neither have the advantage. Ogwin gets the Earth Shatter. Lord at half health, pulled just about an inch out, gets another reset. Stitch, a 1/3 of his health left. Not a good fight.
Wow, the first reset was great from AP Bren. I think it was very smart. The second reset is weird, but now Burmese Ghouls, they reset because they know that their lanes are in their favor.
I mean, they found it. It might even get a pick.
Blink. Oh, gets spotted. Gets bursted down. Super Marco gets the kill. And they're still going. Carbon keeping up. Playing footsies with 3. In goes the old Kyle TZ gets the Lord. This should be a retreat from the Burmese Ghouls. And they get sent down into the ground. But not for long because Carbon's still alive. Oh, gets taken down. Stitch as well in the back line. Few gets him. Flap easy punished by Lina, but it's just too little too late.
Ooh, what a great bait coming in from Super Marco to actually force in one more kill from the side of the Burmese Ghouls. He was playing on a fine line.
What a reset coming up from AP Bren. At first glance, you would think that the second reset was weird, but then if you look at the map, the lanes are going to be pressured. against Burmese Ghouls side, and that meant that Burmese Ghouls needed to disperse. And then AP Bren also took advantage of the massive XP difference. Countess was level 14, while Nico was just level 11 during that Lord fight, and there was really no chance. And despite that gap, they still managed to find Nico with the knockup coming out from Ogwen, making it a no contest at all. For the Retribution battle, AP Bren with a massive Lord Dance.
I mean, the crazy part about it all is the fact that AP Bren gives so much respect. Oh, he's fine, but oh wait!
Got the Purify in. Big fight coming up. Final slash puts Nico right under the ground, taking a dirt nap while the rest of AP Bren destroy that inhibitor up top. They're moving along. Lord's still standing.
I'm telling you, AP Bren are playing so respectful. I feel like in these types of situations with this kind of a lead, they start getting right up into your face. But against Burmese Ghouls, they're forcing out resources. They're starving them out.
They're trying to burst down Stitch in the middle of their base. Oh, there's an onward. Carbon gets sent into the skies. Heart Guard into him. Super Marco still barreling away. Blink looking for the pull. Still does not have the old flap. Easy down. Torn apart memory, tearing him in half. Super Marco very low. Carbon still alive. A tenth of his health. Oh, he goes. Few takes him down. 1 for 1.
Oh man, Few just literally showed how much gold they have when it comes to advantage. That's just skill number 2, and he gets so much damage with the Imperial Rage against the Uranus. And I believe that Carbon is not yet that farmed, especially because he's struggling. I mean, like, he needed to secure the front lines for the team. That meant that a lot of farm might have been taken away from him. In fact, he's just 6.3k compared to Few 7.7k with the Ice Queen 1 as well as the Truncheon and the Arcane Boots. That meant that Few's damage at this point, 12 minutes into the game, his scaling was, what? It was quickened.
This is difficult because we're looking at what, 13 minutes in, right? Starting at the 6 or 7 minute mark, AP Bren has flexed their range diversity. And so far, Burmese Ghouls, we called it in the draft, right? They're really only relying on Stitch. And there's only one way to go about this. They've been trying to put some damage on Carbon with the Heart Guard, and now they're forced to do it. Oh, in a defensive manner, Stitch gets the Heart Guard on him, and they're gonna burst him down. Stitch goes, the first casualty. Now Blink. Oh, Super Marco blasting him, point blank, survives, but only for a second more as Super Marco still eventually gets his man. Nico in the back line trying to take down Flap. Teasy gets him. 2 for 1, the trade so far. Burmese Ghouls back inside their own base. It's Lena and Carbon defending.
I mean, when does this team stop, right? Carbon, he's gone. There's nothing he can do about this. So looking for the end.
Oh no, the base is up next. That's a double kill for Marco. AP Bren welcome the Burmese Ghouls with a victory. Game 1.
Woo, what a game secure coming in for the side of AP Bren. Like initially it was a back and forth, and then all of a sudden you feel the growing snowball. You feel the way that they are just smothering you each and every attempt that you make.
I felt that the AP Bren were the snakes, were the pythons actually, where they just constricted, slowly and surely taking the breath away from Burmese Ghouls, taking the air out. It was a very calculated constriction that the AP Bren were able to do against Burmese Ghouls. There's no other way that I can describe it, because it's like they're taking away jungle creeps one at a time, and then all of a sudden you'll notice you don't have to farm anymore.
AP Bren, they are innovators of offense. They don't necessarily always have to barrel you down like a sledgehammer, like a blunt force object. I'd akin their playstyle here to like a spear and a shield. It's very calculated. All right, I have to play defensive here, and then
I mean, that's one way of putting it. How I'd like to see it, it's more like jujutsu. Just get your hand right under the neck. Look for that rear naked chokehold, man. And that's what it really feels like, because once the lights are out, it feels like there's so little that you can do. Worst yet, the chemistry from this team, I was expecting at some point, just maybe that Final Slash is going to mess with the Earth Shatter. But no, it's the opposite. Final Slash into the Earth Shatter. Perfectly done.
I think that also Bren Esports were given a lot of comfort heroes. Like you see the Nolan, obviously. And then they get the Arlott as well as the Claude. If you combine all these heroes all together, it's pretty strong. And I think that that was a curious decision to go for this kind of composition. But at the same time, it feels like Bren Esports have mastered Nolan. And he's the guy, our MVP. Few himself on point. Actually, he didn't die in this game. 3-0-6 and a very nice kill participation. Even had the Purify. I don't think that he ever had to use it.
He did. There
He
was
did.
this
Yeah,
one
that's
moment
true,
like,
that's
oh, how'd they get in? Oh, all right, he's fine.
Yeah,
He's fine. I mean, our MVP of the game, given over to Few, brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Let's have a look at the highlights and walk us through the timeline here, Wolf, because this is awkward. From the highlights brought to you by Grab Unlimited, it felt like there were moments that Burmese Ghouls had an opportunity, but still smothered by AP Bren around these neutrals.
Exactly. Look at how Stitch was zoned out by 2 members of AP Bren, with Few being so difficult to deal with. And then that's left with Nico catching 2 members of AP Bren, but didn't have the follow-up. They didn't have the damage afterwards. And then Nico tried to counter Cal TZ. I believe that Cal TZ will be taken out this time. But at this point, like, the idea for AP Bren is to just take control. And this is another one of those chokeholds where they were able to find Blink, but they will reset the Lord because they know that Burmese Ghouls needed to take care of the minions first. And now there's a massive disadvantage. Look at Few. Watch out for Few. Landing the skill 2. And then, obviously, actually the Astrosphere didn't need to land because of the final slash just getting more damage for Novaria's skill 2.
I mean, it's just raw confidence, right? A lot of trust in teammates that there's being put on display here in the game number 1. But I think especially for the Burmese Ghouls, right, it felt like they never got on the same tempo. And especially with the way that Few opens up the map, they know exactly at what timing they're looking to play around.
That was the moment that Few had to use his Purify.
It's a tough matchup. I think that right now, if we're thinking for potential adjustments as we start looking at these items here, it's something to consider. Maybe we're looking for something a little bit more, not so tempo-based, that you can play off-tempo sometimes to really get under the skin of AP Bren.
And some junglers do not put a lot of emphasis on the Season Hunter, but you see how well used it is for the Nola and how fast he was able to get all his jungle creeps. Able to get to almost level 6, 3/4 experience to level 6 at 2 minutes and 13 seconds. I think that should be the fastest jungling that I've ever seen, at least this year, right? Year 2023. That is very, very quick. And in fact, all they needed to do was to drive by the turtle, snatch that turtle number 1 against Nico, and then he basically set up his own home at the jungle of Burmese Ghouls afterwards.
I live here now.
Exactly.
My
That's
buff.
his address.
My creeps.
Somebody check Cal TZ's address. It's Burmese Ghouls jungle for sure.
Oh man, I hope that's not going to be the case for game number 2, because I mean, considering the items that he built as well, Hunter Strike first item, he's looking to be fast and quick. He's not looking to high burst someone just yet until later on. But as we see the rich guy coming in for Super Marco, I thought that he was going to have a tougher time in his lane. He played it well. Let's not forget about the carry coming here from Few. Big damage coming in these team fights, and also as a way to help the team make good decisions to punish Carbon.
Yeah, and the fact that you are Novaria at 12 minutes, I believe. Typically, you become the MVP if you're Novaria. If the game lasts so long, you deal 130 damage. But Few being 1,000 gold richer than the enemy XP lane, that speaks a lot on how on point Few was in this game. 69% kill participation, and there was Super Marco. Interestingly, that was part of majority of AP Bren's wins, and it's surprising to see AP Bren's composition with Novaria and Claude being high when it comes to like their kill participation, because typically these 2 heroes farm a lot.
Yeah, no, it was assisted. It was ramped up there. It was expedited. I think Gideon mentioned that halfway through that, no, it's much faster now. We're getting here because of how proactive AP Bren is. And look at this. This is a clear telltale sign that Burmese Ghouls have a dilemma. Their most damage taken and dealt are coming from Carbon.
Yeah.
It became a catch-22 of Stitch can't find the damage, Stitch can't put the stacks on. What do we do in this case? Carbon, you do the thing.
I think they had to, right? Because we looked at Nico, he was having a tough time in the jungle, underfarmed as well, in comparison to their EXP laner, who was having the time of his life. So therefore, you kind of have to switch who the spearhead is going to be. I think at the end of the day, it really just came down to homework. Burmese Ghouls like to play around having lane priority, and unfortunately, Coach Ducky and as well as Bren have done a very good job at forcing the support into a position where you have to stick by the mid lane to get that priority, while all of us are just running over to the other lane first.
Yeah, and I believe that it was very comfortable for AP Bren to play this kind of draft where it's very flexible, at least in the case of Arlott, right? That's why I felt like this is the hero of the tournament, at least for the first week. If there's a triple S tier, I would put Arlott in that case, just because of the flexibility that is given to it. It's like it's more difficult to draft around or against that hero just because of the flexibility.
No doubt. I think it's that same issue that the Burmese Ghouls were dealing with. They're like, all right, our core got hit with the Earth Shatter and the Onward. There's a Nolan about, and you weren't even accounting for the final slash. And that's what exacerbates the whole situation. That's what amplifies Burmese Ghouls' feeling of, I don't know if you guys agree with me, they did not feel at home in their own skin playing this lineup.
Yeah, they definitely felt a little uncomfortable for sure. Like, especially once we started rolling into the mid game, which what I was hoping for, especially since the early game may not necessarily gone into their favor, and worse yet, it really was just on the jungler who was struggling. But in the meantime, I think that the game plan needs to somewhat change.
I agree. I think Uranus versus Brody might not work. It's not a good composition, I would say.
Something that we're going to be considering in the next upcoming match. But in the meantime, let's have an interview up on stage.
Thank you to our casters. Hey, Pilipinas, let's give a warm Philippines welcome to Justin and Ruby DD! All right, I'm pretty sure when I said your name, Ruby DD, every Filipino here knows who you are. Yeah, it's the combo. This is the man behind the Ruby DD combo. But of course, welcome to the Philippines. This isn't actually your first time here. When was the last time you came to the Philippines, so our fans know?
I came here before in the Embassy 2019. Yeah.
Oh, and you competed then. You were playing.
Yeah.
So we came here during MSC 2019 and Ruby DD is back. But for you, Justin, first time here in the Philippines, how has it been so far? How's your experience here in the Philippines?
Yeah, this is my first time in the Philippines. I like Filipino foods. Yeah. Yesterday, we won Enchanted Kingdom, the amusement park.
Yeah.
We have a lot of fun in there.
So you guys went to Enchanted Kingdom. Do you remember like the rides? Like what was did you have a favorite ride there or favorite experience there?
It was crazy, that roller coaster.
Oh, the roller coaster. Did you guys ride the biggest one, right?
Yeah.
Not me.
Okay, yeah. So if ever you come here to the Philippines, make sure you go to Enchanted Kingdom because one, all of us has been there. It's a Filipino thing. And two, you could say that, hey, we were there when Mythic Seals also got to go there. So, you know, it's an experience that you can't miss. For both of you guys, so now we know that they are from Mythic Seals. But there was a time where, Ruby DD, you were in Burmese Ghouls. I'm pretty sure you were there when Burmese Ghouls had their M2 run. All of Myanmar was watching. So what can you say about this new-look Burmese Ghouls team?
Yeah. They are pretty strong. I think they just need to do bravely and do their best in the tournament. I hope they have no pressures. Yeah.
All right, so no pressure, says Justin. What about you, Ruby DD? Now, Few, the MVP of game number 1, the captain and mid laner of AP Bren, mentioned that his favorite moment in M2 was when he felt your combo for the first time. Can you tell the world how you came up with the Lunox combo?
Because with that combo, the Lunos can do massive damage when being invisible. That's why.
Okay. So when did that happen? Were you just practicing one day? Did you discover it? Did you think of it randomly? How did that happen?
Yeah, when I played the hero, I discovered it.
Oh, so it just happened?
Yeah, it just happened.
The best things in life. Sometimes you just discover it. Again, a round of applause to Mythic Seals, Justin and Ruby DD, two Myanmar legends. And now we've heard them show their support for Burmese Ghouls. Let's see if the Burmese Ghouls can force a game number 3 against the defending champions of the Philippines, AP Bren. Casters, back to you.
Thanks so much, Remar. It's great to see, at the very least, the old guard and the new guard standing side by side in moments like this. It really shows the history of the M series.
I like that Reptar asked Justin what he felt like or what he was doing in the moments that Ruby DD was competing against Bren. And he did not say that when that was happening, he was crying.
Yeah.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Rep. You know what it is.
That actually happened. You can look up the video. But yeah, big shout outs to Redmar, of course.
Doing a great job.
Man, Ruby DD. I think that I think if we could dissect that more, I would love to see. I would love to know how he discovered it. Did it come from a dream? Did it come from someone else?
I hope that it was just a breath of fresh air. But speaking of old guard and new guard, let's have a look at AP Bren versus the Burmese Ghouls then and now, because these are the new faces of the Burmese Ghouls. Their lineup isn't the same no more. In comparison to AP Bren, where majority of the lineup has changed and only 2 remain.
Ah, this takes me back. Actually, just seeing their names, there's a lot of like throwback for Burmese Ghouls. I can fairly remember the Grok off lane. It's not even XP lane. It was in the XP lane, but we don't call it that. We call it like a side lane Grok. Side lane assassin Grok. That's what we call it.
Things were very different. No, even after when the things were adjusted, you would also notice that some things never change. Some things are still here. Like again, the fact that Carl Tizzy is still around.
Yeah. Back in M2, Paquito. Yeah, Paquito was a thing, and it was like first introduced. I remember there was a 1v1 for the players when they're playing Paquito. Do you remember this?
Yes, I remember that as well.
Yeah, even Matthew was playing that.
He was.
The finals was between Kurt Tizzy of Then Omega, now with Echo, and Ace of the Ghouls.
Oh my goodness,
Ace won.
That. How do you remember all this? It's crazy.
No, I just remember it literally after seeing this. Like EXP and Gold Lanes, they were just established back then, but then we were swapping things around depending on what matchup will be. That's why the Grok X offlane was invented by Ace, because that is the counter to the Rebo Claude, or it was the Rebo Claude, right?
Yeah.
Not the Coco Claude, because Coco was
cheering.
Coco
was around.
He was around.
Yeah.
But it's incredible to see all of this history come together. Honestly, even the glow-ups of some of these players. Let's not forget that.
That's right.
Hey, looks great on social media, don't get me wrong. But for the time being, we now have to go into game number 2. This is adaptation for the side of the Burmese Ghouls, right? Their plans have been figured out. Now it's adjustment.
Yep. Number 1, I'd say, priority is to alight a little bit of that pressure from Stitch. It's one thing to say Stitch is your main damage dealer, but don't make him the only damage dealer.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Especially when you're drafting like Uranus, for example. Typically, when you draft an XP laner like Uranus, you want to make sure that your jungler is at least an assassin or a scaling kind of junglers. Because why would you want to use the Uranus for tanking the damage as well as splitting the lanes, right? Because you want to make space for another person to scale. And the fact that Guinevere is not that kind of hero, together with the Brody, right? So if there's anything that I can fault for that draft coming out from Burmese Ghouls, it might be the Uranus.
Really? I was thinking that maybe even the Angela could have been switched out for something else, put into the support position like it's supposed to be, and something in the mid lane that could happen. I mean, the other radical ideas are like, maybe Alice in the jungle. I mean, we're talking about scaling, might as well scale like that, right?
Yeah. Well, we'll see. The first pick now for Burmese Ghouls. They ban out the Joy again, and then it's still Bruno for AP Bren. But this time, you get first pick. So you have Nolan priority. You probably have Arlet priority at this point. I will not be surprised if eventually both Burmese Ghouls and AP Bren just get the Arlet at first chance they get.
Yeah, and that's more likely for the Burmese Ghouls this time around, because I would not be surprised if this happened the same way Game 1 did, but on the other side around. So maybe it would be like Ujaved. Deja vu upside down.
Yeah. Oh man, it's a little tough. It's a little tough because now we are seeing a couple of similarities to game number 1 on the reverse side for at least Burmese Ghouls. We're all playing on the blue side compared to AP Bren on the red side. We see the Joy. We also see the Phobias. And I'm hoping that maybe AP Bren is going to do something about this, right? Do they respect Nolan enough? Because I'm noticing that most teams are like, yeah, if we like playing it, therefore every other team loves playing it.
Okay, so that means that both Nolan and 1-1 is the priority. I think that the weird thing about this is that Burmese Ghouls might just copy what Brent did and ban the Faramis third ban.
Yep.
That's a great sign.
That's a great sign.
That's a great sign.
But I think that, the reason why is, imagine if Burmese Ghouls secures Nolan or 1-1. Both of those two heroes struggle against Faramis, and AP Bren will be very happy to pick up the Faramis as their first set of picks.
If the Ghouls don't ban it here.
If the Ghouls don't ban it.
If the Ghouls ban it here, then we're off to a great trade. We have action.
Well, I mean, there's also the possibility. I mean, I'm not seeing any Valentina bans considerably coming into game number 1. I don't expect it to happen in game number 2, so it's one of those situations. You take Faramis, I take Valentina, therefore that's the trade.
And that's the only time she shows up.
Yeah.
But then again, was totally snubbed in game 1, so I expect this will be the tell. Whatever the Burmese Ghouls ban here will tell the tale.
At the same vein, you want to ban the Arlot, but I think the Faramis might be the best ban for Burmese Ghouls. They banned Mathilda. Oh, wow, Mathilda, of course.
I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting AP Bren to be doing the banning of the Matilda, right? I mean, they love playing it, so therefore they expect the Burmese Ghouls to do the same. But Burmese Ghouls taking that first initiative, now giving that tempo over to AP Bren. Now they kind of decide what is going to be that first pick.
What if AP Bren bans Valentina instead? And then they overload. They overload Burmese Ghouls. What will you pick? Will you pick up something like a Nolan, the 1-1, or the Faramis?
Which one?
Which one? You can only pick one. And if I ban the Valentina, you're now in checkmate.
That's a really good... Oh, you're right.
They lose the trade either way.
Yeah, especially since they are on the red side. That gets more of these picks. So let's see here. You see that red side, AP Bren have decided to get rid of...
The 1-1.
Oh, the 1-1 already.
Yeah. So this allows for a more equal trade.
Yes.
Wait, what if they're switching out? Okay, no 1-1. We trust in our gold laner, Super Marco. We still have Arlot available.
That's right.
So that's going to be the trifecta
100%.
now.
Yeah.
Arlot Faramis or Arlot Valentina, whichever.
Yeah, I'm thinking
AP
Arlot
Bren goes
Faramis for AP Bren. I mean, honestly, the best choice for Burmese Ghouls now is to pick up the Faramis. But at the same time, I think that they will not pass up on a Nolan again.
I mean, if that's the case, then is there any consideration with so much CC that, I don't know, throw in that Diggy here, the clock broken? Because, I mean, back in M2 Grand Finals, Diggy was banned in all 7 games.
Truly shows how things have changed. And again, the Ghouls keeping us honest. They do pick up the Faramis first. Something to note. At the times of M2, Coach Ducky was very vocal about hating Diggy.
Yeah.
Now, he wouldn't even think twice if Coach Bren says we're playing Diggy. Okay.
Yeah.
Say less.
Say less.
We'll do it.
Okay, Arlot is open for AP Bren. I think that's a priority now.
Valentina as well. I mean, there's so many things that they could open up with, and that's going to predetermine what Burmese Ghouls are going to complete this first phase of the draft with.
And they also have the Guinevere. Some teams, some players don't like the Guinevere in this case, but yeah, it's Arlot Gwyn could be good. It's still very flex too.
Nolan's still here.
Nolan, yeah, Nolan of course. Nolan Arlot. Piccolo! I love it! Because it's the Faramis answer!
That's right. Plus the burst of the Nolan doesn't matter.
One, I love the fact that AP Bren always, especially in the drafting phase, it's not like we're setting up for something. It's, oh, you present a question, we present problems upon problems upon problems.
That's right. How do you answer this? You pick up no, you don't do anything. So they still go Brody. Makes a lot of sense. And a Martis. Martis is a hero that Nolan cannot necessarily overtake in the jungling when it comes to his jungling speed. At least in the first salvo of creeps, first rotation, you get level 4 both of you because of the speed of the Martis. And now it's a coin toss. Do you actually win the first turtle fight and then snowball from there? Between Nolan and Martis, Martis needs it more.
Already, I think the Ghouls are off to a good start. They are already much better than they were in Game 1, draft-wise. Back to Wolf's point, it's just a matter of execution. Timing, what do you do with the advantage now that you have?
Well, I think a lot of things are kind of set in stone now that we see the Arlot get locked in, 50% overall ban and pick rate, 47%. And that number is definitely going to change throughout the tournament.
It's going to rise.
It's really going to rise. I feel that, especially for the Burmese Ghouls, at least this opens up the option of saying, even if we are going to be playing towards gold side, we can play for the earlier stages of the game. We don't necessarily need to take first turtle as long as we get like 2, maybe even 3 if we're super lucky throughout the match.
Yeah, AP Bren now, they do have a choice to ban out maybe XP laners at this point. Terza comes to mind because it's a hero that's great versus the Claude. You can actually still ban the Minotaur if you're AP Bren.
Yep.
Because if you remember, like, Burmese Ghouls, they want their roamer to be in the front.
Minotaur.
That will definitely be the ban.
Oh, they've really done their homework. They're not letting it through, no matter blue or red side. We jump back to the Burmese Ghouls, right? What are the problems that we're expecting from AP Bren that Burmese Ghouls don't want to deal with?
Valentina, perhaps? All of those few heroes. Valentina, as well as Edith, I believe. Edith is a roamer / XP laner choice that kind of deals with the Faramis because you take out all of those shields with your ultimate.
is there any consideration for the Novaria? Because I'm looking at this comp and I'm like, man, it's kind of similar to game number 1. Is that going to be the case of saying, hey, let's just outplay the Netherrealm and then maybe we can make something happen?
The falling stars brought us here.
Well, the answer is definitely yes. That's a great fight because Novaria is also a hero that Faramis cannot reach necessarily. So you want to go Novaria in that case.
Not just Faramis. All of the heroes right now can't find the Novaria.
Sun rises when I give the word.
Oh, same Mans. It's the Kali again.
Interesting. So that means AP Bren is like, well, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't need to fix it, right?
That's right.
Let's just keep to the same philosophy.
We won in short fashion in game 1. Why don't we do it again? Because so far, it's up to Burmese Ghouls. Ball's in their court. They are the ones who have to adjust. They're the ones who have to show us something new. And so far, I think they're on the right track.
Yeah.
Do they still ban the Valentina here, though?
Ooh.
Just to cover their bases?
Yeah, I think so. I think so because, I mean, Valentina is also a hero that kind of likes the decimation in the first fight. Yeah, in the first turtle fight, right? You get the decimate and then you have so much damage.
Yep.
And then in latter portions of the game, you now copy the Netherrealm. Yeah, and I think we heard
the voice. Right
it
here.
was definitely her.
Is this the Lilia angle coming out from the side of AP Bren? I mean, it just ways to peel their opponents for the time being before they do that push and pull dance all over again. Could be a possibility. Definitely something to consider. But it looks like you know, the lock-ins have started to come through. I'm pretty sure that's a Guinevere.
Yeah,
am I right?
that's a Gwyn, which we did prescribe earlier on.
They're gonna put the Guinevere in the Rome. Or
That's
the XP,
right.
either way.
That's
We've
right.
seen both Arlott and Gwyn in both rows.
I
That's
mean,
right.
you know my angle. I love double flex picks here. I love hiding, well, not really hiding your strats, but always keeping your opponents on their toes, even in the draft. It feels like the pressure never left game 1.
Again, whenever you're playing against AP Bren, you got to look out for those DFPs. The battle begins in the draft.
Yeah.
That's just what Bren and Ducky bring to the table.
I wish that Benedetta will be the XP lane choice, but there still is the Terizla that I see for the side of... oh, Lapu!
That's a carbon pick right there.
That's really interesting.
That's a carbon pick.
It's one of those situations whereby, like, when you're going up against the Arlet and you're looking for something to not only win the lane, but also look for some high burst, Lapu kind of comes into mind. Anti-CC works really, really well against that Arlet, but it does mean that AP Bren get the choice of who goes into the EXP lane.
That's right.
They're leaning hard on that DFP. I love it. Up until this last pick, you don't know who's going where, and we're still looking for the few hero.
Farsa could be good for AP Bren, although there's the Lapu-Lapu, so that might be a little bit of a problem for Mr. Few.
Idol ng mga kids, as he's known locally.
Or Eve. But Valentina's... Oh, Valentina was already banned out, so...
It ain't just a game.
Okay, so yeah, you're left with Gord. You
Fight
got no choice. But there's a lot of jump. Well, there is a jump from Burmese Ghouls. It's Lapu-Lapu. If you count the flicker play coming out from the Kaja, that could also be good. So this is not the best Gord game, but it is still a good game for Few.
I mean, it fulfills the conditions, right? You have people who can set you up, and more importantly, you need it high burst rather than a consistent amount of DPS, which Gord actually provides, especially once he gets enough stacks stacking upon you to get the true damage. Let's have a look at the team comparison here, and let's start breaking this down, because again, counter index is looking more into AP Bren's favor by only 0.3. That's a very small margin.
God. Okay. Well, I will not pretend to be an expert in this, but I think that yeah, you can say that when it comes to like countering your enemies, I think AP Bren has, I would say, more tools to counter their opponents. Like I do feel like the Claude is still a good hero in the Faramis setting, and I don't think that it was even addressed in this situation. Lapu-Lapu is not the hero that you look for when going up against a Claude, because it's not a one-hit knockout kind of thing.
Very similar to game 1 then.
Yeah.
As we go into this match point for AP Bren, and the Ghouls are holding on. The Ghouls already adjusting the way they could, and I'll say it again, I said it in the draft, they're looking much better now. It just comes down to execution.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that this early game goes well for the side of Burmese Ghouls to put up a really decent fight against AP Bren. But let's keep in mind, the scaling at the same time is looking kind of good for the side of AP Bren, right? If we really have to put the numbers down 1-to-1 as we start seeing what some of the emblem picks are going to be, a lot of Wilderness Blessings coming out for the side of AP Bren.
This seems to be a Burmese Ghouls decision that they really want to let their opponents rotate, because they'll pick the fights when they're ready. And look at this, Kyle Easy just loading up from game 1, man. He's doing the same thing. He really does, Wolf, live inside the Ghouls jungle.
I wonder what were the setups for AP Bren to actually allow this happen. I mean, we know that Nolan is pretty quick when it comes to dealing with the jungle, but yeah, AP Bren and Kaltizi, we gotta really check his address later on after this series.
I see some ID. I swear, if you open up his grab app, it's telling you your jungle every single time. But noticing that on the bottom side, that Stitch already losing that flicker, hopefully that doesn't get punished later on into the match, because at least for the side of AP Bren, they have the option of saying, you know what, we don't need the turtle, we're just going to hurt you down bot side.
Oh, man.
Oh my god.
Kaltizi clearing the minion wave. That's curious.
Fuse looking at Kyle is like, hey, come on, man.
Come on, man.
You know what? There's another wave coming in. Yeah. I think it's gonna be fine. They just have to delay this turtle. They know that the Burmese Ghouls can't go as fast.
Yeah, and they will take the purple again. Okay, so this is the rotation. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
This is
and then Ogwin just resets the turtle.
Yeah,
That's very nice.
This is so annoying.
It's a proactive delay.
Wow, the rotation coming from AP Bren.
And Kyle is level 5 as well. Like this, they've set it up perfectly.
Here we go. Spacing them out. Carbon answering back. Few very low. Gets taken out by Carbon. And now Ogwin can't even respond. The Ghouls pull the turtle all the way to their side. But wait, look at this. Very sneaky.
Yeah.
Kaltizi stole away the orange.
And even the Rock Horse is going to be taken out.
Oh.
Kaltizi is just taking away the farm.
He's going down bot side.
Our farm.
He's going down bot side. No, he's decided off of it. He's starting to head on through. They're going to contest.
Coming in with the pull. Committing it on the Ogwin. Gets taken out. Turtle still standing. Watch Kaltizi goes in. Nico still secures. And Nico gets out of there. That's a couple of wins. Big 3 minutes in for the Ghouls.
I love being at these internationals because now we are seeing the evolution of teams don't necessarily have to contest the turtle in the exact same way. Yeah. They can delay it, and more importantly so, these plays coming in from Carbon is actually making it worthwhile for the side of the Burmese Ghouls. He's unlocked finally.
And look at Stitch trying to actually bait out this blazing duet.
Big 2v1, close call. Ogwin almost caught Stitch, but Stitch saw it coming.
Yep. Super Marco survived that. He was able to get that cart, the catapult, the cannon. And also, Burmese Ghouls was able to get the turtle. This means that they are in a much better spot compared to the previous game.
We're definitely going to see much more aggression coming in for the Burmese Ghouls in just a little bit, especially as we're starting to move in and end this early stage of the game. But I'm curious. I feel like AP Bren, well, more so towards the Burmese Ghouls, want to extend the laning phase for as long as they can.
Yep, and this is not how AP Bren was looking to let this rotation go. This is cool because the Ghouls are learning as we're going. Oh wait, Stitch down bottom, not gonna survive long enough to get his ult off as Kaltizi pops him off 1v1.
It's clear that at least for the side of AP Bren, they're looking to just punish Stitch every single time. They kind of want to delay these turtles, but at the end of the day, as long as they're walking away and making sure that Super Marco gets ahead in his lane, then this becomes a much more difficult game for the side of EG.
The early corrosion sight coming out from Super Marco, 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Gonna go for DHA, Flap in trouble.
Oh no, commits the flicker, dashes on through. Blink and Nico want to finish the job. Oh, it's a 3v1. How is Flap surviving?
No.
How is Flap still alive? There's the Mystic Gush. The Filipino cannon survives.
I really wish we had a mic check for that, because what was the decision there? Was he telling us, okay, I'm going to die, I'm going to buy some time. If you can make it, then come on over. If not, just chill. Because you could see the hovering coming in from Kyle. Like, he kind of wants to help, but at the same time, what can he really do?
Yeah. And craziest thing about it is that FlapTZ is not even rocking a Brave Smite. That's Quantum Charge. He's still able to sustain himself. FlapTZ knows this hero a lot.
Here we go. Second turtle already spawned. 5 minutes in. Few throws out. Mystic Projectile. In comes the final slash. Carbon with the bravest fighter. Turtle at 10th of its health. Nico gets a retribution. Kaltizi half health coming in. Carbon with the flicker and the tail end of that big two-handed sword as the Ghouls advance inside AP Bren's jungle. The Ghouls are looking great. 2-1 here. 100% turtle take rate.
And this is the power spike from Burmese Ghouls. This is how you should be playing your composition. I like seeing Burmese Ghouls' aggression right now. And the fact that they are not getting baited out, getting outplayed by the members of AP Bren. As soon as I say that, there is the gold coin.
Whoa, Blink with the pull! In Kaltizi gets popped by Nico.
Talk about timing here. Literally timing.
The timing.
it happens, right? I think that it's a little unlucky for the side for the side of Burmese
Oh,
Ghouls. No.
Charles.
No.
Charles coming
What?
in. Final slash,
Are you
displacing
kidding me?
Carbon. And just like that, he is so in control. He knows how much life he has left.
Are you kidding me?
You have to admit, it's kind of upsetting
It's
that he's
upsetting.
getting away.
And you only have like literally just Thunder Belt. You don't even have a lifesteal emblem set. You don't have the Brave Smite. You don't have any items.
Got a little heal on the QC though.
That's true. That's true.
It's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
Please, just let me live. I mean, to be honest, considering that for most EXP laners, you know that you're going to be kind of left isolated on your own, your own side of the map, right? You're expected to be independent. But I think in this particular case, like, how far is he really pushing that line?
He's taking independence to a whole nother level. He's self-sustaining. He's straight up photosynthesizing.
He's financially stable, that's for sure. Oh my goodness. Looking with 13 more seconds for the next turtle to spawn, I think it's a little unlucky that it keeps on spawning on this side of the map, because Burmese Ghouls would be more than happy to go on this bottom side. But now, with the lane swap, and especially with the tier 1 broken on this side, now the Burmese Ghouls can take full advantage of their comp.
And so far, I think AP Bren have understood the assignment. They know that they're down about 1,000 gold. They know that the Ghouls are playing with initiative, and this is where the Burmese want to be. There's the pull by Nico.
Speaking of initiative, you see that Kaja plus Stitch combo. Are they even concealed at this point?
Uh-oh. They're rotating in. They find Few. Gets a Divine Judgment off camera. He gets popped by Stitch. Popping the Torn Bar Memory. Carbon drawing a line between the Ghouls and AP Bren. Going for the bravest fighter early on. Flicker still in tow. Ogwen coming in with the full combo. And now the turtle take resumes. Oh, it's not going to turn into a Lord just yet. We're already past the 8-minute mark, and this is a turtle dance if I've ever seen one.
Rare sights. Kaltizi is level ahead of Nico.
Oh, another bravest fighter. Flapteezy finds the angle from the back. Bravest fighter in. Blazing the wet just enough to have the retribution. Have a larger margin of error. AP Bren steals the final one.
Darn, that was actually really, really close. Right on the very edge there. Nicely done coming in from the side of Kaltizi. But let's not forget the amount of abilities that were thrown to make this retribution actually safe and secure. Nicely done by Flapteezy.
Yep. The flappening, as we call it.
It's happening.
The flappening. Wonderful final slash catching 4 people. And not only the amount of people that he was able to get, like you said, the timing that it was. The CC plus the retry combo coming out from AP Bren was crisp, I would say. Even though they already have the numbers, the XP advantage between Kaltizi as well as Nico, they still utilize all of their tools just to secure the turtle. And then they get out safely.
Talking about an XP advantage? Dude, Kaltizi, it's as if he didn't even suffer in the mid game, man. He's still ahead now, 12 to 11. Nico, half health, gets caught by the combo of Ogwen. Just like that, I feel AP Bren crawling back slowly.
They are, and I think this is where we see the strongest part of AP Bren. In these moments between the Lords, between the Turtles, they're making active moves across the map. In comparison to the Burmese Ghouls, right? I think their strongest is when that neutral objective is up, they have some really creative ideas with the way that they actually play with Stitch as well as BlinkX.
One good thing that AP Bren is doing is they're making sure that Super Marco is getting the farm up. And he's not even contested. 0-0-0. At this point, you're happy if your Cloud is like that. Especially because it's a close game. And Burmese Ghouls eventually will run out of steam.
Yep.
So mid-game is their power spike, and that will last until maybe 15 minutes. They have to make the moves right now. Otherwise, AP Bren's naturally scaling lineup will be superior.
Whoa, gentlemen, they're in their prime, is what we're trying to say. And just looking at that gold difference, the gold is not where you want it to be for the Ghouls right now.
Not at all, not at all. This is wait, bot side, what's going on there?
Oh, Carbon, 3v1, 4v1. Oh, he got ganked. He could not say anything to that. Now Nico trying to repair the situation. Catches Flap, and now the fight breaks out entirely. Stitch takes out Few, but Kyle finds sweet revenge. And now Lina gets caught out. Flapteezy already spent his ult. There's a pull, not gonna happen in between the walls. AP Bren have initiative here, 2 for 1. Big timing here, this window for them to steal away the Lord. Gets reset as Kaltizi wails away, pushing back Nico and Lina. Blink holding the river bush. What's gonna happen? He spots out Marco. Oh, he's the one who gets spots out this time around. And he gets on out of there. AP Bren, they want this Lord. They need it. Final slash by Flap Teasy. Puts him where he wants him. Carbon coming in with the bravest fighter. Kyle Teasy scores. And the fight continues. Super Marco with a blazing duet. And the Nether Realm from the Ghouls, getting them just enough time to back off.
Man, this is one heck of a game. AP Bren being proactive on the bottom side, but more importantly, the fact that Burmese Ghouls are making the correct decisions. 3 big ultimates. Wait, hold on.
Oh, Divine Judgment on the Flap Teasy, and he survives, but only for a second more as Stitch takes him down.
Man, a caster just can't compliment teams at this point, right? You know, every single time it just occurs like this, and you know, hopefully AP Bren don't give another one, as they already have the Lord on their side pushing towards the bottom lane.
I mean, great idea coming from Burmese Ghouls. Back-to-back objective dances, they utilize the Kaja ultimate on the few. The Divine Judgment on the few meant that they will eliminate one, but in the previous lore dance, Kaltizi found Stitch. It was more than enough. The damage was more than enough. Stitch doesn't have the Wind of Nature yet. And the fact that they already lost their EXP laner, that meant that there was not enough vision on the side of Burmese Ghouls to stay in the Lord area. And AP Bren just a better macro decision overall. They push the bottom lane, and then they position Kaltizi in the mid where he can snipe people.
I mean, can you blame the Burmese Ghouls for taking a fight like that? I felt like it was more the fact that AP Bren were able to find that trade in the first place, because 3 big ultimates are down. I felt like even if I was part of the Burmese Ghouls squad, I would have made the exact same decision.
Gentlemen, it seems to be a matter of forcing it. One of them just wanted it more, and one of them just had a better go at it. And right now, that's AP Bren. AP Bren, same situation as what, maybe 4 minutes ago, wherein we said, Burmese Ghouls, you have to seize the day. You have to know that this is your window. This is your power spike. It slipped away. Yeah. We're at 13 minutes. What were you saying, Wolf, earlier? 15? Forget about it. Ooh. It's AP Bren's game now.
Ooh. 2 minutes. I mean, 2 minutes left until we hit that point, but with the 4K lead that AP Bren have, I can definitely understand the sentiment, especially when we start looking at the items as well. We got Ice Queen Juan already finished. Like, if anybody gets even clipped by few, this could be a potential problem.
Exactly. It's a massive problem. And then you're looking at Flap Teasy, who can man the front lines now with Antique Tiras as well as Dominance Ice. That's the 2 items that literally shuts down 3 heroes of Burmese Ghouls. That's the Brody out. That's Carbon's Lapu-Lapu out of the equation, and also that's Nico getting neutralized by just the itemization that we see from Flap Teasy.
Man, I hate to be the kind of commentator that goes, hey, you missed a spot, but are we missing out on big ticket NetherRealms? Is that just me?
I feel like, as much as we would like to believe that the big ticket NetherRealm is going to actually make a difference in these cases, let's also consider the fact that AP Bren have really good ways of smothering their opponents, right? Like looking for those disengages. Flapteasy doesn't necessarily always have to engage. He can just slow them down. Hey, final slash, push you away. Oh no, you got the Guinevere, spatial migration away. And Few never wants to be in that forward position. So therefore, he's going to be the next person to deter their opponents. I just don't see a way for Burmese Ghouls to be able to collapse on their opponent other than Carbon and BlinkX. Those are the only 2.
Yeah, they're juggling between the priority of Carbon, BlinkX, and protecting Stitch. That's a lot on the shoulders of Lina right now.
Are we expecting a hero play here, Wolf? Like, I'm looking for BlinkX and Carbon. They gotta make something happen somehow.
Expecting... Maybe no, but I think that's the only option now for Burmese Ghouls.
Yep.
Oh, look at
somebody has to make a hero play, but
it's melting.
Oh,
they
nobody
are setting it up from this bush though. Carbon coming in from
what
the
a reset.
long bush. No conceal play coming in from either side. Lord gets reset. I think AP Bren knows there's shenanigans afoot.
Yeah, and what they will be doing is to clear the mid lane first, because their bottom lane is already getting pushed out. But fortunately, they have a turret anyway, so that's gonna be taken care of. They might lose the turret because of this, but they will win the war. And Ogud gets the aggro. They will reset it again because now the Nolan can take care of the top lane. Every lane is gonna be a-okay for AP Bren. They even are slow pushing the bottom lane.
Oh, here we go. We were looking for it. The Ghouls find the conceal.
Good.
They
this
move.
could be good.
They move into the river bush. And Kyle Teasy, I don't know
knows.
what he knows.
Oh!
Blink comes in. No one gets pulled. It's Marco. It's the perfect target. But there's no follow through as BlinkX gets taken down. Oh no.
Oh no.
It was a good intent, but they could not do the plan. And now they have to recover or concede the Lord. AP Bren now, the ultimate opportunists, take the Lord and continue their assault.
You understand why he went for that play, but the timing was just not there. And AP Bren was more veteran to kind of foresee that kind of play.
Uh-oh, the gush coming in from Few. Flap flickering back. Stitch gets him, and here's another one we were looking for. Few in trouble, gets down to about 8 HP. Gets the heal, still playing with some range as the rest of AP Bren collapse. Down goes Carbon. Lina and Nico retreat. Super Marco still wants his man. One bullet short. The Ghouls are able to retreat. Damage control.
Oh man, Carbon overextended there. Like, he made the play, he needed to start moving backwards. You can't be wasting your time standing up for hoping that you can keep on zoning them, especially once we reach this later stage of the game where AP Bren has so much more damage and your Lapu starts to fall off. Oh, I mean, if we could change anything, I just hope that Burmese... Oh, whoa!
Here we go! The Ghouls looking to punish. There's a big pull on the Ogwin. He does have an immortality. The defensive gush. Kyle Teasy coming in and out, dashing through that wall. The Ghouls able to defend.
Like I mentioned earlier, it could have been so different had they just waited just a couple more seconds more. Yep. We saw that Nolan rotating down. They had no idea that they were in that bush, but AP Bren, great game sense throughout. You know, walking up to kind of initiate something, and unfortunately, Burmese Ghouls bit onto it too soon.
Oh, purple going over to AP Bren. What timing from Marco? What mechanics?
And by the way, Flap TC just used the final slash to kind of nudge the buff away from the Burmese Ghouls members. That was a smart play, Mr. David.
Yep. That was calculated. And now they do the same thing to the purple, but Nico says, nah, not today.
Not this time. Oh, man. I love the idea that they're just planting flags everywhere, just saying, nope, this is mine. This is my property now.
It's tagging him, mine.
Oh, it's upsetting, but at the same time, you can't blame them, right? They're really far ahead. And now that the goal lead is actually coming to a point where it's not necessarily going to matter in just a little bit, I think that even in Burmese Ghouls, even it out, we're still looking for that hero play. We're still waiting for either Marco or even Few to make a mistake.
We were looking for it, and we saw half of it, right? We saw Blink find the perfect target. It's just the other half of the movie, they asked us to vacate the cinema. Where was the action scene? That was it.
That will be the worst happening in my life. I wish that would not happen to me.
It's basically Inception, but as soon as the heist was about to go down, the lights go on. Like, what?
Yep. Or better yet, people are just bringing their phones into the cinemas and trying to record it, and someone had to stop it at some point, right?
It wouldn't.
It wouldn't.
You wouldn't divine judgment in the 5.
Now with the Lord spawning, this is a Luminous Lord, mind you. That this is not easy to take down.
It's evolved.
Look at that. Look at them. They're right in front.
That was so quick.
All right. Timing might be off. I wonder what Nico and Carbon are thinking, but yeah, no, here we go. Blink. Coming in, gets caught off by Fuse Projectile. Ogwin with the full-on combo, and Carbon coming in with the bravest fighter. Netherrealm saving them already. Blink with the pull, and Marco gets popped. Nico gets the kill. Carbon still alive. It's a 4v5 situation as the Ghouls come back to life, but they also have to come back to their base as AP Bren's minions come on in. They're being stopped. AP Bren.
The minions
they're
have
still
spawned.
good. They're fine, but they have to defend. Burmese Ghouls find the big kill, but they also have to put on their big boy pants and say, we gotta defend.
Oh my goodness. It's stressful to see.
Oh! You were saying Kyle Beasley gets a kill on Lina, but yes, what's stressful?
It's stressful to see your base under attack and the two people who are supposed to push it out and clear it out decide to go back into the fight and only leave Lapu by himself to do all the dirty work himself, man.
AP Bren are overloading the Ghouls. They were celebrating that win, that pickoff, but then again, you have to snap back to reality. This is what's happening right now. Ogwin finds a good on combo. Few puts out the gush. The Lord's still standing. Nico versus Kyle. Kyle versus Nico. And the minions. The Ghouls still alive.
Okay, a moment to breathe finally, especially for the Ghouls. The second wave is going to come on in, and they know that it's going to break at least one of these inhibitors, right?
Niccolo.
They might force it.
Oh,
Carbon
no.
comes in, gets hit with a final slash, serves up the fuse. Gush, and Carbon's still alive. What's going on? Blink coming in, looking for another big DJ. But he's gonna know. He's gonna respect the fact that he can't force anything.
What an intense defense coming up from Burmese Ghouls, and it's mainly because of AP Bren just taking the initiative, right? Taking the tempo of that mini game that they were playing. The fact that AP Bren was almost able to take out Carbon That's actually massive if they took out the immortality, but fortunately for Burmese Carbon, still has the immortality for now.
And he's wailing away, gets hit with another
Oh,
final
Stitch!
slash. Look at this, Stitch! Popping! Kyle Deezy's immortality gets away. Where was the damage from? How did that happen?
Oh my
Did
god.
we just miss that exchange?
Talk about a Brody specialist, dude.
Right? Now, it was so quick. It happened all so fast, and even Divine Judgment was utilized at that moment.
He is him. Carbon once more with the bravest fighter. It's as if this thing has no cooldown. And they defend. That top lane inhibitor falls. The mid lane stands.
Man. I would say AP Bren, they do have the better late game. They have the Gore, they have the Claw, they have great scaling across all of their players. But there was this old proverb for AP Bren where almost all of their losses during MPL Season 12 and some parts of IESF and some parts of the other tournaments that went out, it was, I believe it was SPS also, they struggled in the late game.
Oh, wait
They
up!
struggle in the late game!
Where was that from? Marco gets caught out by Stitch. I was on Wolf's story is, yeah, they do struggle in the late game, but wait, here we go. This Lord fight, this is an unprecedented situation for the Ghouls. They have never had a game this good against AP Bren right now, this situation. Blink gets hit with a final slash, Carbon slashing away at Few. He's getting smothered by 4, gets his immortality pop as the rest of the Ghouls wail away at the Lord, an evolved Lord, their very first Lord. Can Nico get it in? Yes, he does. Retribution is good. And now the Netherrealm saving Blink. They're gonna get the pull onto Flap Easy. Not gonna even pop his immortality as the Philippine Hannon walks away. Stitch gets popped. 3 defenders from the Ghouls, 4 from AP Bren looking to crash down into their base. This might be it. All the waves are crashing in, top, middle, and bottom.
2 seconds. 2 seconds to learn was fun.
Oh, they need the Lord. They need the Lord. There it is. Spawns down bottom. Mid lane inhibitor falls.
I mean, they can clear this up, right? They can clear this up. If AP Bren just take their time with this, they should be able to whittle it down. They've got 2 waves on their side, and if they've smothered both, at the very least, the Burmese Ghouls. Wait. No,
Flood is back, by the way.
Fine, right? Carbon's come back
Go.
at 13.
It's 10. The longest
Flap.
20 seconds. Flap. Oh, gets tried to pull in. Does not happen. Lord gets taken down. 5 members of AP Bren here applying pressure. Can the Burmese defend?
Carbon is alive.
Oh, here comes Carbon. Look at all the rifts, look at all the damage. A Divine Judgment on the Flap Easy gets his immortality pop. And Carbon and Lina leaning hard on AP Bren. Carbon goes down, Lina goes down. Stitch just waiting, Flap Easy gets popped. Ogwin loses his immortality. Oh, this is an actual life bar we're looking at, gentlemen. The Ghouls still here, 1 for 1. 23 minutes in.
They're ready to play. They've evened it up 10-10, 23 minutes into the game. We were talking about the fact that, hey, they've already missed their power spike. We're expecting AP Bren to really take full advantage of it. And now, with the creativity of the Burmese Ghouls, and especially with a couple of mistakes coming in from Super Marco, giving them a breath of life here. No inhibitors still, but if they get that next upcoming Lord, they might be able to even out the odds.
Whoa.
Blink.
Oh, that's a full-on combo. Into the skies they go. The Netherrealm saving them for just a little bit longer. Kyle Teasy, look at this. Watching, waiting, commiserating, does not find the pop-up. As Nico goes in, uses the immunity and dashes away, gets his immortality pop, and he's gonna go down here unless he has something to say. Another set of iframes, dashes on through, stays himself, turn apart memory, popping, fuse immortality, and that's 1 big HP bar, 1 resource that AP Bren have to look out for.
Crazy mechanics for both teams. Stitch used the flicker forward when they're trying to get back. What the hell?
I wouldn't have even considered it, only because, number 1, he's got immortality. Number 2, Lord spotting in 30 seconds, he's not going to have his flicker.
But Few, my oh my. There was, 5 years ago, he was called Mr. Buy himself at a certain point. Bought the immortality at the right moment. You can see Stitch, oh my goodness. He bought the immortality in just a split second.
He knows.
Oh man, thank you for the instant replay coming in from Kadia. As now we get to a very critical moment in this game. And I mean, considering that Lina hasn't been dying as often as you would like to imagine, he's been stacking up real good here.
Yeah. Okay, 23 minutes. Flap TZ went for a game changer item. I love it. Twilight Armor. There's a lot of big bursts coming up from Burmese, including the Brody damage. If you count the Ghost Bursters from Lina, that's also massive damage that you take out. That's going to be a game changer now for AP Bren.
Speaking of which, here's another dance. This is the fifth Lord of the game. 25 minutes scaled. No longer going to get stronger. Flapteasy gets pulled in. Forced it out. That flicker gets hit with a Divine Judgment. Still alive, though. Down to 1/10 of his health as Bigetron scores. Now Ogwin gets to use his ult. Full-on combo coming in. Still alive. Forcing it out. Nico gets the kill. Nico gets popped by Marco, though. And that's a 1-for-1. 2-for-1 now. As Few gets caught out in the back. Carbon goes. 2-for-2 as well. Bigetron finds Sweet. And there's a pop. Bigetron just going from target to target to target. And now it's just Lina and Blink. The winner Trunch coming in. Flapteasy still alive, gets pulled in. Final slash by the Filipino Cannon as he goes. Ladies and gentlemen, Blink is the only one left. Can he defend? AP Bren coming in with the Lord. And they are going to take this series in a 2-0 sweep.
History tends to repeat itself, but my God, with the new faces of the Burmese Ghouls, they put up one hell of a defense up against AP Bren, but it still was not enough. AP Bren take the game 2-0.
A showdown of mechanical skills that we saw. There's so many items sold on so many items bought. A fraction of a second, the decision making, even the NetherRealm, the big ticket NetherRealm that we were looking for, pretty much on point that time. But the Winter Truncheon usages, the Winded Natures, all those flickers, all of those immortalities being popped, and then Winter Truncheon being bought afterwards. My oh my, what a game.
That really was a great way to open up M5. We got to see a little bit of everything, you know, the mechanics, the overall decision-making, the creativity is what I'm very impressed by from both of these squads. At the end of the day, this is going to be setting a very high bar as we move on with the rest of today's schedule.
The Ghouls forced AP Bren to learn on the fly.
Exactly.
There was a moment, I'd say, what was that, 19, 20 minutes, wherein AP Bren said, all right, we have to take this slow because they're pulling out something new. The fact that Carbon was just coming in, as soon as I have this ult off of cooldown, I'm going in. Blink is, again, doing the hero play like it's nothing.
He's just baiting it out to a certain degree, right?
The last Lord Dance was actually a result of AP Bren learning. What they did was Flapteasy picking up the Twilight Armor, fronting for the team, and actually took so much time away from the entirety of Burmese Ghouls. And you see Carbon tried to go and look for the HP bar of the Lord. They want to see it, right? So they want to have a vision of the Lord. That's why they put Carbon in after they were trying to kill Flapteasy. But because of that, Flapteasy stayed alive. After the fact, they almost won that fight afterwards. But then again, AP Bren just already took the Lord. They have the damage already, and Bigetron was also on point that last match.
It was a matter of inches, to be honest. Like as soon as AP Bren just added up all of these little learnings, they came out on top.
They really did. I mean, it was a great match to watch, but obviously there can only be one MVP, brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Let's have a quick look at who it's going to be. Give a wave, give a shout out to your boy. He's played so well, and I think the entirety of the team does deserve it, but there can only be one, and it's going to Bigetron because the man is an absolute assassin.
The heir to the TZ Blade. When he won the MPL Philippines Season 12 Championship, I ran into him earlier that day, and he said, Leo, it's just another day. It's just another day. And here, he's opening up M5 with a performance like this.
Yeah. And he's actually like literally bringing back the memories of all of those fans of Bigetron back in M2 that relies heavily on mechanical skills that you will be always surprised. And interestingly, this is also Burmese Ghouls recovering. There's a big 1v1 in here as he's able to take out Stitch, and it will be repeated again. Few being taken out, and Bigetron still taking out Stitch. That was the great find coming out from Bigetron. And here's the first try coming out from Blink, and watch Bigetron again. Just completely wrapping around, not committing at all, not even showing himself. He tries to be literally an assassin in this game.
Yeah, I just love the ideas that were coming out throughout the match, right? But you can definitely see the adjustments from both sides in the way they kind of approach the situation. Obviously, we were looking for main targets like Few as well as Super Marco, but at the end of the day, it's how you get them out, and they punish that aggression, and even Bigetron was being a part of that process.
I think one of the things that we haven't really mentioned about Bigetron's MVP performance is his patience. He's able to learn on the fly. He's able to pick out targets, which is, again, just experience and wisdom, but he's also so patient.
You can see the Few masterclass with Winter Truncheon, and now the immortality being bought. Look at that, fraction of a second he gets out. And here's the play once again. Good NetherRealm. but they were able to punish Nico because he's out of the range of the Netherrealm. Good with their charge shot coming out from Flap, buying more time, and there's no skill transfer. Then Kaltizi getting out and then going for the combo. Fade away coming out from Kaltizi. Then he buys Immortality, then the Winter Truncheon afterwards.
Just great.
These guys are
overall
cracked.
plays. I mean, these are the best of the best. This is the top 1% of the world playing on the world stage, and this is what we've been waiting for the entire year. I'm considering the mechanics. Let's go into the nitty-gritty here as we will go and take a look into the emblems in the post-match stats. I'm curious to see what they brought into this game because immediately I'm looking at it. Oh, Stitch didn't go for the Weapon Master. He decided to go for the tenacity instead for the laneability. Well, quote-unquote laneability.
Laneability? I love it. New term coined in the dictionary of Gideon. But one thing that I do want to take note is, that tenacity picked up by Stitch meant that he might have lasted during the lane stage, but you can see how difficult it is to deal with the Nolan. The burst damage that you can get out of it. Nobody from Burmese Ghouls was able to last that. And now, when the items, unfortunately, the last set of items that they have doesn't tell the story at all. Nope. Even Super Marco sold his last item because he's shuffling between Immortality. The Rose Gold meter was even in that build order of his. And that's also true with Flap TZ. For example, you're seeing Winter Truncheon here, but at a certain point in time, there's Immortality, there's the Twilight Armor, and then the Queen's Wings coming up from Ogwin. Like, you cannot just look into the stats that you're looking at, the images that you're looking at the last, and already define what happened in the game. You really have to watch this banger of a game.
It's one of those situations where you're looking for pre-builds and you're like, it doesn't really tell me why exactly I need to build this in this particular order. But let's have a look at our rich guy coming in for Kyle He's coming up huge in this game. I would have expected it to be somebody else, but man, Kyle has put on a masterclass performance and 22 purple buffs secures throughout the game.
That's a lot, actually. But you can see the Lina on this Faramir still dealt the most damage. I mean, we were not really talking about him. We weren't really necessarily talking about this guy the entirety of the game because we weren't seeing like the Netherrealms, but the Ghost Bursters usage coming out from this guy. Also, you're seeing the Shadow Stampede catching many members of AP Bren. There was even the time where he was able to force the Flicker so that eventually Blink now can commit the Divine Judgment. The combo of the double pull setup coming up from Burmese Ghouls was good. However, AP Bren eventually took over the game. Let's look at the most damage taken, and it's natural that it was Flap TZ actually.
I mean, I don't expect anything less coming out of Carbon. This man was on a mission to just get deep into enemy lines and making sure that few did not feel comfortable ripping that all out of nowhere.
What's impressive is that Nico is a solid second to the damage taken. So he understands the assignment that I'm both a sweeper and a way to check bushes.
Went for the Sky Guardian helmet rather late in a way. Maybe it's because of the farm, but it was like he was already defending their base when he got that Sky Guardian helmet, but that allowed him to be in the front lines and still output the damage with the Decimate. I think there were many standout performances from many players, but also some mistakes that you can see. Like even Super Marco getting in the river, getting picked up, Blink the missing his Divine Judgments, but at the same time, you will forget all of those mistakes because everybody was just, like I said, cracked in that game.
A very long game indeed. Very creative is the most important part because we're expecting a lot more as we go deeper in towards this tournament. Now remember, we're still in the group stages, so once again, congratulations to AP Bren winning 2-0, and it's important that they take as many of these wins as possible without dropping a single one. We don't want to get into that tiebreaker situation to play those extra games, but at least for the side of the Burmese Ghouls, it's important for them to keep on winning in a sweep fashion to maybe get into the knockout stage.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not like any of these teams were bad. Everybody's great. There's a reason why you're here at the world stage. But in cases like this, especially when you beat your opponents 2-0, you got to show that you're better than great. And AP Bren did more than just that. AP Bren showed that, hey, we have the mechanics, we have the macro, we're able to learn on the fly, and we're able to open up the show, open up this World Championships with a win.
Thoughts from you, Wolf, right? Especially since this is the opening match for everybody, has this kind of set the expectation for everybody to kind of compete with?
I think they set a very high bar. I would really fear for the other teams, but especially after seeing like Burmese Ghouls challenge AP Bren, the favorites of the tournament. They're one of the 3 kings that was you could see from the trailer. So it did set a very high bar when it comes to expectations.
Oh, can't wait for these other matches to actually occur. But once again, M5 is powered by Muntun, presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Now, up next, we'll be bringing you the matchup between Saudi Arabia's Falcon Esports and Laos's Nightmare Esports. Kind of crazy, so don't go anywhere. The M5 World Championships will keep on going. And honestly, I feel like I'm still stuck in the wild cards because that's literally what happened the last time.
That's right.
Keep in mind, guys, the upcoming match will be happening shortly, but more importantly so, I'm curious, speaking of wildcards, I may have given a bit of a hint because Team SMG is next up on that chopping block here.
Yeah. I'm actually excited about to see Team SMG because I think that they prove a lot. I love their writings. You know?
I love their writings too. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more MLBB action.
Hit me like I might geek over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is over, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is over, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me, because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major IP owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of the stone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 2 for alright.
boing, 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 boing.
Brandon, alam kong masalimuot ngayon ang buhay mo. Kung kailan ka nabigyan ng break as a head coach sa pro scene ng Mobile Legends, doon ka pa nagkaroon ng malubhang sakit. Iindahin mo ng 1 buwan. Itatago mo kasi akala mo ngalay lang naman. Hanggang sa isang gabi, hindi ka na makatayo. Hindi ka na makalakad. Wala nang choice kundi dalhin ka sa ospital kasi grabe na yung sakit na iniinda mo. Magsisimula ang season na wala ka sa tabi ng team mo. Sobrang lungkot at depression ang dadanasin mo dahil sa sakit at kawalan ng pakiramdam sa kalahati ng iyong katawan. Munti ka nang sumuko sa buhay. Buti na lang at may mga nurse, mga doktor, mga physical therapists at mga kaibigan na nagpatibay ng loob mo. Huwag mo silang kalimutang pasalamatan. Akala mo okay na ang lahat, kaso luluba palalo ang sakit mo. Mapupunta ka sa bingit ng kamatayan, halos hindi ka na makahinga. Doon, mapapadasal ka sa Diyos na huwag ka na munang kunin dahil hindi pa tapos ang mission mo. Hindi pa tapos ang pangarap mo. Sabi mo nga, magde-champion ka pa. Maniwala ka na gagaling ka. Kumapit ka. Sa pagkakataon na yon, madudugtungan ang iyong buhay. Binigyan ka ng isa pang chance sa mundo para tuparin ang pangarap mo. Kung akala mo wala nang kukuha sa iyong ML team dahil sa kalagayan mo, nagkakamali ka. May magtitiwala pa rin. Kukunin ka as coach ng isang team abroad. Igagrab mo yung opportunity kahit pa naka-wheelchair ka kasi gusto mo yung ginagawa mo. Magiging mahirap pero okay lang. Ang importante, sumubok ka at wala kang regrets. Unti-unti na rin mag-i-improve ang kalagayan mo. Sabi ng mga doktor, kailangan mo ma-operahan pero wala ka pa namang pera noon kaya naniwala ka na lang nagagaling ka. Sa tiyaga at paniniwala, makakatayo ka rin. Darating ang punto na makakalakad ka na ulit. Himala, di ba? May isa pang biyaya na darating. Lalapitan ka na isang kaibigan, si Coach Daki, para maging tactician ng AP Bren. May chance ka ulit na ituloy ang pangarap. Huwag mo tong sayangin. Ikaw ang susi na magbubukas ng bagong pintuan para sa iyong team. Makapagsibol kayo at dito magsisimula ang sunod-sunod niyong pagkapanalo sa iba't ibang tournament, kabilang ang MPL Philippines Season 12. Kung dati ay literal na hindi ka makalakad, ngayon lakad matatag ka nang ire-representa ang Pilipinas sa M5 World Championships.
David, nakakatuwa manood ng MPL, no? Nakikita mo yung mga idol mo. Yung iba dyan, magiging kakampi mo. Maglaro ka lang na maglaro, tapos magpataas ka ng rank at stars. Sa sobrang loko mo, darating pa nga yung 24 hours na nag-live ka ng ML para magpapansin. Dahil sa kasipagan mong yun, may chance ka pang nakasali ka sa Bren. Sobrang saya ng magiging run mo kasi magcha-champion ka na sa MPL tapos makakasali ka pa sa M2 World Championship. Nakaka-pressure pa yan kasi rookie ka pa lang tapos mag-worlds ka na. Buti na lang, umayon yung resulta sa atin. Magiging champion ka ng M2. Oo, masaya siya. Kaso warning lang ha, yung mga susunod na mangyayari dito magiging mahirap at masakit para sa'yo. Ganun talaga yung buhay eh. Hindi laging masaya. Minsan, kapag nasa tuktok ka at hindi mo alam kung paano harapin ang tagumpay, sasagadsad ka pababa, tatamarin ka, makikinig sa maling sinasabi ng iba. At ang uli, magmamahal ka ng taong lolokohin ka lang pala. Sa mga panahong yun, mapatingin ka na lang sa salamin at parang hindi mo nakilala yung sarili mo. Magiging madilim yung mga susunod na kabanata ng buhay mo. Pero David, dito ka matututo. Oh, baka gusto mo laktawan tong part na to ha? Hindi pwede, kasi mahalagang pagdaanan mo to. Okay lang matakot, gawin mo pa rin. Magta-top 8 kayo sa MPL, talo, laglag. Hindi lang isa, 2 beses pa. Dahil dito, mapaisip ka kung kaya mo pa ba, kung para sa'yo pa ba yung ML. Ngayon ka dapat hindi tumigil. Kailangan mong ituloy at patunayan sa sarili mo na kaya mo, kahit sa mga oras na wala ka ng ganang gumalaw. Kung magagawa mo to, magkakaroon ka ng disiplina. Gagawin mo siya dahil pinangako mo sa sarili mo na panahon na para magising at magbago. Kapag naayos mo na yung sarili mo, magiging maayos na teammate ka na sa mga kasama mo. Kung yung dati nga, sarili mo lang iniisip mo. Ngayon, mas masaya ka na kapag masaya yung teammates mo, di ba? Dahilan ito para mag-champion kayo sa iba't ibang tournaments, pati na rin sa MPL Season 12. Matutupad rin yung pangarap mo para sa team na makapag-M5. Ngayon, sa pagkakataong ito, mas gagalingan mo pa kasi gusto mong maranasan nila ang feeling na naranasan mo noon.
Kyle, siguradong may echo pa dyan sa banyo kung saan ka naglalaro ng ML. Hindi ka kasi pwede maglaro sa kwarto nyon dahil sure na mapapagalitan ka na naman. Tatagan mo ang loob mo kasi masasabihan ka pa ng magulang mo na wala kang mapapala dyan. Huwag mong i-take yun negatively. Instead, gawin mong motivation yun para mapatunayan sa kanila at sa sarili mo na may future ka sa ML. Magpasalamat ka pa rin sa parents mo kasi kahit na pinapagalitan ka nila palagi dahil sa kaka-ML mo, lagi ka pa rin naman nilang pinapairam ng cellphone para malaro to. Mangarap ka. Gawin mo lahat ng makakaya mo para makilala ka sa ginagawa mo. Iwasan mo yung pagiging tilted. Hindi yun makatulong sa'yo. Magpataas ka lang ng stars. May amateur team na makakadiscover sa'yo. At dahil dito, makakasali ka sa maraming tournaments. Marami kang matututunan. Hindi lang sa in-game aspect, kundi pati na rin sa pakikitungo sa ibang tao. Sa tamang panahon, makakapasok ka ng AP Bren. Magiging ganap na pro player ka. Oh, huwag kang kabahan. May mga coach ka na gagabay sa'yo. Tsaka mabubuting tao rin mga magiging teammates mo. Kapag may napapansin kang mali o kailangan i-improve, magsalita ka. Mas okay maging totoo kaysa maging pabaya. Matuto ka rin tumanggap pag ikaw naman ang may mali. Di ka rin naman laging tama eh. Magkakaroon pa nga ng pagkakataon na hindi ka makakaretry sa isang pinaka-importanteng laro sa karera mo. Pero alalahanin mo lang rason mo kung bakit ka nandito. Kung bakit ka naipagsapalaran sa ML. Magpapagawa ka pa ng bahay para sa pamilya mo, di ba? May pangbubong ka na, di ba? Kaya laban lang. Triplein mo ang sipag mo. Marami ka pang pagsubok na pagdadaanan. Ihahanda ka ng lahat ng yan para sa M5 World Championship. Malay mo, ang kasunod pala ng tagumpay dito, sarili mo ng bahay at mas maginhawang buhay.
O Jin, unang-una, gusto kong malaman mo na magiging maayos din ang lahat. Alam kong pagod na pagod ka ngayon kasi pinagsabay mo yung work, paglalaro ng ML at pag-aaral mo. Call center agent ka sa gabi, estudyante sa umaga, tapos sumasali ka pa sa ML tournaments tuwing weekends. Maaga kang namulat sa hirap ng buhay. 7 kayong magkakapatid at walang ibang maasahan ng mama mo.
floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away.
to keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship Group Stage. I'm getting together with Leo and as well as Yasu to bring you the clash between Turkey's Fire Flux Esports and Malaysia's Team SMG.
The M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
Well, that's why we have to say thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 wouldn't be possible without your support.
Now, honestly, everybody's been taking some big moments here at the M5 World Series, especially posting it up on TikTok. So find the best M5 content on TikTok. Just search with the hashtag MLBBM5. Also, remember to use that hashtag to share your content and stand a chance to win some big rewards. Now, as we go into this upcoming game, and obviously this is near and dear to my heart because our headliner today is back to greatness. The return of Sasa and Rosa in this matchup between Team SMG and as well as Fire Flux. And I'm a little nervous because the last time a Malaysian team met up against Fire Flux from Turkey, we got knocked out.
I honestly don't know how to read the situation because Fire Flux is owning their region. Fire Flux is the bar when it comes to Turkish MLBB. But you look at Team SMG, they're the ones scrapping by, man. They're the ones who, you gentlemen called it, went through the wild card and now are finally here.
Yeah, but you have to also like look back at the MPL-MY. They were that close with one touch, one basic attack away from making it directly to the M5.
Game 7.
It could have been their moment. It really could have. But if we look at the upcoming poster here, we got to talk about these two players from both of these great teams. Starting off, it's the last Kage versus the Thorn Queen, the last active Kage that has been playing here at the M Series. The time has come.
I had to ask, and I guess this confirms it, right? The last active player from that dream roster from, I forgot how long ago.
2018.
Plus,
I guess, yeah.
He's going up against Rosa, who is returning. I actually missed Rosa from MSC this year.
Well, he's the last man standing, so let's see what he can do.
It's true. Honestly, this might even be a little bit of a spoiler for SpyX family fans out there because Thorn Queen Rosa himself just being the top of the line, especially when you compare to, well, I don't know, the assassins out there. But as we get into this matchup, I'm nervous. I'm so very nervous.
Wait, are you, all right, is it because the fire of Fire Flux is in full force this time around, and now that it's Team SMG facing off against them, the back-to-back Turkey Championasi and MTC champions are facing off against your boys? Is that why?
Don't call out my insecurities live on cam, Leo. Come on, man. This team is dangerous.
They are dangerous, and they have been named the dark horse before at M4, so right now maybe we are about to see a possible dark horse as well at Team Fireflux. But what makes it even more interesting is that, as Leo said, they are dominating the Turkish MLBB scene. So, would they face a challenge here at M5 or will they dominate?
Honestly, it's hard to say. Whenever I think about Fire Flux, right, a lot of it is reflective of how MPL Malaysia was like with Torak, being in that same position, being that dominant. I hope that at least for the Turkey scene, that it's not going to be like that. The other competitors will start to come out. But in the meantime, if this is the best that they have to give, they got to show that they're able to make it into the top 4, if not better, to make it inspiring for the rest of their region.
I guess part of Fire Flux's reign, can we call it that, for the past couple of years, comes in through creativity. I think we'll see it in the draft that they play in a very specific way, and that they're capable of, much like in M4 and even at MSC more recently, just this year, they're able to play heroes like Leomord, able to bring out the AA-Mon.
Don't.
Hey, they stole a game from Echo.
That's true. They did steal a game from Echo, and obviously these are great feats. But again, a lot of it came down to whether or not they have their full power. And today, we get to see them at that full power. That's why I want to make this comparison here, because in Malaysia, we love to call Stormy the Malaysian mage prodigy in comparison to Rosa, who already has quite a moniker in the Thorn Queen. These are very prominent mid laners.
But look, actually after seeing Rosa and experiencing his gameplay, seeing it how it works, I actually think that this guy loves his range. He loves to be far away from everything, but yet be in control of everything. So Rosa is actually a really good player that I'm really excited to see what he's gonna play today. Let's see if he's gonna be up to that challenge.
I mean, it could be a challenge, it might not be. It's a little tough to see whether these teams can actually shake off the upcoming rust to really give us a show here at the group stage, especially after our previous best of 3. But with that being said, let us begin. To officiate the M5 World Championships, we have our marshals making their way onto the stage. They are here to ensure the fairness and the integrity of our game is at an all-time high. Thank you, Rain, Wilbert, Shun, and as well as Ivan for helping us in this endeavor.
I would not have anyone else be taking care of our players here at the grandest stage of them all.
Entering the arena now is the fiery team from Turkey. The flames now burning brighter as they embark on a journey towards being better than great with a complete lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, fire up for Fire Flux Impunity!
Earlier this year, they competed at MSC, and they were not complete. They had to play without Rosa, but right now, Turkey is behind them, and they're facing off against a powerhouse from Malaysia.
From the wildcards, they rose to complete the attendees of this year's Grand Championship. Now they open their group stage campaign, still all guns blazing. Please welcome Team SMG!
SMG is one of those teams you have to take care from because they have been warmed up until this moment. They just came from the wild card and they have a lot to show and a lot of experience from international teams to express here at the M5.
With that being said, Coach Blacklist 7, Analyst Sigabub, Coach Pao, and as well as Analyst Long, thank you for your contributions as they are the brains behind the brawn.
Oh, it's time to fire it up as they go ahead and get their fist bumps in. You're right, that's a fact that I actually forgot to bring up. Team SMG, unlike a lot of these teams at M5, are fresh off of competition.
So I'm expecting them to be warm. I'm expecting them to be good. But considering a team from Turkey, Fireflux Esports is deadly with Sunshine, TNZ, Alia, Rosa, and as well as Apex 47, all of which veterans.
And actually, look, if you got to watch the MTC, you will find that Fireflux team uses a strategy that I personally wouldn't agree with, which is you call it the OP.
That's right.
Strategy, and that's like focusing on the utility heroes with the support. But in the case of Team Fireflux, they use assassins with the healings, which we will get in depth more in the draft. But let's see if they will bring something new to the table.
Only TNZ can do that. Only TNZ can do that. We should ask Murano of Turkey to actually help us figure that out.
It's going to be an interesting playstyle, especially when they're clashing against a team that plays a little bit slower, looking for that chokehold. It's Team SMG with Sasa, Saksa, Smooth, Stormy, and as well as Miko.
Steady Pom PP, whatever happens to Team SMG, they're always going to be here. And now with Saksha, Miko, and Coach Pao at the helm, belated happy birthday to Coach Long. Actually, we share a birthday. I'm excited to see what they do. Is because, again, besides the fact that they're warmed up, I've always been of the belief that there's more that they're hiding. I know that Coach Pao takes a lot of notes. I know that Coach Pao is capable of, stretching what the meta is capable of. And here, maybe he'll unleash it. Maybe he'll unload it on Fireflux.
Possibility, but I don't want to say too much because caster curses are very real, and I've jinxed it more than enough times to know my place in this world. But as we see the team start sitting down and getting ready, are we expecting a particular Ube strat? Are we expecting Team SMG to continue with their own style of play, very slow and methodical?
Well, look, before we get into the draft and the expectation, there's something that I'm actually looking for, or we're looking forward to have in this tournament, which is I want to be a cursed caster.
You want to be a cursed caster?
I want to find what is my curse. If I attend some games for certain teams or cast on them. I want to see if I can be a curse caster.
Keep making calls, son. That's what I will say. Just keep making brave claims and then see what happens.
Yeah, just take as many hot takes as you possibly can here. Now, let's have a look at the talent predictions here. What are you guys feeling? Because, I mean, you guys know me. I mean, I'm leaning into SMG, but it looks like Leo also Team SMG 2-1. And Yasu going for Flux Esports.
How's that for a start? How's that for a start?
Yeah,
you
yeah,
might get your start here.
maybe I would like be a curse caster for the Turkish team, but I actually see potential in Team Flux, and I think that they can, even though we have said that SMG have warmed up already from the wildcard, I think that Team Flux had enough time to prepare and also to study Team SMG.
I mean, no doubt, I got dozens of Turkish in my YouTube comments telling me, Leo, you do not see, you don't understand how strong Flux is.
Oh.
And here maybe today, they might attack my comment section again, or yours. Because
Maybe
you
mine.
asked for it. He's like, I want to be cursed, so I'm going to... I don't know if you were making the predictions then and then having this wish in the back pocket.
The caster didn't ask for. Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm going to hold my comments for now. Oh, look at that. You know, MP Series stats. The Raksasa's return. Because the last time we saw Sasa in the Philippines was for an international MLB tournament. It was when he won MSC 2019.
That's right, 4 years ago. Almost 4.5 years ago.
Wow.
And here he is. Oh, I put this young man, Kaibin, in my top 10 greatest. I believe he deserves that spot.
Without a doubt. I mean, I wasn't even questioning it to begin with.
Well, look, we are 10 seconds away from getting inside the game, and we are 10 seconds away to see what are the cards. Maybe SMG team brought some wild card from the international experience that they had earlier on. So let's get in depth a little bit into the draft, and let's get more in, let's spice things up and let's make it more interesting. Will it be Team Flux taking the first game, or it's gonna be SMG? And more importantly, will it be a full series as we all expected or not?
I think it's likely that Flux will come in, ironically, guns a-blazing. I think it's
Oh.
it's Flux who will shock us. And then SMG is gonna, you know, show their experience, show that they are from a region that has been around since 2018, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I think that especially when it comes down to game ones with the style that Team SMG plays, usually if they get that lead, then it should go rather smoothly. We're trying to see whether or not, well, actually, the more that I think about it, and the more so with the fans here, it's quite the homecoming for the Filipino players for the side of Team SMG as we go into the drafting phase.
How do you join and become a Sakshonatic?
A Sakshonatic?
A what?
Oh boy, we're starting a new fan club.
That's them.
That's them?
They are the Manila chapter of Sakshonatic.
I should have known. I should have recognized them. Maybe it was the sign. Maybe it was the sign that I missed out. As we get into the drafting phase, it looks like Team SMG is going to be on the blue side with Flux on the red side. Let's get this show on the road. Immediately, we are seeing Khalid bans, we're seeing Fanny bans, we're seeing Wan as well as Bruno.
Well, seeing that Team Flux have already banned 2 marksmen indicates and only let us know very obviously that they are familiar with Sasa's heroes, and not just that, they know that his 1-1 is so special. And on the other side, there is not much of a focus on a certain, let's say, role. There's a multiple banning phase happening there. Fanny in terms of the jungle, Khalid on the side, on the XP lane, and Guinevere, which is one of the most in MENA. We call it Joker picks. You guys call it Flix picks. So XP, I think that pretty much everywhere except for the gold lane.
Okay, if that's the case, this next ban coming out from Flux coming in as the farm is rather interesting. At the very least, it's not just all 3 target bans.
Yes, this is diverse. Again, this is what we can expect from 2 teams from very different regions here clashing now at the world stage. Coach Pao has a lot on his mind.
Drop the beat of the flash.
I would say the Nolan was open. I would say the Matilda's open, but look, he goes for the Joy.
Joy is in an interesting position, right?
Yeah.
Because again, it's a great way to kind of flex out upon your opponents, and more so, you don't well, flex out in 2 roles only, not 3, not that S tier.
Yeah, but look, actually Joy is one of those picks that can be used at the jungle and also on the XP lane. So, and actually, both players at Team SMG have proven that they can use Joy in multiple places. But what's really interesting for me is the Valentina pick, because whenever you see a Valentina, you always know that the other team, the opponent team, in this case it's SMG, cannot use certain heroes such as the Atlas, or let's say one of those heroes that you are afraid to have their ultimate stolen from them. Having the Tresla with the penalty zone, I think that's pretty much, let's say, a classical draft so far.
I think things are going exactly how we expected it to be, but at the very least, right, we are seeing some familiarity. Banning out the farmers, picking up the Valentina. You know, some very common tactics that we see from a lot of these teams, but that opens up a lot of big picks. It's going to be the Matilda and the Arlet locked in.
Okay, to be fair, Fireflux actually allowed for these ults to be open, and they picked up the insurance policy. They put the Valentina in Rose's hands, allowing him to pick and choose. I want the final slash. I want the soaring eagle circling.
Well, it's so hard actually to kind of, let's say, bet on that and leave the other team play with whatever they want just by having the Valentina. So I kind of cannot agree with Team Fireflux, but again, we can agree to disagree. They have their own mindset. They have Bang Golsif to tell them what to do and what to pick. But the Brody here, I think that they will continue pressuring on that gold lane.
I think, you know, a lot of it, Team SMG's stability comes down to their individual laners and how well they actually perform, whether it be in Smooth or whether it be in Sasa. But in this particular case, Fireflux is leaning in on making sure that the Kage is not going to be comfortable. They ban, Team SMG banning out the Lancelot while Fireflux is taking away the Lilia.
Yep, first phase they attacked Sasa, and now they're attacking Smooth, and then back to Sasa, rather Stormy. Now, something to note. What's gonna happen when we go to pick TNZ's hero, formerly known as Cura, if you guys were watching MSC? Because they attack the Lancelot, there's so many choices left. Are they forcing him into a utility jungler, or are they forcing him into the Nolan? Because Nolan's still out there.
Nolan is still out there. I agree with you. But, I mean, considering everything that's put into play, we might have something else come on the table. Hey, fun fact, Reign of Stars, Rosa posed a 100% win rate on Novaria in 5 games at MTC Season 2. And, finally, we do get to see the Nolan ban.
Yeah, and as I told you, after taking the marksman or the gold laner generally at Team Fireflux, they will continue pressuring Sasa a little bit, but here comes the funny part for me. There's a lot of picks that are still there. They can be used for the team, for the side of Team SMG. They haven't yet chosen the marksman, but the Beatrix is there, and there's a lot of other picks for Team SMG. So far I would say that the early phase of the draft, I kind of lean towards Team SMG.
I think I could agree with that sentiment as well, but it's highly dependent on which side of the map it's going to be played around. And I feel with Fireflux, they're considering where their bans are, I think they're going to be, again, playing towards the gold side. Baxia gets locked in, so that answers your question. They're not going to go for the assassin. They want that utility jungle, and more so, they want to maintain their tempo against Team SMG.
So that means the roamer might also make a difference here for Fireflux. They need someone who's very proactive. They need someone who can go toe-to-toe or at least run by TNZ's side. They want someone to go up to speed with him, and instead of going, it's been a long day, right? You don't want to leave the box hanging.
That's true. That's also true. I'm thinking like along the lines of maybe even Angela if we're really, really like forcing it out,
where
right?
you're always there.
Exactly. But then again, Team SMG, they could pick it up on this side, but I'm not sure about the lane priorities at this point.
Well, having a Baxia on the side of Team Fireflux actually gives them that flexibility, but look at Team SMG, they will just have one of, both these, let's say, supports in the mid lane. Maybe mostly it's going to be the Angela, but going back to my point talking about Tenzi or Tainzi with his Baxia, I think that he have proven so many times that Team Fireflux, he can be the sole Reaper, I would call him, for Team Fireflux. He always goes in with a fast rotation and takes what he wants.
Man, how did you see that Angela come in? It's like you're from MPL Malaysia or something.
It's crazy. It feels like the MY in my heart is the same as the MY on stage. If you look at the audience predictions, thank goodness, because apparently here in Malaysia itself, we have a population of nearly 150%.
People flew in.
People flew in.
For the wildcard, they're still there apparently.
Just to send in their votes. But look, the rest of the world is still leaning. I mean, there's still parts that still believe in Fireflux, especially from the EECA. It's good that they have that support, but honestly, I'm ready to have my expectations either be met or completely ruined.
Well, I will tell you that your expectations, if they are towards Team SMG, for them to win, they have to win the early game phase, because whenever they lose the early game phase, it's so hard for them to recover. Well, seeing the draft here, I would say that Team Fireflux have a lot of pressure to apply, but let's see together.
Well, with that being said, as we go in towards the Land of Dawn, we have our second best of 3 matchup here at the M5 World Championship between Team SMG versus Fireflux Esports. Team SMG on the blue side, Fireflux Esports on the red.
We're already seeing a little bit of spice here as Fireflux finesses this Hilda into that roam. Apex 47, known for his Estes, known for his Atlas, now picks up a hero that lives in the opponent's jungle. So something tells me a part of Fireflux actually wants to go fast, and this is the right hero, right? This is the hero that we were looking for, someone who can run alongside TNZ's Baksha as he wails away at Nico at half health. Oh, wow. Fireflux already off to a great start.
I mean, it is just level 1, right? And that's what we should expect for the side of Fireflux. They need to start creating advantages around in the side lanes, and this kind of gives us a rough idea that they do want to play towards that gold side. With Boxia starting on his purple, he's going to be ending up on the top side of the map, and it's going to be pretty crazy, right? These are potential expectations in terms of items. Don't get too confused just yet. It's only a minute and 20 seconds into the game.
I think that Avix is trying so hard to just pressure, I would say, the jungle area, but so far he cannot do that much because of the slowdown coming from the Angela and as well as the Matilda. So I would actually say that Team SMG, in terms of the rotation, they have to focus on their gold lane a little bit because they have 2 supports. So there's nothing better than having 2 supports. I think that these are actually the most banned supports in all the tournaments, not just the internationals.
They usually never get slipped through, but keep in mind.
Oh,
wait.
Miko trying to help out Lord Smooth, committing his flicker because again, he ran into a 3-man mid-rotation from Fireflux. It's tough. And now the Turkish have priority over the First Lord.
Yeah,
Rather Turtle.
I don't think Team SMG is going to contest this at all, right? I mean, we're seeing that, unfortunately for Smooth, he's not level 4. He's already in a difficult matchup against Alien on this Rizla. Top side getting harassed early on, so it's difficult for Sasa to actually take trades for the time being. And Nico just getting stopped in his tracks with Fireflux parking in their jungle.
Well, if you got to watch Team SMG, you will think that they are kind of robots, but in a good way, because whenever they win the early game, whenever they have that chance, they continue.
Uh-oh! Alien here put down to 1/10 of his health. Yenzi to the rescue, keeping his XP laner alive. And just like that, Alien's back at it again. Let me get some heals here. Brave Smite doing its job. Stormy in mid does have the Hearth Guard, and it is off of cooldown. Didn't use it quite yet. So maybe now we see Team SMG actually, put up a fight.
Well, I don't know. Personally, for me, when I'm thinking about like Stormy on Angela, my blood starts to boil because he's such a mechanically gifted player. So why put him on something so, I wouldn't even say brain dead to a certain degree, but something that doesn't allow him to express the way that he plays as we go into this pause.
He throws out those love waves, just pixel perfect.
Pixel perfect.
I'm trying to help him out, man.
I mean, it's got to be something. Like, the timing obviously is going to be good. But yes, Yasu, as you were wanting to mention earlier.
Yeah, I was saying that Team SMG, whenever they control the early game, I think that this what makes them go into their own comfort zone. Well, Team SMG, when they control the early game, I think it's, I'm not going to say easy, but it's so hard to take it away from them. And for Team Fireflux, they are used to have good trades. So far, I think they are playing, Team SMG are playing so passively, and I think they should actually, because they don't have that much of a front lane thing. But yeah, I don't know actually what to say here, but Team SMG, I thought they will like play a more aggressive early game.
I think now is the time. After Stormy hits level 4 is when they can actually be proactive. Because the Hearth Guard can actually time out or find the pickoffs where TNZ is not. Because again, there's that whole counteracting Baksha's mark with the whole Heart Guard. You have less shields, less regen. So maybe that's where Stormy's mechanics can come through, is those last minute, last second final calls. Do I go in here? No, psych! I'm gonna jump into someone else.
But thinking of it, how much shield? Like, I think it's a disgusting amount of shield that Team SMG has, right?
I agree. I feel like if we had to kind of summarize what Team SMG is playing, it's a catch me if you can style of composition.
They have all the shields. That's a scientific number, all the shields.
All the shields. They've got the CC as well, and they also have the mobility to kind of like run circles around you, right? Like, this is what we should expect for the side of Team SMG. And don't get me wrong, this is not exactly the easiest comp to play, especially considering that Fireflux likes to have that ube kind of style. Play together, fight as a team, move as a team.
So now we're looking at when they pull the trigger. Are they waiting for Sasa? Are they waiting for Saksha? Let's see here, because right now, it's no secret, the Turkish are saying when the fights happen, like this now, right now. Tianzi coming in, forcing a fight. Apex as well. I can't believe it. It's a 2v4 and they know it. Sunshine holding this Y bush, puts a few stacks on to the Kage as they both back off.
Yeah, unfortunately with the Joy, the early game damage may not necessarily be there. It does take a little bit of ramping up to build to that point. But in the meantime, at least for Sasa, he's on the Beatrix, right? And we know that traditionally, even if Beatrix is in a quote-unquote losing matchup, clearing the waves is also an option.
And I would actually also want to add one more point. There is a strategy called Protect the King, and that's by protecting the gold lane. I think that the gold lane at this moment for Team SMG, like calling Sasa out here, is should be served to the best, because you have two supports, one of the best, if not the best supports at the current meta. So whenever there's pressure on Team SMG at the top lane, I think they have to prioritize to save Sasa and make him farm even more.
I think I agree with the sentiment there, especially with the micro rotations that are going on, sending him into the mid lane, picking up that wave, and then quickly rotating with the help of the guiding winds from Miko to get back top.
There we go. Second turtle fight coming in. Circling Eagle. Tianzi still able to hit the retribution. And now Saksha regretting everything. Running on out. Miko with the guiding winds. Now Smooth still holding on to the final slash. No one home.
Catch me if you can, I'm telling you. It's difficult to kind of lock them down, but Sasa...
Down bottom. Sunshine barely gets away, but that was a close call for Sasa, calling in Stormy for the Hearthguard, and the fight continues. Apex winning away at Miko as we tell the tale of Arlott.
By getting near to that 5 minutes, we see that there's a switch lane that happens so fast, but what's also so fast is Saxa.
Oh, still Apex. This man is relentless. Oh, interesting. That stat down bottom might as well tell the story of how Arlott might be, what, foiled by Trisla?
Yeah.
Because the stats look better.
I mean, the stats definitely are going to look better
Whoa.
overall.
Oh, Miko.
He should be out of there, no problem, right? I mean, they're not going to dive this after they've used the Heartguard. It's about the timeout in about, like, 4 seconds more.
Yep, this is a stolen Heartguard, by the way, from Rosa. And as early as 5 minutes, they're already pulling a Turkish Ube as Miko tries to defend Stormy's position. Apex commits the power of wildness. Apex deep in enemy territory as Tianzi rolls in like the Autobots, forcing another flicker from Miko. And now next Stormy on the docket, flickering on out, gets hit by the Puissance. And now Miko's up next. Sasa can't do much. In comes Smooth. Can he do anything? Dashes on through. Final slash. Serving up Genzi, but Sasa does not have the damage just yet. Sunshine pulls the trigger. Torn apart memory. Smooth folded in half.
I think that Smooth came in a little bit late. He was so late for that Team 5. On the other side, you see that Team 5 Flux are utilizing, taking that turret down. I think the Team 5 Flux took more than what this Team Fight was offering.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. And wait, this isn't a solo kill, right? He should be okay, right?
Oh! The DPZ not going to be able to save him. You were saying?
Yeah, I think that overall, the way that Fireflux is playing, it's actually pretty smart, right? But keep in mind that Team SMG are quite accommodating. For an example, we did see Stormy kind of flicker in an awkward manner, but he really understands that it's more important to give that kill over to Tianzi than to give it over to someone like Sunshine.
Look at this. After the turtle take, Team SMG looking to punish Apex. Not gonna happen as he dashes on through the bushes using the Hilda's passive. It's tough. Fireflux taking all the turtles, going 2K ahead here, 7 minutes in.
Well, there's something that really irritates me about that, and they are and that's that Team SMG are focusing with Smooth more than they are focusing with Sasa.
I think they believe that at least for Sasa, it's easier for him to clear these waves in comparison to Smooth, who's already not only having a bad matchup in that 1v1, but more so, his wave clear isn't as effective.
Well, I would agree with you, but again, let's look at the in-game equipment here. We see that the Beatrix already got the Blade of Despair. On the other side, there's 2 items, so Sunshine's actually doing really good.
Oh, it looks like Team SMG might be looking for a play here. I wonder if they knew that Rosa was in the bush. Rosa, by the way, stole the Hearthguard, and up top, this is odd. They planted Saksha here for about 2 minutes now. Smooth gonna get taken down. What's happening to SMG?
This is what I was talking about, right? It's one of those moments where you want to see Team SMG kind of thrive, but it's really difficult with this style of comp, especially if Fireflux are going to be stuck so close together.
Well, Team Fireflux are actually doing really good with that draft. I wasn't, at the beginning, at the first phase, I wasn't agreeing with the draft that Team Fireflux had, but by seeing everything, like by seeing all the teams pick up all their heroes and showing us the strategy, I think that Team Fireflux are actually nailing it.
Yeah, Sue. Early in the draft, you were already not agreeing with the Turkish ube, and here they're showing you this is the Turkish ube.
Oh, but is it? I think that the ube relies on the healing, though, right?
It's delicious. I mean, they stole the heal. They did steal the heart guard, so they have that going for them.
They did have that going for them, but at the very least, Tianzi, right, he's really taking advantage of his EXP lead. He keeps seeing Saksa hang around on the top side of the map, so he has been coming down to quickly tax him, put that brass tax on him.
But there's something I really wonder about. When does SMG get more, let's say, aggressive? Because 3 turtles in, Fireflux takes them all, and even with that Lord, it's so hard for them to contest.
I think it's a matter of a window. Team SMG is looking for a window. So far, they've been very passive. They've been taking trades, and it hasn't punished them as hard. But wait, this might be it. Alien down to a third of his health, forced to use a DPZ, and Tianzi looking for the clapback. A turn. Sunshine presses the button. Torn apart memory. Sasa going back. Oh, Lord Smooth with the final slash. Serving up an ult to Sasa. That's Nibiru's passion. Smooth taken down. Team SMG misses the window.
Anti-synergy once again, the final slash pushing them out of Bennett's rage. A little unfortunate there. I think they could have used it as zoning. Wait,
here we go. Kenneth Fenelin finds Rosa in the back, and the Joy gets its first actual assassination in the back line there. Amazing. He's able to dash right through. The Saxonatics go wild.
Yeah, Saxa knows when to go in and how to go in, and by taking that kill, I think that this might be the first time that we see Team SMG actually fights.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking to get into these fights, but it can get extremely difficult, right? Because I'm imagining them trying to chase down a kill, and then all of a sudden, you're seeing the Toys Poissons just get laid across the floor, and you're just taking damage for no reason. Oh, Miko's playing with fire. Oh, no.
Kenzie answers back, and the rest of SMG were there. You were saying.
Yeah, I think that at a moment's notice, things are going to change. But I think that Team SMG are only going to get proactive once we hit the later stages of the game. For the time being, I think Fireflux have full control.
And also, I would say that Team Fireflux at this moment, I'm not going to say they have a lot of gold lead, but they don't want to take this Lord actually. They are looking to fight.
It's a slow take here. The Turkish want to dance. Rosa with a stolen circling eagle, putting Nico down to a fifth of his health. Lord here at half. Alien kiting, Alien pulling. As CNZ says, let's call it off. Not a good Lord take here. They reset.
Saksa's going to show himself.
Whoa, here we go. Conceal play. They spot out Smooth. Flickering on out. Final slash. And all but the kitchen sink left to take down Smooth. And here comes the rest of them. Saksha gets a heart guard in. Miko says, let's go. Alien gets caught out. The damage once more. Not enough. Fireflux retreats. Not a single casualty.
Fireflux understand the only person who can kind of set up a kill for the layup is Smooth. So you take him out of the equation and you can see them just kiting away from people like Saksa, who is currently, yes, he's catching up at EXP, but he doesn't have his third core item to actually deal enough damage.
Gideon, what you're saying is Smooth is the alley, the rest of them is the oop, and we've been only seeing oops.
Yep, it's painful. It's painful to watch, but at the same time, this is how Team SMG plays it when they are behind. Keep in mind, it's only a 3.6k lead. We're not seeing anywhere close to an 8k lead or even a 10k lead just yet, which could be very dangerous for Team SMG.
And for Team Fireflux, actually, after seeing the itemization of all the members, they are focusing so hard on that defense items in terms of the magical defense. So actually, they are they are totally right, because if you look at Team SMG, they have a lot of magical damage there, but some players of Team Fireflux were going for the Athena Shield, and some of them were going for the Radiant.
Yeah, and I think it's just going to be a matter of time, because there'll come a time wherein items don't matter. You have to execute on it. Maybe if you're to the level of AP Bren and Burmese Ghouls from earlier today, where it actually matters how you juggle. Right now, it's about positioning. And speaking of, hey, here's one strength Team SMG has. They can plant Stormy here, and it'll bite them less in the butt, much like how Fireflux Esports has to commit these two, Apex and Rosa, taking the long bush on orange.
I mean, they didn't have to actually commit, but at least they're planting them there. They have an idea that if they start moving, they can immediately punish.
And actually, by having an Angela, you have that free space of pushing on the other side of the map, and Team Fireflux knew that.
Rosa with a stolen circling eagle, got right into it, and there's the Bennett's Rage! Smooth with the final slash, and they take one down, make it 2, Alien Kenzie for Saksha, as Team SMG gets a winning trade, but in the grander scheme of things, they lost the retribution and they're still going. Riverbush coming in, forcing Apex to come through. Smooth wailing away. Not enough damage between these 4 left. Team SMG back off. Fireflux holding their ground.
Okay, they're going to need a reset here for the time being. Maybe they can get him in turret. It could be difficult, but Rosa, just really nice play. He still doesn't even have to use his flicker. Again, Team SMG have missed the opportunity. Yes, they were able to get 2 kills, but now it's back to just wave management.
As I told you before, Tennessee, I would actually like to call him the Soul Reaper. If you looked at his score, he's actually 6 out of 6 in terms of the kill. He's having 2 kills and 4 assists, as you can see, and he puts his final touches. Well, if we look at Team Fireflux and we wait for them until they get a Lord, we will take so long. They actually want to take the fight more than they want to take the Lord, and that is actually justified by having the Goldine and also having the control over the map.
Sunshine pulls the trigger there. Not enough stacks, but this is a slow-paced Lord dance. Gentlemen, can you believe it? Lord evolved. During the dance, he's like, come on, man. You guys gonna take me or not?
Yeah, and I think that, at least for both of these teams, nobody really wants to be committing too hard on this Lord. Because again, the engage and counter engages coming in from both sides are actually pretty devastating. And I think, Fireflux have learned their lesson. They don't want to give any more of a lead over to Team SMG, so Team SMG must take the initiative.
And Pienzi spot smooth in that bush. Coming in with the final slash. It's Miko with his Wisps who actually take it down. Big win for Team SMG, but they do lose Smooth along the way. Fireflux doing damage control, backing off Team SMG, holding their ground here in mid. Tier 1 in jeopardy, gets taken down by the Turkish. And Saksha tries to look for the flank. In he goes, hard guard by Stormy, asking for the assist, and they back off. This is a perilous engage.
Yeah, a messy team fight, followed by a mid lane turret, followed by a kill. And actually, the one who takes that Lord was the rumor, so both junglers, better luck next time. And look at Team SMG. You will see that they did recover, and that's actually the opposite of what I said earlier on. Team SMG, when they lose the early game, they don't recover well. Well, now they are answering me.
Yeah, I mean, they've been struggling to kind of set up this arm bar, really trying to pull it out of their hands to get them into that chokehold, but Fireflux have been doing a really, really good job at kind of slowing it down. But now it's coming to a point where, wait, hold on.
Miko gets folded in half. There's a trade though, the damage is real. Team SMG are obliging Fireflux, welcoming them with open arms as Sasa is fully loaded. Now Fireflux on the defensive, losing turrets, top, mid, bottom, big fat wave, and Saksha and the gang pushing them back. Now Stormy's feeling it. Now Stormy's just calling the shots.
He is. And honestly, coming to cinemas near you this December, Sasa Reloaded. I mean, the fact is that we're coming to a point where the items are starting not to matter. And that's where we see Team SMG actually building up that confidence. It's not like we're at a disadvantage. We're coming to a point where we can actually take you on toe-to-toe.
Well, look at Sunshine especially. He's the first one who completed his itemization, and at some point, one of these Wind of Nature, can be a game changer, because both marksmen have it. And if you look at Team SMG, you will know that this is the person you want to take out. It's Sasa. He's the most dangerous. He is the most favorite, let's say, player at the team currently, because he is getting the assistance from both Matilda and Angela.
I mean, they're not gonna let him dry out against Fireflux Esports, right? I mean, he's the main source. I mean, does Apex get out of this?
Apex gets his immortality pop, and here comes the rest of Fireflux looking for the turn. Smooth takes him down. Sunshine already used. The Wind of Nature gets taken down by Saksha, and now Rosa's up next on the docket. Down to a fifth of his health, healing up. The Heart Guard able to get him in. DPZ by Alien. Gonna survive, but for how long? 2-0 quick takes by Team SMG.
Now imagine being Smooth. You get shafted in lane, you get shafted in the draft itself, and when all hell breaks loose, he is still able to pull Sunshine out of position for his team. That's what you need in an EXP laner.
SMG team, they just bounce back, they just come again, and not just with the kills. Also, the first inhibitor turret mid lane is now wide open for Team SMG. And actually looking at the flipping tables or the turning tables, now they are the ones who want a team fight at the Lord and not just the Lord.
Yeah, no. Fireflux are a man down, so they forced the issue and dealt permanent damage as Sasa and the rest of SMG rush that Lord. That's the second for them this game, and can confirm it's now evolved. How's the Ube looking like right now? That Lord is dealing extra damage.
It's starting to be real difficult here, especially if Sunshine is always going to get thrown out of position. Keep in mind, it's not just about him. It's also Rosa as well, right? He needs to find correct ultimates, but Saksa can run both of these heroes down. So it's one of those push and pull situations. And right now, the real-time win rate is looking heavily in the favor of Team SMG, despite the abysmal early game.
Well, that's how things should be, actually. Team SMG, as I said earlier on, they have that momentum and they have to use it to their favor, applying a lot of pressure with these international strategies that they have just faced. Team SMG, so far, have learned something, and that to recover from a really hard early game.
They continue to grow. That's what I love to see. Here we go.
Circling Eagle, answering back. Miko compromising. Positioning. That's a final slash from Lord Smooth. Sunshine down to 5th of his health. Gonna get popped here before he even gets to use his ult. And now Sasa gets spotted out. Apex takes him out. 2 for 1 so far. Fireflux winning the trade. This is our base. Get out of my base as Fireflux goes ahead and takes down the Lord. Team SMG might want to check themselves before they wreck themselves as Sasha here buys the immortality just in the nick of time. He's still up. Now he's down unless, where's the delay damage? There it is! Alien sent him home.
Oh, that was painful. I got a huge sense of PTSD. Like, I've seen this happen before at the wild cards, and it's happening all over again.
So recent.
It's so very recent, right? You got to give it up to Apex 47. The fact that he is positioned so far up, not only giving vision, but more importantly, disrupting Sasa between his auto attacks, and more importantly, disrupting that reload is so key to Fireflux's victory. The fact that we not only saw Apex disrupt him, but the commitment from Alien to ensure that it happens. Team SMG, after Sasa's full combo, lose all their damage when Sasa dies.
I would actually also want to... I would actually applaud for Apex because he made them distracted, so distracted the backline was in chaos.
Oh, circling Eagle, knocking up TNZ, final slash already committed, plus the Puisan, so both teams understand, hey, if we don't spend our ults, we might have died here. So with that said, Team SMG, they respect the fact that, hey, we kind of overcommitted there.
Well, look, at this point, I think that both damage dealers, the Saksa and also Sasa, are being treated as kings because at this moment, both of them can have the assistance of 2 supports, and not just that, you have the immortality, and not just that, even you can use the freeze or a wind of nature. So at this point, I think that Team SMG is unkillable.
I think that unkillable is a statement. It kind of depends. I feel like it comes down to whether Team SMG want to fully commit. And I think that commitment condition really boils down to ultimate usage from the side of Fireflux Esports. If we learn anything from Fireflux, wait, hold up, Saksa is going pretty deep here.
He's checking into that bush, forcing Sunshine.
Oh my gosh.
To use the ult, that's a respectable amount of damage there that Saksha has to heal up. Gideon, you were saying?
Yeah, I think that at this point in time, Fireflux, they're waiting for the engagement of Team SMG to look to punish.
Yeah, no, they're so much better on the turn.
Do you guys think that we will see like a flicker final slash from Smooth taking everything away right now?
Only if we see Sunshine and Rosa really close together.
Looking for the setup, Smooth in the middle 4. There's one, displacing TNZ. TNZ steals it! Right underneath SMG's nose as they force Saksha to go ahead and juggle items. The hard guard not coming in clutch. 2 for none. Thank you very much. You get nothing, good sir, as Fireflux just... Oh man, that's it. That's it. This is a big win. Just like that, and rubber bands over their side again.
And they get another kill on top of that. 3 down. A Lord take as well, despite getting pushed away by Smooth. It just was not enough. Fireflux come out on top
with impunity. Everything that they've done, Team SMG could not answer back. Now they're inside the base. The first inhibitor is gonna fall, and that might be all they need. They're defending. Oh, no minions, no minions. Can they do it? Smooth in 10, smooth in 10.
Smooth in 10, Saksa in 17, and unfortunately Miko in 30. And it means... what?
Wait. Oh.
Well, I mean, that's already one immortality done. It's not going to stop Flux from actually pushing in, but let's see if they're actually going to get greedy with it, because by the time that Lord actually makes it to that inhibitor turret, most of Team SMG is going to be alive.
Yeah, a few seconds ago, we have witnessed a massacre happening with the hands of Team Fireflux, and Team SMG now have to bounce back, have to come back from that, and coming back from such hit is so hard.
Here we go. This is all 5 members of each team in the base.
Oh!
Team SMG coming in, Alien, gonna get his immortality popped. There it is, underneath this Lord. You don't wanna fight. There is a passive, the extra damage. Sunshine, Torn Apart Memory, Sasa, gonna get popped. His immortality still good. The base, Fireflux takes game 1.
Good game coming out from Fireflux. Just a tankier line of play, easy ways to actually look for these counter engagements, and more so, punishing big mistakes coming out from the side of Team SMG, especially once the trigger has been pulled. They've been playing towards their own strengths, and honestly, well done to Fireflux Esports for game number 1.
They know the limits of the Ube, and they finessed that last bit of value from sticking together and punishing what SMG was forcing.
Well, that's a game I love to watch. Well, who else hates to see a one-sided game? I think it's not just me, right?
Oh, of course.
No one loves to see a one-sided game. So the game started with Team Fireflux dominating the early game, and then after a while, Team SMG managed to recover, and not just that, Team Fireflux comes back again to take the game and to go for a second match, having, let's say, a match point.
I mean, they're already at match point, but this is classic Team SMG shenanigans, right? I mean, I think it did feel a little awkward to see them play in this particular manner, and I don't think they were expecting to get this many priority picks. It came to the point where it kind of overloaded what their composition actually wanted to do.
This is too good to be true. What do we do with all of these good heroes?
It's just the penalty of capitalism. When you have too much, you don't know what to do with it, right?
Well, I think that this question was mainly asked by the Valentina, though. She had too much to choose from.
Exactly. I mean, even though it was, the amount of mobility that they have, the quote-unquote potential hospital meta that could have come out of this, thankfully with the meta shift, it didn't happen as well as it does. It doesn't change the fact that no matter how much mobility you have, if you only have 2 linchpins and one of them gets taken out when you need 2, you're not going to be able to win these fights.
Which comes back to an argument we had in the draft. The Ube is not defined by healing.
Okay.
The Ube is defined by the movements and the tactical calls you have. So yeah, you could say they don't really have an Estes, a Rafaela, a Matilda, not even an Angela. It's SMG who had that in spades. But the way Fireflux moved, the way that they always tried to bait with Apex and then clap back with like 3 or 4 hiding in a bush, that's the Ube. That's what defines what makes this work.
But does that make you remember, or actually reminds you of Blacklist's Ube?
Well, I think that there are a couple of variations, and I don't know whether it's, you know, with the, well, I wouldn't say acclimation, but the changes that have occurred with the roster itself. Has Renjay kind of left an impression, the Hitman himself, on the rest of the Fireflux, that it's like, maybe this is a new way of actually evolving.
Okay, to be fair, all types of Ube will remind you of the original, right?
All right.
You will always be deriving, you will always be looking at it from its main DNA. And with that said, I think this puts SMG in a very interesting situation.
Yeah.
If you'll remember, the last time Team SMG was in a World Championship was when the Ube, the age of Ube started.
And actually, like, bringing back history, I don't think that Team SMG want to bring back history, because at
Not
M3,
like this.
Yeah, look at Gideon. Look at Gideon. They don't want to remember the M3, right? They don't want to remember that.
I don't remember.
Tough
that
times.
part.
He doesn't already.
It's just a blank slate in my mind. Look, Malaysia has had a couple of abysmal performances, especially. I think that Team SMG, they want to correct that mistake once more. It's not exactly the best start in the world, especially in the best of 3 against Fireflux, but, you know, taking revenge is not exactly the easiest of roads, especially with the style that they play, right? It's either, especially for those who have actually dealt with the Ube strat, well, I mean, from the original source, a couple of potential solutions. Either you're looking for pickoffs, either you're looking to actually team fight with the team fight,
Or go much, much faster, as proven by the M4 World Champions.
But that, for me, after you put it that way, I'm thinking, is the Ube strategy is the antidote of Team SMG? Is it like the medicine for them to not be able to play or perform well?
Well, I think it is a bit of a rock, paper, scissors matchup in that particular case, right? Because again, slow and methodical, want to kind of slowly choke you out, but if you're ubing and you're playing very, very defensively against the motions that are coming out from the side of Team SMG, this now becomes a problem because you will scale at the exact same time and not develop an actual advantage. With that being said, with Game 1 already concluded, let's have a look at our MVP, brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Give it up, hands together, for the MVP of the game, going over to TNZ with his 2-2-12 overall playstyle. Very cool, calm, and collected. But as soon as he got that advantage, he told the rest of his team, this is what we're going to do. 100% kill participation is going to be mine, so let's choke him out.
Well, as I told you, he is the Soul Reaper, having a kill participation of 100%. He was there during the whole thing, and also he knows how to build up his hero. So having that Radiant Armor and also focusing on the HP, the amount of HP that was so ridiculous for Team SMG to take him down, and also you would see that he went for that tanky emblem set. Going back to the highlights to see one of the best, or like the best shots that we had this game. First blood by Tennessee, and also Team Fireflux dominating the early game. Saxa as well was trying to get Ilian. He got him with the first kill. Yeah, he did get him here with the first kill. And I think that the turning point for Team SMG, let's say, was the early game. They couldn't recover from that until they found the window, as Leo said.
Yeah, and this was a really important window as well, right? You do see that Saxa is actually scaling up pretty quick in the mid game, because while the teams were focused around these neutral objectives, he's looking to power farm and actually make up the loss of time that TNZ has stolen away from him. Once they reach that point, then comes the second problem, right? You have the droid, which is already good at going in and out, but if you commit the heart guard and everything towards the droid, what happens to Sasa on the Beatrix?
Well, actually, going back to the draft, I remember that I saw Team SMG banning that Amphibious, so they kind of wanted to go for that mobility, let's say, kind of composition, and they did. They have the Joy, and also they have the Arlet, which was like a free game for Amphibious. But here, it was the only chance that Team SMG actually had to finish the game, and it was so hard for them because of Apex coming from the back line, getting everyone, or making everyone distracted from the crystal, from the main point. Here was the only chance for Team SMG to get that base, and they couldn't have taken it. And here we see that Tennessee taking the Lord, and everything fell down for Team SMG.
It's really unfortunate to see in these particular moments because, again, I felt like SMG's biggest problem was the overcommitment and the overutilization of certain ults onto one particular target. I think if they were just a little bit more efficient with their abilities, it might have been a completely different result because, again, Fireflux, they really took advantage of these windows. Overcommit, you got no cooldowns, instant punish.
Yeah, they did get instant punish, but they could have made it somehow to just use that window, to use the opportunity to finish, but everything has settled for Team Fireflux to win the game. Let's say, I'm not so focused on the goal difference because whenever you go to the late game, it doesn't actually matter because everyone have their own items, like full items, and some of the players actually have made me wonder why did they even bring that spell, because as I remember, I haven't seen Rosap uses his flicker quite much, but let's go to the itemization. As I told you, at some point, the Cold Rose Meteor and also the Wind of Nature was used by the side of Team Fireflux at Sunshine, especially because he managed to escape a lot of the pressure that Team SMG had, and at this moment, I'm talking about Saxa. Well, seeing the items and seeing how people were building, I don't see quite an interesting, I would say, build especially, but
At the very least, we're seeing that both junglers are really taking the helm here. Rich Guy, the carry, going over to Saxa, Sandbag, and Forgotten One going over to TNZ. Two completely different sides of the exact same coin.
And that's why, actually, having 12 assists on TNZ, this is something we are kind of used to see on the rumors, but in terms of the utility heroes meta, that's what we can see and what we can expect from the jungler also as well. Team 100% participation by Tenzi, which is the most mesmerizing statistic on this board here, and the damage dealt. I think that Saxa did make the most amount of damage. Yeah, he did make the most amount of damage, and he kind of also absorbed the most amount of damage in his team. So, having that said, Saxo was having the best of the Angela and the Matilda combo, and not Sasa.
Okay, you know why that is?
Why?
And it's because of a young man you're not talking about, this gentleman named Apex 47. I am disappointed that you guys are not highlighting his amazing work as the Hilda. You're wondering why Saksha had the best of the Matilda and the Angela. Even Sasa could have done that.
Yeah.
Stormy was just overloaded, man. We were talking about how Team SMG finally found a good position in Game 1 wherein, all right, they figured it out. Just put Stormy down bottom, and then you're winning technically because it's always a 5v5. But when you're looking at the map, dude, Apex 47 is able to mimic what Stormy's doing. How do you do that as a Hilda? You're fighting an Angela.
Exactly. Honestly, the matchup is kind of interesting, but we'll get more into that a little bit later. Based on what I'm hearing, it looks like we've got some side reporting from our host down by the stage. Where are you? Remar, are you there?
Oh, Gideon, I'm right here, and I'm with some very special guests. Here with me right now is the family of Saksa! You know, it's a huge buff for Filipino players to have their families here in the venue now that they're playing in the World Championship here in the Philippines. So for international viewers, have some patience with me because I'm gonna have to switch things up. So, mabilisan lang po onte. Ano po ang mga pangalan nyo at ang relasyon nyo kay Saksa?
Ako nga pala si Chris Pidelin. Anak ko po si Saksa.
Okay, so this is Saksa's dad.
Ako po si Princess Nicole Pedelin.
Okay. Ano naman relasyon mo kay Saksa?
Kapatid po.
Kapatid, alright. Ikaw ba yung bunso? Okay, so this is Saksa's youngest sibling on your screen right now. Her name's Princess. At kayo naman po?
Hello po, ako po si Angelica Pedelin. Pinsan po ako ni Kenneth, ni Saksa.
Alright, Saksa's cousin over there. At kayo naman po?
Hello po, ako po si John Christian Pedelin, ang kuya ni Saksa.
And Saksa's older brother. Okay, tatay, mabilis lang po na tanong. Kamusta naman po si Saksa bilang anak, bilang family member? At nung nasa Malaysia siya, paano niyo siya tinutulungan nung nandun siya?
Hindi, sinat-chat lang namin siya para mawala yung kanyang lungkot.
Okay, so lagi po kayo nagchat-chat, voice call, video call kasama si Saksa. Ano naman po yung mga kwento niyo tungkol kay Saksa bilang anak?
Mabait naman siya at masipag.
Mabait, masipag. So, he said that Saksa is kind and hardworking. And what else can you ask more from your son? A hardworking and kind son is Saksa. Ano po ang pakiramdam yung lahat? Kayo na lang po magsagot siguro. Na nandito si Saksa, nakabalik siya sa Pilipinas at nagko-compete siya sa World Championship ng Mobile Legends.
Sobrang proud po kami bilang family ni Saksa kasi ito po yung isa sa mga pangarap niya na makasama sa sa M5 and then sa worldwide talaga. Ito po yung pinaka hinihintay ni Kenneth na makapasok dito. And we are so proud as your family. Go Saksa! Go SMG!
Alright, I'm sure the last part needs no translation. But they did mention that Saksa has been wanting this for so long. I asked them how does it feel for the family that Saksa's back in the Philippines competing in the World Championship. And then they said that Saksa has been hungry for this and they're so happy for him that he finally gets a chance to compete in the world stage. Mabilisan lang po, ano po ang mensahe nyo para kay Saksa at para sa team nila for the series?
Good luck na lang sa team SMG saka kay Saksa. Galingan mo pa konti.
Alright.
Good luck, SMG! Nagawa niyo na sa Malaysia. Bakit hindi pa sa Pilipinas? Go, SMG! We are so proud!
Good luck, SMG!
Alright. And what... Shout out, mabilisan. Sige po!
Pa-shoutout po sa Pedelin family and Team Bahay! Hello po!
Alright, but of course, we can't end it with a quick message from the baby sister of Saksa. Ano ang mensahe mo para kay Kuya?
Galingan mo po, Kuya Kenneth, tapos lakasan niyo pa po.
Lakasan daw po yung loob. Go Saksa, go SMG.
Alright, that's it. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat at buong pamilya ni Saksa na nandito at buong pamilya ni Saksa na nanonood sa Team Bahay naman. Thank you to the family of Saksa and of course the fans of Team SMG. So, SMG fans in Malaysia, don't worry. The family of Saksa and the SMG fans here are taking care of your team. All right, so just a moment, we're going to be seeing the start of game number 2 between SMG and Fire Flux. Sinong team ang sinusuportahan nyo?
SMG!
Parang ano, okay, sige. One more time. Sinong team?
SMG!
All right, thank you so much. Now, let's go on back to our casters all over the world for game number 2 of Team SMG versus Fire Flux.
Thank you so much, Reptar. Once again, it's great to see that no matter where you are from, some people are being critical about imports. It doesn't matter. You're representing 2 countries at once, and you have all of the support.
I told you the Saxonatics were here.
They
and
were.
the Saxonatics are family.
Literally.
So I actually love it when I see the families supporting the players, and that's what we are seeing right now, witnessing at the M5 World Championship stage. But I would like to go back to a point that you pointed out earlier on, Leo. You said that we haven't given enough credit for Apex 47 for his...
There's never enough credit for Apex 47.
There's never?
Never.
Okay, so I would actually say that I love that you pointed that out, because Apex 47's performance at this moment, or at this game, made me believe that he is a specialist at annoying heroes, because he played that Hilda, he also loves the suppression heroes, Kaja and Franco, and not just that, he also has surprise heroes, but so far, he is an annoying tank.
Yeah, I just hope he doesn't pick up Atlas. I still have memories of it happening all over again. Every time I close my eyes, it's that 5-man all over again.
Dude, from Jakarta to Phnom Penh, now down to Manila, that'll make it a hat trick if he picks up the Atlas. Then.
I feel like it's too soon. We're going to have to wait till the knockout stage. But in the meantime, the drafting phase has begun. Match point currently in this best of 3 between Fireflux Esports up against Team SMG. I'm curious on which side that Team SMG has decided to go on this time to kind of change things up against Fireflux, and it looks like it's going to be blue side.
They're currently on the play, and I think this should change a little bit of the dynamic, because number 1, this is where they started, but they learned. That's what I'm going for here. They learned. Yes, it's the same draft. Again, literally the same draft. It's Fanny and Khalid, and then you have the Bruno and Faramis for the first phase here.
Yeah.
But just the same, you never really lose if you learn. So I'm hoping they learn from their lessons in game 1, man.
Well, I think that Team SMG likes to take minimum risk, as like, let's say, the least amount of risk. If they didn't find a 100%, maybe I'm not a 100%, but let's say 90 or like 85 to 100% opportunity, they will not even risk it. So they want everything for them to be prepared. And having that said, same first ban phase with having the Fanny, also the Khalid with the Guinevere, and on the other hand, the Bruno 1-1, as long as having the Faramis. But Valentina first.
Gideon, are you seeing this? They are cutting off from the main artery. They are nipping it at the bud. The Thorn Queen, as they're known, is no longer getting their hands on the Valentina.
You're absolutely right here. Because with the Angela given over to the side of Fireflux Impunity, I mean, yeah, it starts adding up now, huh? You're starting to get all the references just coming together. Don't you dare say it like that again. That's just disrespectful.
Peanuts.
But honestly, with the way that Fireflux plays, it's very much within their style. But now we get to see Stormy actually express himself in this game. And I'm hoping that it's going to make a difference, right? I don't want to disappoint because, you know, Malaysian team, close to my heart. But Fireflux has been playing really well.
Just hype it up to here.
Yeah.
Well, I don't actually like that the fact that the Matilda is still out there, and also a lot of other picks. So I think that Team S, yeah, see, it's just basic. They will take the Matilda, and having also Akaya as their jungler, they will focus so much on the neutral objectives. And with that first phase of drafting, again, Team SMG have a really good, solid first phase.
No way. Gideon, no way. Is this true? We've been seeing this young man in competition for years now. Is he really a human being?
I'm sorry, man. I've been keeping it to myself. The extraterrestrial is actually a human being. He is blood and bones inside. Nothing crazy going on with him. He is just absolutely cracked at the game. As we look deeper into this, right, we're actually seeing TNZ pick up the Joy. Now, this is going to be really interesting, right, because Joy is very much dependent on, you know, making the individual plays, and now with the supplementary help of that Heart Guard to make it a higher percentage of success.
Well, having their own weapons being used against them, that's the question here. Will they be able to play against the composition of having, as I told you, disgusting amount of shields? And also, if you look at the other side, who was it? So Stormy can steal the Heart Guard, and he also can be annoying. So there's a lot of shields here. I would expect to see a Matilda. Sorry, an Esmeralda.
Yes.
An Esme?
Yeah.
Totally off meta, but possibly. I mean, that's what I was expecting because, again, this is Turkey versus Malaysia. You guys still do that over there, right? You guys still get a little spicy, yeah?
Well, I mean, we don't go that spicy. I think, you know, the fact that we see Uranus alone is already pretty shocking. I felt like we've already moved away. Times have gone past Esmeralda and Uranus, but sometimes we still get a little bit of a taste of it. Worst comes to worst, I feel like Team SMG might just go Benedetta.
Wolf was looking for the Benedetta all of Series 1.
Let me tell you. You know what? I got to temper expectations here. When it comes out, it will come out. But in the meantime, they get rid of the Kufra, which I think is a really good option here because it's coming. It's coming. I can feel it.
Well, the setup heroes being banned in the second phase from Team SMG actually indicates that maybe, just a maybe, we'll see Angela being used as the mid laner, and maybe also we will see a Lolita coming through, or even other picks. What happened?
The Lolita?
Yeah, we can.
Here we were talking about how Esmeralda's off meta.
No, but Lolita can do actually something, because if you looked at the penalty zone, if you looked at the setup that Team Fireflux has, they can use that space that Lolita or any area crowd control heavy tank, I would say, can provide for the team. So an area crowd control hero is a possibility here, because you don't need that much damage anymore in terms of the magical damage, because you already have Joy and you can convert and you can have the Angela in the mid lane. So why not go with the Lolita?
It's an interesting point here. I think that the Lolita only will show itself if it's very clear that like SMG is going to go into something along the lines of like Irithel, for example, something very projectile heavy, right? But now Team SMG holding on to that priority is important. Beatrix once again, but this time they're going to put on more lane-dominant heroes. The Yuzong up against the Terizla in this EXP matchup is highly volatile.
Yeah, I think that having that Yuzong will give you really good initiation. Also, the backside.
Wait, what?
Wow, yeah. This is what we have seen from Team Triple Esports back in the wildcard, using that Terizla in the mid lane.
It's a mid lane bully. This is a fundamental spice in many an esport. And here, wow, Rosa's gonna be flexing. Is this real, or?
I'm telling you.
Is this?
The Thorn Queen strikes again.
From out of nowhere, who'd have thunk?
Right? I'm still shocked. I'm shocked that they are so brave and bold to do this on the world stage here at the groups nonetheless. But let's break down these comps.
Well, they have to risk it all. They have to risk it all. There is nothing to lose anymore. Actually, everything to win and nothing to lose, because they still have a chance to go for a third match.
I guess if there was a place to do it, you do it here right now. Into the Land of Dawn we go, with the landscape of Metro Manila on the horizon as we go into game number 2. Loading up Fireflux versus Team SMG.
The enemy reaches the battlefield.
I mean, I speak for everybody when you go that fast in the Land of Dawn, right?
No, I find it hilarious because it's too relatable. It's like
too real.
It's too real. You know the words of the soul, and you know how to express them well. With Team SMG on blue side up against Fireflux on this red side, I am genuinely nervous, because if we're talking about the way that Stormy plays highly mechanical and now has to go with a kind of strange off-meta pick, but more importantly, so he can't force push these waves against the Terizla. Terizla wins every time.
Look, the Terizla on Rosa especially, I said that he's one of those who like to play in the back side of things. He loves to watch from a distance and have his own effect. Seeing him this time play a fighter in the mid lane, this is something really strange to see, but that's what we can expect on the world stage. Having the emblems here, we'll see that both teams nothing is out of the ordinary. They are just using the penetration in terms of the Brody, and also having Beatrix wants to actually go for the late game a little bit. She wants to use the items.
Looks Like, I mean, Smoke's going to take some damage here. He's not going to die just yet, but you can see that he's pulling attention away from everybody else. Whoa, let's calm down here for a second, boys. We're not level 4 just yet. We don't want to be giving first bloods too early on, especially a minute and 32 seconds into the game. But with 26 more seconds until the turtle actually spawns, I'm realizing that this might actually be a problem for the side of Team SMG, right? Because as soon as the heavy spin comes out, there's not really much of a way to kind of disengage other than the guiding wind, which can only pull one guy.
Well, I think that at the gold lane, I would expect to see, because I've just like had a quick look at the items here, I think that both Sasa and Sunshine want to go for the Blade of Heptases, which will give them a really good start, but you can also use some of the items to also defend yourself against these heroes, because they both depend on the basic attack. So maybe the parts of the blade armor as well can be here at the early stage?
Potentially. The way that I see it, that maybe this could be like a half component into straight away go into a Haas Claw for the side of Sasa, just to make sure that he's still very, very healthy if he gets dived on by Rosa and even TNZ in these types of situations. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make, especially with the Heart Guard, but we'll have to see the stats, the stat check later on, as TNZ currently level 5 and Sasa level 5 as well, but this is kind of difficult because Miko is giving so much info.
Yep. Forcing a retribution from TNZ, but not going to respond. Now the dance begins. A minute into this turtle fight. After it spawns, there's the Black Dragon form from Smooth. As Sasha pops a heavy spin, uses the retribution, shields and extra damage on the Team SMG. They did not get TNZ as he dashes on through that wall. Thank you so much, small creep. Fireflux walks away. Team SMG happy, though, with their major objective.
Nicely done, honestly, coming in from Rosa to kind of stop the follow-up from actually happening. Like, Smooth still has his Petrify. Could easily have gone to look for the lockdown target of TNZ against the wall, but still wasn't able to make it in time.
Whoa! Forcing a flicker off of Apex 47. He will live. Still no casualties here in this 3.5-minute game in already. Look at how deep TNZ is. Look at he's stealing these little camps.
Actually, Team SMG is using their arsenal just to go for Sasa. Again, as the first game, they are trying their best to farm him out to go. Oh, look, they will do it.
Sunshine! Flicker's not going to save you, son. Not after we hit you with a heavy spin and everything but the kitchen sink. Oh, that young man has a family. Apex 47 follows on through. Rose is not going to be able to save this duo down bottom. Team SMG, oh, they're feeling it.
They're feeling it. I don't know if it was like intentional that they waited to burst down to wait for the Heart Guard to completely go through so that Apex also gets stuck underneath them, or whether or not it was just I was just a little slow to follow up and it so happened to work out.
Well, I think that Apex should have cancelled the Heart Guard, because at a certain point it was so obvious that Sunshine will go down. He was just giving an extra kill and a gift, I would say, to Team SMG that he didn't even ask for.
Yeah, you know what? I agree. He should have made like a tweet from 2014 and just canceled it, man. I don't know, maybe I actually was zoned out and wasn't looking at the purple buff side of Fireflux. Maybe there were people waiting to respond, and then it was just too little too late.
I mean, there was a rotation that was supposed to be coming in from the mid lane, especially Rosa, but unfortunately, wait, hold on. TNZ is kind of deep into the sauce.
Gets hit with the Circling Eagle. Apex catches the brunt of that, and Rosa, a lot of wisps. Now Turtle spawns. 1,500 gold up, Team SMG 2-0, clearly in the lead. The Malaysians, Fireflux, have to respond. They're taking it slow. Where's TNZ? Heart Guard already spent in. Sasha holding on to the heavy spin. And there's a DPZ forcing it up. TNZ with the steal. Miko goes down. The Yujong in the skies.
Ooh.
And Stormy gets a kill onto Rosa. Heavy spin save for the last moment, but Smooth gonna get squashed like a lizard. Kenzie gets double. Sasha goes not in front of his family. And now Sunshine making the most of the absence of the opponent, while the last Kage does the same down bot.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, Sasa knows that Alien doesn't have his ultimate in time and should be able to actually crack open bot tier 1 with no problems whatsoever, but he needs to start supplementing this, right? Mid lane's getting shoved in, top tier 1 has already fallen, Sunshine doing a really good job, and honestly, Fireflux Esports is just playing cleaner due to their communication. Team SMG kind of looked a little like funky and lost.
Grand Theft Purple too. They are the victims of Grand Theft Purple. What's going on, Yasu?
Actually, Tennessee, again, as I told you, he is the Soul Reaper. He comes in and he gets whatever whatever he wants. He got the kills, he got the turtle, he got everything that was offered, and not even offered by Team SMG. And as you said, that was cold in front of his family. They did really nasty job against Team SMG, having everything at that moment. But I'd actually like to point out that Miko previously was annoying. And again, I would say annoying Tennessee, but he couldn't do it as the wild card because he was really annoying.
Heavy spin on a Rosa. Now Apex thinking about it. Should I or should I not? DPZ not enough.
Bye-bye.
Sasa takes him down. All right, that's one way to bounce back.
It is one way to bounce back, but let's see how many more, because Smooth is losing his Black Dragon form on the top side, and that bottom side going to get shoved in as well. Whoa, let's calm down here, Miko. This man is using that Circling Eagle off cooldown at this point.
There's no goal difference actually between both teams. So far there's nothing that much to speak about instead of the mistakes that Team SMG are doing.
Sasa goes ahead and pops Apex with the Wesker like it's 2021.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. That hurts whenever it comes without you even noticing. It hurts. Sasa was in a really good position, and he could find himself and locate himself when there was no vision whatsoever on him.
When was the last time y'all saw the shotgun, huh? Wait, answer that later. In mid, DPZ by Rosa. Heart Guard from Apex, saving their star player mid laner. And now the Lord still standing. Smooth still does not have his Black Dragon form. Saksha holding on to his heavy spin. Can he get it down? Last turtle, who goes? It's TNZ scoring it. Heavy spin, scored already. No one getting pinned down. Rosa still good. Fire Flux wins.
If he had that penalty zone there, it was a massacre gonna happen.
I mean, it's not just that. Wait, hold on. Sasa is getting actually chunked the heck out here. What happened? Even Sasa as well. Whoa!
And he's gonna lose his purple. That's it. He's gonna lose his purple. TNZ, you rogue, you scoundrel. Oh, he takes it. And now Fire Flux are 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, it's not about the goal lead only. It's not about the kills as well. It is about the domination that Team Fireflux are applying. And at this moment, Team SMG are just listening carefully to whatever Team Fireflux has to say. Going into the jungle, it's easy. Going into the backlines, it's easy. Team Fireflux takes everything.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about just like gold lead, it's only a 2.1k at 8 minutes into the game. That's honestly not that big. But then when you start considering the EXP lead coming in from the side of Fireflux on pretty much every single front, they are dominating very nicely. And this is very much in tune to what Fireflux Esports likes to do. That's why they're on top.
Here we go. Stormy stole away the penalty zone, and here they come. Heavy spin, trying to get Rosa, flickering away. Fireflux. Wow, an immaculate retreat. And they're still here.
Saxa actually, every time he uses his heavy spin, what was he actually aiming for? Every time he cannot catch anyone, by the way, by Tennessee.
Miko. All right, Dash is on now, using the flicker. Team SMG clearly on the defensive.
Yeah, I think that Fireflux, what they have over Team SMG is just better communication, right? Better chemistry, better comms, because Team SMG have been anti-synergizing themselves, apparently, for a good majority of these games. A lot of the combinations that we're expecting to land does not even get close to connecting.
Yeah, the engagement, the disengage possibility that Team SMG is having, they are not using it whatsoever. So Miko so far haven't showed us that insane play that makes Matilda one of the most banned heroes. The same thing can be said about all the members of Team SMG. Even though they have the kills, it's a strategy game after all. It's not a game about kills, it's a game about domination and forcing your brilliant ideas.
Right, now as they start walking up to what, TNZ actually has a lot of damage. He's even getting a hard guard too.
Vigo with the Circling Eagle, knocking up 3, penalty zone. And the bravest fighter spent up already. Lord at a third of its health. And Fireflux just making space. The Turkish are gonna score the Lord here. And the fight continues. Saksha gets a face full of torn apart memory. Down goes Alien. 1 for the Lord. Saksha survived, but just barely. Stormy looking to punish. Fireflux disengages. Was that a worthy trade? I think it is. They still technically won the fight.
I mean, considering that Fireflux is the one ahead, it is a lot more worth it for the side of Team SMG. They didn't get the Lord, of course, but it was never going to fall into their hands in the first place, considering the 4-level lead that TNZ actually has over Saxa. But that could have gone a lot worse. Everybody was walking away at basically 10% of their HP.
Yeah, Team SMG at this moment, we can say safely that they are buried by that passive gameplay. Never taking any risks means that you will not gain anything. And so far, they are not taking any risk whatsoever. Team Fireflux will keep on marching with their troops, will keep on going into the inhibitor turrets. And actually, this might be a finish, even though it's not Enhanced Lord. So Team Fireflux, with all the ultimates available, with almost all the spells available, they might finish it.
Oh. This is one good thing I think Team SMG has going for them. They have good wave clear, and they're still defending outside their base. So I'd say this is far from over.
I mean, let's see how many inhibitors that they're actually able to... Oh, Miko still going. He should be getting out no problems. But yeah, as long as Team SMG are able to kind of make sure that their inhibitors, most importantly, are still standing, they can actually start catching up in EXP and looking to contest the bigger objectives, bigger neutral objectives on the map. So keep in mind, the upcoming timer, 90 seconds, that's very important for the side of Team SMG.
Gideon, you mentioned the O word, objectives. Team SMG need to get on that train. Not a single turret, man. Own part of the map back so that they can crawl back to get more EXP, crawl back to get more gold. Smooth in trouble. Look at that long way heavy spin. The fight just breaks out like that. And now it's crashing through the collapse inside the purple buff side of Team SMG. Alien traded out for 2. This is not looking good. Sasa down to a fifth of his health. Goes for the Nibiru's passion. Down goes Stormy. Traded out for TNZ. 3 for 2. Fireflux. They're calling all the shots. They're in the driver's seat. This is their game.
You have to pay the price. You have to pay the price. And seeing the Sunshine almost completes his items, you have to pay that price heavily. The damage is just unbearable and unmatchable. No one in Team SMG, even though the Beatrix has a gold lead over the Brody, we haven't seen Sasa's damage. Oh, we actually have 5-0-2, but I didn't see him as effective at the team fight as Sunshine was.
Yeah, I mean, he was already getting attacked pretty heavily. I think that was kind of on Smooth to go for the big follow-up. He has the Petrify, he has the Furious Dive, and he had 3 targets close enough together to actually secure that knockup. I think it could have gone, it was a good idea, but the execution from the side of Team SMG was a little on the low side. I think Fireflux, they did get a little lucky there, but they're not going to let that happen again. They've kept in mind the conditions that were set by the side of Team SMG to make that happen.
Well, being lucky wouldn't help them enough, but as again, we have mentioned how Miko was doing. Before Miko, let's see what's coming in here. Nothing quite interesting. Rosa goes back using his penalty zone and everything. And I would actually say, where is Smooth in this game? Smooth, he haven't actually showed up his Black Dragon's form ability being used to its maximum. You can take that Angela down, you can also take the Sunshine down, but so far, no dangerous gameplay happening from Team SMG.
All right, if you're hunting the Angela down, it seems to be an exercise in futility, right? That's the only real target for him is Sunshine.
Okay.
And that's a lot on Smooth's shoulders.
Yeah, not to mention that, I mean, Sunshine, he's already got the Winds of Nature, so even if he does go for that full commit, Sunshine can easily start kiting backwards.
And then get the Heart Guard in, and then punish Smooth, so that's what's been happening the past 10 minutes. Right now, that's the Heart Guard already spent in. Saksha with the heavy spin, isolating TNZ and Apex 47. Smooth this time around going 2v2. Sunshine and Rosa answering back. TNZ taking down Smooth. Team SMG backing off, retreating into the shadows of their own jungle. And with that, Fireflux reasserts dominance, going for their second Lord of the game. Now approaching half health. Will SMG force the contest? Looks like they're backing off. The Turkish score another big one.
Yeah, this should almost guarantee them at least one inhibitor turret with the Luminous Lord going to be able to use its passive ability to actually crack, well, technically active if we really think about it, into the inhibitor. So I think right now, Team SMG, if they had a moment to just breathe and really think about their communication, because so far it looks like the decisions are very split amongst the members. And I think that unfortunately Smooth is taking the good brunt of the damage because everybody's all over the place.
Yeah, everyone, they are not synchronized between each other, but having that gold lead and having also the Lord in your favor, and also seeing that Team Fireflux, almost all of them got the items that they need, and even actually more than the items that they need to finish the game. But going back to the point that Leo said, the Team SMG do have an opportunity to defense, having that Beatrix and also having Stormy on the Valentina.
Here we go. Lord crashing on through mid lane inhibitor. It's just a matter of seconds before Fireflux pulls the trigger. There it is. Tournament memory spent in. Saksha approaching half health. Top lane being forced in by Alien. Bottom as well cleared. The Turkish are taking their time, slowly but surely choking out Team SMG.
synchronized minions. I would say that's the key for this moment. Synchronized minions.
And that's a wave up top, a wave down bottom. Team SMG have to very clearly decide where their resources are going to go. Kenzie already gets a hard guard in him, fighting underneath their base. Sasha very low, heavy spin committed, torn apart memory. Oh, the nub of the turret, enough to poison him into that weird position. And there he goes, Sunshine picked off. 4v5, look at Lord Smooth and Sasa and Miko forcing the issue. They're gonna take out Kenzie, popping his immortality, and they're gonna take down this Joy. Where's she going? The last Kage, the killer Kage. 2 pickoffs. Team SMG still breathing.
Finally, a mistake actually being exploited against Flux Esports. And I mean, Sunshine, I think it wasn't occurring in his mind that the stub of a broken tower can also be considered as a structure. A little frustrating, I'm not going to lie. But it doesn't mean that Flux Esports is down and out just yet. It means that the gold is actually coming down closer and closer together with a real-time win rate in favor of the Turkish representatives. This might be the turnaround for the side of Team SMG to actually catch back up.
Oh, look, they're just running through mid. They have demolished Tier 1 and Tier 2. Up top, there's also a big fat wave escorted by Smooth. All right, it's looking like the map can slowly turn blue. Team SMG holding on.
I mean, you say that, but the disadvantage as well with 2 dropped inhibitors from the side of Team SMG. It's really important for them to actually hold those up. But considering that Flux has been dominating this hard, I mean, the next upcoming Lord, it's all about just managing the waves, kind of setting it up, letting it crash on top and mid side, and forcing Team SMG members to walk off of the Lord.
Yeah, and even with the action happening in the map right now, the Kage is still safe and sound. He haven't died 1 time so far, and I would actually acknowledge that Team SMG can now bounce back, because we have seen them pull off more than 1 good defense using the ultimates from Sasa, and also using the Saksa, not just Sasa, Saksa, to keep the minions away. But here it's the real question: will they be able to take the Lords or not?
For the first time in a long time, it's actually a 50-50. SMG contesting, Nay advancing, Lord slightly favored to their side. Lord here, a 10th of its health. In comes Alien, Genzi as well. Sasha with the clutch retribution, scoring this evolved Lord. Heavy spin, backing off Apex and Genzi. Genzi and Apex, bravest fighter from Alien, out of this world. The killer Kage, spraying down Flux, taking down Genzi. Stormy goes down, Sunshine gets a kill. Alien gets his immortality pop. Team SMG able to retreat under the shade of their Tier 3 and bottom. Team SMG on the board.
Beautiful kiting coming out from Sasa there. Really, really beautiful stuff. But man, Tianzi, he was gunning for that. And unfortunately, Team SMG now have a Lord on their side. Stormy's not with them, but at the very least, they don't have to worry about the dive potential coming out from Tenzi specifically, as well as Rosa and Alien, who both don't have Flicker anymore.
Remember, in the last game, there was only 1 time that SMG could have finished this, and also this is the time that Team SMG gets to finish this.
Rosa with a penalty zone coming in, spending that ult, and now they're gonna get penetrated in mid. Sasa with Nibiru's passion. Sasha with the heavy spin, pinning down Apex and Alien. They're still going, forcing the issue. Sasha dashing on through, guiding wins out. Smooth putting up a wall between his teammates and Flux. That's a penetration that Team SMG are happy with. They back off.
Ooh, okay, so this game is going to drag out longer. We're breaking the 20-minute mark. It is 19:43 as of right of this moment, but we can see, it's clear. Team SMG, they're playing to protect the Kage. They've got the bodyguards. They got to make sure this president doesn't go down anytime soon.
Sasa's position is actually so far remarkable. It's like that's the least word to actually express what's happening right now. It is remarkable. Having that gold lead being turned upside down, and now having the lead, even let's say the balance. So far, I would say something that I already mentioned in the wild card. It doesn't matter anymore, the gold lead or even the turrets, because 1 single mistake can flip everything around. 1 single kill can make everything hard for whomever lost that kill. So Flux, they only need 1 move to win this game, but the same case is for Team SMG. They only need 1 good move to finish this off. It doesn't matter how many turrets you have right now. Just one mistake will make everything crumble down.
Oh, and look at that. Even the minions know. Even the minions know. Hey, Tienzi, you've been slacking on your wave management. Let me take this tier 1. Gideon, I gotta ask you, man. Past the 20-minute mark, where did SMG find this new swag? Where is this confidence coming from, man? Because earlier, I remember, they were trapped inside their own base.
I mean, they were stat checked for a majority of this game. They're like, oh, we can make a really good move here. I don't have the numbers to back it up, whether it be number advantage in terms of people or just raw stats like attack damage or even magic damage in this particular case. I think that as of right now, Team SMG are starting to kind of pull it together, right? They're getting into the later stages of the game where you have to be just a little bit more creative in the way that you play, but now we're following the simple protocols. We're protecting the president, keep it simple, let them funnel into this, and then we can start cutting backwards and really look for those big punishes rather than making that first move.
More than ever. Yeah, so you were saying.
Yeah, I was saying that there's a very dangerous thing that's happening on the side of Team SMG, and that's the wave management, because it is an issue that I think at some point maybe Fireflux will get the best use out of it. But so far we can see that Rosa is in a really good position, Team Fireflux in a good position, everyone is here. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Oh, they're gonna have to reset this Lord. The fact that they don't know where Rosa is means it's dangerous, because again, flickers off of the Thorn Queen. Penalty zone as well. Could be disastrous, but wait. The dance continues. Saksha holding his ground. Oh, gonna call it off.
Ooh, Sasa is on the top lane already. He showed up on the map. So Team Fireflux have to start something now. They either start dancing with that Lord or even taking it down. But as you said, Rosa can be an issue.
Oh, here we go. Forces the penalty zone. Saksha holding on to the heavy spin. In comes Alien. Bravest Spider spent in already. Looking for Circling Eagle. Calls it back. Lord slowly getting pulled over to Team SMG's side. And it's approaching half health. 4 members from Fireflux visible. Tienzi drawing back up. The dance continues. Lord, less than half health here. Where is Team SMG's damage source? Tienzi spots out Sasa. Lord here, less than half health this time around, taking their time. This Lord's dance going much, much longer. Saksha now reacquires his immortality. It continues. Looks like Fireflux is twice bitten, thrice shy. This game is extending for way too long. Tienzi, thinking about it. Black Dragon form, looking for the full combo.
Oh.
Tienzi scores it right underneath, and they're looking for the pop-off, looking for the kill, and Rosa gets his immortality taken out. Sasa still dealing a lot of damage. Down goes a Thorn Queen. The Queen is down. The Queen is down. Fireflux down a man. It's a 5v4. Team SMG gonna melt this Lord in mid.
Man, what a beautiful dance that was, but now it's going even deeper as they start to push
Oh,
forward!
the passive of the Lord is helping Fireflux deal more damage. Alien here, the Vanguard, the sides here, Stormy and Smooth need to pick their fights very specifically. Saksha able to survive with about 1 HP. And a Dream still here. Waves crashing through. Fireflux Esports, they smell blood in the water. Smooth and Stormy in trouble. Tienzi gets one. It's a 4v4. Lord still alive. A quarter of its health still in. Nico with a Circling Eagle. As it goes. Lord still standing. Saksha still here. Sasa dealing out of damage. Team SMG defense.
Sunshine just got his Has Claws, and even we can see that some of them have turned to use the the freeze items. But Team Fireflux, they got the chance to reposition and also reset their ultimates and also engage and re-engage again and again and again. Fireflux gets back to the driver's seat.
Yeah, this is quite a difficult game here, because as much as Fireflux want to kind of penetrate the battle lines coming in from the side of Team SMG, there's just so much counter.
Oh, Saksa!
Here we go, an early Heart Guard. Tienzi tries to find Saksa. Sasha he finds, and down goes Sunshine, down goes Sasa. 1-for-1 trade so far underneath this tier 3 in bot. This is looking good for Team SMG, but Fireflux holds their ground. Fireflux taking down the last bastion. Team SMG no longer has inhibitors. And now Stormy back on the map. He wants some action, he wants a fight. Miko coming in with a Circling Eagle, and they're dealing a lot of damage. Is this the right kind though? Heart Guard! Oh, penalty zone coming in. Stormy gets taken out. Alien still stands. Alien goes down, gets the immortality pop. Smooth here, still alive, has an immortality as well. Penalty zone coming in. Saksha and Miko still here, defending, pushing out the minions. Minions slowly walking in. Fireflux feel it. It's just Saksha and Miko left. Ladies and gentlemen, the Turkish have done it. The Turkish are going to be taking the series in a sweep.
Oh my god, 2-0, well done! Fireflux Esports really pushing the limits of Team SMG and more importantly coming out through a war of attrition. Attrition! The bodies, the items being purchased, they maxed out everything until you had no more resources. There's only one result left.
A full sweep that looks exactly like a replay from the first game, dominating the early, losing the mid game, and coming back at the late game. That's what we have just seen, ladies and gentlemen. The winner for this match is Team Fire Flux. Now they get to do whatever they want, or not get to do whatever they want, but they have got whatever they wanted today. A full sweep, that's a thing in the early stage.
You know what? Maybe the commenters on my YouTube videos were right. Maybe I do not understand Fireflux. And now I've learned. Now I know. Now I know.
I have to admit, this team is truly patient. They are they can wear you out so easily with the amount of fighting, and especially with a base fight like that, especially on that defense. Oh my goodness. Should it have been like that? Questionable. But did they come up on top? 100%.
But I have a question here. Who was the one predicting the Fireflux would win?
You were predicting it for, well, for all intents and purposes, you're absolutely right. But it was a 2-0 and not a 2-1. We definitely
you got me there.
Yeah, I mean, we did have higher hopes for the side of Team SMG, but Fireflux, they have put up an incredible performance thus far.
They do actually deserve that victory because they came back and dominated the game, and we will get to see now the MVP of the match. I would say that it was definitely on the side of Team Fireflux. Teneze, yeah, it's Teneze. He did really good on that. The Joy, and again, he is the Soul Reaper, having a kill participation percentage of 92%, and not just that, on his itemization is really good. He worked on that penetration, and he also got the extra damage. Sometimes we have seen him with the immortality, sometimes we have seen him with the freeze, but what was actually most fascinating to me was the times that he chose to engage.
Dude, everything that Fireflux did was for TNG to clean up house, right? Even their mid laner, even Rosa was like, you know what? I see ya. I'm gonna pick up the Terizla. Let's do it.
I mean, hopefully we get to see this in the highlights brought to you by Grab Unlimited. And personally for me, that's the thing. It's the small micro mechanics that they're really taking into account. And once the ability is down, that's when they look to pounce.
Fireflux at this moment, they were losing a lot to Team SMG, and I think that this was the moment where Team SMG could have actually dominated the early game, but they couldn't use the best out of both worlds. They couldn't get the best out of this trade, and we can see here that again and again and again, Teneze is the Soul Reaper, taking whatever he wants. Sasa with a really clean play we haven't seen for a long time. The Kage is here. He haven't died for, he just died one time actually, the shutdown at the late game, but having that mentioned, it was a long game, and he was with a great and amazing performance. Saxa won again and again and again. He was trying, and he managed at some points to take the Lord down. And here we have to see the messy, the nasty team fights where Team Fireflux have used their gold lead in their advantage and got a lot of kills.
It's hard to watch, man. It's a lot of missed opportunities from the side of Team SMG. I'm expecting them to have a level of polish, you know? I'm expecting all these global teams coming here for the International to have that level of polish. We didn't get to see that here, and it's clear that at least for Fireflux, they've done this long enough, they've been together long enough to have it naturally.
Exactly. And say what you will about Turkey being a developing region. Nah, man, the playstyle and the execution that they're showing here, come on, that's a mid-lane Terizla. That is understanding of gameplay and mechanics unlike anything I've seen in a while. So that alone gives me, you know, the vibe that Rosa should be the secondary MVP, should be the silent worker, in addition to Apex 47, of course.
I would actually, in this game, I would give an MVP for sure for Sasa, but if you got to watch the MTC, they were dominant, and now seeing and watching the M5, they have dominated the game, but they were challenged to the limit. But they got again to 0, and that was a full sweep. As I said, there's nothing to say about the goal difference. There's no goal difference whatsoever, but it was clean for Team Fireflux for a really long time because they had all the turrets. I think only one turret was up on the bot lane. So Team Fireflux, to a point, were dominating Surge since the early game. So is there something special here? No. Akai going with the tanky emblems and everyone with their normal sets. But Team Fireflux now, seeing that they had the gold lead at the beginning, Brody was dealing a huge amount of damage, and even though Sasa had a lot of kills, they couldn't use that to their best advantage. So Team SMG could have actually pulled off something more better than the kills. They could have used that to their advantage. Actually, I remember something. I had a conversation with you, Gideon, and I said to you that Team SMG can win fights and can get kills, but using the best out of these fights are not as expected, because you can get the kill, but what will you do with it if you don't have a neutral objective after it, or even a turret?
I think they call it in the business conversion.
Yep, they weren't able to find that conversion. But unironically, looking at Team SMG and as well as Fireflux Esports, it feels like they're kind of mirroring each other to a certain degree. It's like two sides of the exact same coin. They play almost the exact same way. Their picks obviously is slightly different, but the overall chemistry from the side, which cannot be calculated by stats, is beyond, it's immeasurable, right? That's why we're seeing the big difference between the two teams who have a similar style of play.
Dude, look at Apex, 100% team fight participation.
I was about to say that.
To be honest, like I can't hide the fact that I'm in love with the way that this man plays MLBB, right? Who else would have been okay to check that bush if Sasa was ready and cocking the Wesker? Who else? Who else?
You said it earlier. You said it earlier. No matter how much you talk about Apex, you will not give him his. What did you? How did you put it? He will not be appreciated as he should.
Ever.
So Apex having 100% team participation in the team fights, and also actually on the other side, Miko had also 100%. So both of the rumors were doing a really good job, but it was all about the mistakes. And Team SMG, no matter how much or no matter how many times they are in the lead, they don't get any use out of it.
It's a sad way to put it. It's all about the mistakes.
It's true. No, honestly, it is true. If we were being brutally harsh about this, and it comes down to it, that they don't look like the same team like we saw them in the regular season. You know, something has happened in between that is causing either a rift or just looking a little awkward, right? Any thoughts on this, Leo, or do you feel like this is like as expected?
There's got to be more to Team SMG. I still believe in Team SMG. Again, it's in their name. Still moving under gunfire, and this is quite the...
It is quite the fire. But what about you, Yasu? Any final thoughts on this?
I think that Team SMG can actually do much more better, because we have seen them in the wild card, and we have seen whenever they dominate the early game, they get to be in their comfort zone. And as I said, they play like robots, but in a good way.
Well, with that being said, M5 is powered by Momentum, presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Coming up next is Indonesia's Geek fam going up against another Malaysian representative, HomeBois. So don't go anywhere. The M5 World Championship group stage will be right back.
Hit me like I might geek over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like a pro inside, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got.
game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I know. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea orders, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
sa suratkan ko Kung tawag kita kan bagi as this rally versus game now Gets power on my shoulders Tawag ko siyang pataro Kung isa buhat ko lang But you can keep me from my honor I feel like the floor is lava The energy's getting higher You're safe in my arms Cause I know just what we got I got you like na-na-na-na And you know you hold the power Cause we are better than great Cause we are better than Aku yang terhebat, apa memang rule-ku jadi terhebat Transcend myself into this game, yeah I believe the power to tell me afraid Kemenangan bukan trik yang lemah The story of the game we shall reveal Better than great, it's how we feel I feel like the floor is lava The energy's getting higher You're safe in my arms Cause I know just what we got I got you like na-na-na-na And you know you hold the power Cause we are better than great I can tell you about those fading my way Standing tall like we talking We are better than great Kita ang terhebat Harapin ang pagkabagi Pero parang tabaliba We are better than great 'cause we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, countdown aku kan bisa dengan tekad membara. You'll see I'm better than You'll see I'm better than You'll see I'm better than
Ditolak tak bergolek, tersembunyi di sudut bilik. Kau mampu melawan balik, is this wrong? Masih yang terbaik. Kuasa ada di bahuku, kau tahu aku soldier. Cuba buatku leka, tapi tak mampu rampas my honor.
Na na na, panas sepanas lava, ku semakin bertenaga bila bersama. Ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. This feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, 'cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai ke tekad, pray apa yang gonna change. Great, we are better than great.
Misi berat lebih dari hebat, jalankan amanat masih bersemangat. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. Jangan kuasa tu genggam piala, minat juara kan tawanya lemah. Hasil dibalik usaha buktinya lebih dari hebat, itu yang ku rasa.
Na na na, panas sepanas lava, ku semakin bertenaga bila bersama. Ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. This feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, 'cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai ke tekad, pray apa yang gonna change. Great, we are better than great. Terus yakinkan diri, gapai impian pasti. Usah berlengah lagi. Oh yeah, I'm better than great. Oh, better than great. Oh yeah, better than great. Better than great. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, 'cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai ke tekad, pray apa yang gonna change. Great, we are better than great.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport.
We're driving cars on a Mars tonight.
Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh!
May jao, may
Welcome to M5 Gala! Guess the Hero Challenge!
Lapu-lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana!
Go! Best dressed team! Best dressed Super Marco!
Hit me like I might geek over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've been kinda greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we
Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship Group Stage, and I'm very excited because it is between the runner-up of MPL Indonesia, Geek Fam, going up against MPL Malaysia's champion, HomeBois, and I'm not the only one excited here. My name is Afel, alongside with me is Yasu and... Wolf.
Oh.
Yeah. Yasu, give me some space. Hey, let me just say, this is a Malaysian game, so don't mess with us.
Oh.
We are watching.
Okay, chill. Okay. Let's start it this the right way. Welcome to M5. The M5 World Championship is powered by Muntun, presented by Kadia, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official share partner.
Thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 will not be possible without your support. And thank you, Lafel. Need I remind you that you are actually in the Philippines right now?
Hey. A special shout out to our global presenting partner, Kadia. Kadia is a giga project, a city. Imagine that, a city that's being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment for sports. Entertainment, sports, and culture. Don't throw me off. How dare you?
Not doing nothing.
Well, let's talk about people who are doing something.
Yeah.
Look at Kadia. They aim to change the world of gaming and esports. Don't forget to follow at Kadia Gaming on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Stay tuned to their social media pages to find out more about the giveaway.
Also, even though Wolf is an analyst, don't just stop at the best hero builds and combos. Get ahead of the competition. Rich Mythic, Mythical Honor, Mythical Glory with the Secret Lab Titan Evo gaming chair outfitted with pro-grade ergonomic features, engineered for maximum performance.
And shop match-winning comfort and keep yourself at the top of your game now. Match-winning comfort, something that the Filipinos are very much used to.
Sure. Anyways, we are gonna witness an amazing match here. Because again, it is going to be between Geek Fam going up against HomeBois. Now, since you're an analyst, I'm assuming you know a lot about Geek Fam. Oh, not analyst for the team. I mean like in general,
Yeah.
as an analyst. So you know a lot about Geek Fam, right?
Fair to say, yeah.
We got to talk about redemption or domination. Because during MPLI, HomeBois did well against Geek Fam. What'd you think about that? Was that just luck? Is it just because it's a best-of-1 series? What's going on?
Yeah, you know, interestingly, I was able to talk to Geek Fam and their players.
What?
Yeah.
You got connections?
Yeah, because Mark is there, Valoy is there, and like Luke is a friend of mine, you know. Yeah, they're friends, you know. They're good friends of mine. Yeah, they. It was more of them getting used to the gear that they're using. That, of course, they're still fatigued after their grand finals run, you know. So that's the reason why it happened.
All right, and again, it is domination versus redemption. We got to look at Zorn and Beloyski here. Can Beloyski redeem their MPLI loss, or will Zorn establish dominance at M5? I got to ask Yasu, you've seen how Zorn plays. Do you think he can do well against Beloyski?
Well, look, I actually had this statement
Luke is
earlier
the
on.
EXP, sorry. Yeah, Luke is the EXP.
That's what?
Right. Sorry, I'm throwing you off. Okay, talk about Zorn.
Okay, so Zorn actually is one of those players that I expect to see as one of the best roamers during this tournament. So I have a high expectations for Zorn because I had this opportunity to share the disc even for a little bit at MPLMY, and he's performing just as perfect as he should.
All right, now here is a quote from Zorn. Personally, it shocked me because I thought we were going to lose against Geek Fam. Now, Zorn, I can say a lot about this guy. If Wolf is public enemy number 1 in Malaysia, I would say Zorn is public enemy number 1 in the Philippines.
That's right.
But I gotta say, Zorn, honestly, like if you know him personally, he's a pretty chill guy.
Yeah.
Imagine him being in MPL Malaysia for all 12 seasons. Yeah. Imagine waiting 12 seasons, and this is the very first time that he's going to the world stage. And the thing is, this might be his last. Because he has to retire soon. And I gotta say, there's a lot riding on his shoulders.
Yeah, I'm sad about Zorn because he is the veteran. And I think that he played for Geek Fam Malaysia,
Yes,
right?
he did.
And he's actually the voice of
the face.
well played,
yes,
bro.
yes.
Well played, bro. That's why I love Zorn. I think for me personally, I am rooting for Zorn in this matchup. And if you're gonna ask me what I think about this particular matchup between Geek Fam as well as HomeBois, I have proof that I voted for HomeBois to win 2-1.
Oh. So
I vote for Geek Fam. What are you talking about? What about you, Yasu?
Well, I will say my expectation about this game. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's a 2-1. That was my vote. But I have a question. This is the first time we share a desk together, Lafel, and there is something that's quite interesting. How does your curse work?
My curse works that whichever team I'm going for, that's the team that's going to lose. So who are you voting for?
HomeBois.
You think HomeBois going to win? I disagree. Geek Fam's got this. Look at the history, man, because we got to talk a little bit about the history, right? Because HomeBois and Geek Fam, if we're looking at a ladder, right? #1 team at the top.
Okay.
They missed the step quite a few times, all right? They were at the bottom of the stands for a very long time. And now both teams climbed up and now champions and representing their countries. But with that being said, history. We got to look at the present. We got to go back to stage because we're going to introduce the Marshals. To officiate the M5 World Championship, we have our Marshals making their way onto the stage. They are here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. And now, making their way into the arena are the Geeks. Their tenacity and adaptability serve as factors to represent Indonesia in the World Championship stage. Now, they're looking to exhibit the same. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Geek Fam!
You know what they say, once a geek, always a fam. And now we can see the Malaysian team, a team that you can tell us about.
Yeah, a team that is as tenacious as their opponents. Their never give up mentality allowed them to clinch not only their first ever MPL title, but their very first M-Series World Championship appearance as well. Make some noise for HomeBois!
Wonderful story for sure, as they have finally found their way into the international tournaments.
And now to guide the teams to victory, we have their head coaches and analysts. For Geek Fam, it's Coach Erpang. For HomeBois, Coach Pobs and analyst Saiful.
Now we can see that everyone is ready. Everyone is going to compete to see who is going to be better than great. Will it be Team HomeBois and they will bring that victory home? Or will it be for the Indonesian Giants, Team Geek Fam, who came all the way through here from Indonesia to prove that they are, yes, the runner-up, but yet they have a lot to offer so far. And speaking of both these teams, both of them kind of have the same strategy. They dominate the early game.
And they also have their imports as well. That's Mark and Boloyski going back to the Philippines, presenting themselves. There was a time where the camera actually zoomed into both Boloyski and Marky. They look very happy because now they're back after 1.5 years. They're back in home soil, performing as the representatives of Geek Fam. With, of course, Nael, Luke, and Naboy. A lot of future for these young players from Indonesia.
I would say having Marky as the starting lineup here instead of Kadera is also going to be a point that we're going to be talking about. But now for HomeBois, Rizal, Chibi, Sapat, Warlord, as well as Zorn. I would say in this lineup, Chibi and Zorn has represented Malaysia before in the SEA Games, but the rest, this is very fresh for them.
Well, Team HomeBois right now on the screen, they have 5 members, right? And that's like the natural thing. But actually, I kind of have like a fun fact. Team HomeBois at some point, they play 4v5 because Zorn is kind of busy doing his recall.
I gotta say, based on the way they play, he's gonna make... Okay, you know what? Okay, come on, guys. Don't do me dirty like... come on.
We're just telling you how good HomeBois is.
Yeah.
He's making sure all the buttons work.
Exactly. But look at the good side, or like
Look
at
at the player.
Yeah, look at the full half of the cup.
All right.
If Team HomeBois win, they win 4v5.
That's something.
Yes.
Wolf, help me out here. I know we're frenemies, but be my friend now.
Okay, I will be your friend by saying that HomeBois is actually very impressive, and that is the talent prediction.
How dare you vote for HomeBois?
And Yasu is a liar, by the way.
Oh,
Yes,
Yasu
you're a liar.
Okay.
How dare you, Habibi?
But
Okay.
Team HomeBois currently can make it to 2-0 because for me personally, at least, I believe that, and it's still so early though, but I believe that this is the dark horse. You might disagree with me, you might agree with me. You have just seen Team Fireflux having a full sweep, but I have high expectations for Team HomeBois.
Yeah. You know what? I think I do have also the high expectation for Team HomeBois. I think that they can win against Geek Fam because I was able to talk to Marky, and surely there were a lot of problems that they had to face during MPLI. Had a podcast with him. Watch it out on watch for it on my YouTube channel.
Plug.
Yeah,
Nice
my,
plug.
my podcast. But anyways, Marky basically painted the picture that they were having a lot of there were some challenges during MPLI, but at the same time it was they weren't like hiding strats, or they're not like
Okay, come on.
Yep.
What is this?
Okay.
Typically Zorn, legend has it that Zorn could recall 25 times in 0 seconds. Oh, come on! Who's the script writer?
25. That's impressive.
You know
That's
what's
actually good.
Well, it's actually so impressive for me whenever I see the camera
Don't
zooms
talk
in
to me about
Zorn.
25-0, come on!
Well, he had to break a record
talked about 25-0 against RSG. Nobody talked about that.
It wasn't O though, right? It was O?
I don't know what you're
think there
talking
was
about. I don't know what you're...
No, there's no memory of that. Are you transforming?
If you transform the film, what form will you
Exhale.
transform into?
Inhale. Yes, there you go, there you go. Well, Team HomeBois, actually, I think that there's also one more record that Zorn needs to break here. I think that's the recalling record against Sans.
Yeah, the Sans
They're
apparently.
competitors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think Sans kind of slowed down a bit. How about Leo Murphy?
So let's talk about the game, right? So let's see. During MPLI, HomeBois did kind of good. Do you think they used all of their strength during MPLI and now for M5 they got nothing?
HomeBois, you mean?
Yes, HomeBois.
I don't think so. Especially with the draft. I think that they almost
Wait. The numbers are not adding up. It's okay. Let's not talk about it then.
100% from
Yes.
Geek Fam. Nobody loves HomeBois in that area. I wonder why. So, how about the Philippines? I wasn't able to catch it.
Well,
I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about the numbers. It's a bit.
Okay.
Well, you get to decide which to talk about and which
Yeah,
to
actually,
not.
you're actually in charge. Actually.
So going back to this, do you think HomeBois has used all the strats?
No. I don't
for
think so.
MPLI?
I don't think so. Especially because of some of the changes, and they were facing up against teams like RC, for example, that they might have just been surprised about their playstyle, right? I think that especially because they will play 3 best-of-3 matches, I'm sure that HomeBois still has something going in for them. And I saw after MPLI that they're still very happy. You know, they're still their energy is still there. I'm actually very excited to see HomeBois because I know that they are a team that will rely on their instincts more than anything else.
Well, adding up on that, I wouldn't safely say that they intentionally lost against RSG, but at this point, I think they didn't need. They did. No, not intentionally. Of course, they will not lose intentionally. But I mean that they didn't need to use all their cards.
Yeah. Okay.
in
Now I get
MPLI.
it. Okay. Now I get it.
So maybe they used the same things, you know, that they used during the MPLI at the early stages.
Can I just say, I feel like I'm getting attacked here. We're going into the drafting phase. Geek Fam going up against HomeBois. Geek Fam is first pick. HomeBois is second pick. 1-1 getting banned out by Geek Fam. And for HomeBois, banning out Matilda.
Yep, Matilda, great counter to Poloisky, of course. HomeBois are in the red side, so they are the dedicated Nolan ban.
I'm sorry, I'm colorblind. I think both is red side.
I am also colorblind, so...
I think I am too.
Yeah. So it's red side versus red side. So who gets the first pick?
Okay, so my question for
Yeah.
Wolf. Now, Martis is very strong in Malaysia. So do you think this Martis ban is a meta ban, or is it specifically for GB?
Yeah, it's a very so much of a target ban. I cannot remember a team in the Philippines and in Indonesia to actually second ban the Martis, unless of course they're facing up against like players with limited hero pool. And I don't think that this is like the best situation, but maybe Geek Fam thought about the right idea to counter or at least neutralize HomeBois with this ban.
Well, speaking of Chibi and the bans upon this magnificent player, I would say that it's not just the Mars that he's playing really good, but also he managed to pull off the Hellcurt during the MPL MY.
That's true.
And also he have proved that Leomord can be effective at the finals.
Okay, I'm an anchor, but let me be a bit of an analyst here by letting you guys know the way that HomeBois draft. They will always have a balance. One person has to dive, one person has to stay back. So if Chibi, as the jungler, is using a utility jungler, Sapat is going to dive. He's going to flank. If Sapat is being the front line, then Chibi
is gonna dive.
will be the one diving or flanking.
Yeah.
So if they want to pick up a Hellcurt, then Sapat has to pick up something like a Terizla. If they want Sapat to use something like a Paquito, then we can see a Baxia, a Akai, something like that for Chibi.
It kind of feels like they're kind of compromising, not really compromising, but kind of relieving each other's jobs, basically. So it's job-based. Joy, Nolan, Arlott, they're all open. What will Geek Fam prioritize? Nolan, obviously, is a strong choice.
Also, who else? I think also Joy has proven that it's worthy in the previous game. But there's something really good about Team HomeBois, and that they do love the tanky or the setup heroes.
I agree. That's why I kind of feel like Geek Fam might just prioritize the Arlott, in fact. But instead, it is the Bruno.
Well, that is coming up as my second question, honestly. HomeBois has been doing well when Rizal is doing well. And one of his better heroes is the Bruno. And as you said, Wolf, on your first cast of the day, the difference between Bruno and Wanwa is that Bruno, you can put in any kind of draft, and it works. See, I listen to what you're saying, And it's really good. So now HomeBois, they have picked up this Joy. Now, the Joy is, for me as a Malaysian, I'm slightly worried because they've shown that Sapat is willing to use the Joy in the EXP, but it did not do well.
And you know what? Thank you so much, Yasu, actually. I don't know why you had to give me this. You can actually just say it. Rises 91% in MPL MY.
Yes.
With the Bruno. So this is more of a deny pick.
They took it from him, They basically prevented him from using one of his most comfort heroes. But seeing the Joy coming in, I don't have anything but, I don't have anything to say but to wonder, why did they leave that much open in exchange for just Bruno?
Well,
oh, no, legit. I kind of feel like playing the game myself, Bruno is one of those heroes where you don't have to think. Which improves your gameplay because you have time to think about everything else. And the thing is, when Bruno, a situation happens. Imagine a big fight around Turtle. No one is handling the lane at all. It's so easy for Bruno to take the objectives.
Exactly.
Bruno makes a snowball, feels like an avalanche.
I agree with that. And it's because of the criticals. I wonder why Geek Fam just literally based on stats to pick up the Bruno first pick.
Do they have a good analyst? Do
Well,
you think the analyst is like a good person?
I don't know
That's
what
a good
to think.
question.
I cannot think. I don't think.
You don't think?
I don't think.
So he doesn't think
No
you're
wonder they're not
colorblind.
champions. All right.
The
Grok.
a very early Grok.
Not the hero I would be thinking of, but this is huge flashback. Huge flashback. The Grok was the reason why Zorn brought Geek Fam as champions in MPL Malaysia Season 3. Before there's the M series, Zorn, during that time, no one cared about the Rome position. He used the Grok to grant them the championship.
Did you just open the book of history and went back all the way through until Season 3?
MPL Season 3.
MPL Season
M1 hasn't started yet.
Wow.
M1 started after Season 4.
Exactly.
But
it's not even. So they represent Malaysian MSC?
See, this is why it's sad for Zorn. He has become champion in MPL Malaysia, but never on the season where you go to the world stage. So he became a champion when there's no such thing as a world stage. So it's kind of like he got in the scene way too soon.
Well, there's a question I would actually like to ask you, Wolf, because you are
Oh,
the...
and I feel like this Joy is going to the jungle because they banned out the hill down.
Yeah.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm faster.
He's the anchor. I mean,
So-
he's in control of it.
I'm that fast.
So, would you actually think that we will see some Flix picks from Team HomeBois?
Yeah.
Like, let's say, for example, do you think that Grok will be used anywhere except for the room?
XP maybe, because I feel that the idea here is, and Lafel already painted this picture where you need a frontliner to go with Chibi. So if they're playing this Joy, for example, somebody has to man the front lines. And Grok is usually that kind of hero. It could be Flex, but of course, in the presence of the Arlot, which I think is a good pick, I'm not from HomeBois.
Yeah.
Now,
and it's still Flex.
It still is Flex.
If this was the previous series, I would say it's Flux.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I would say it's Fire.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. And I have to just balance that
Sure,
to make it
for
Fire
sure.
Flux. Okay, so Team Geek here, as I said, they are really good at the early game, and they have good burst damage at the early game. They have they can snowball that Bruno, and also they have a really good output in terms of the Nolan and the Lilia. So I think it's quite dangerous for Team HomeBois to have any risks coming up in the early game.
Which kind of means that maybe you go Minotaur, perhaps, on Geek Fam, so you just snowball.
Oh.
One of
the hunt begins.
Terizla, I guess.
Ruby?
Yeah.
Of course, the Baloyski special.
Yeah,
Ruby.
the Beloyski's special.
Yeah.
Beloy Ruby. Rubaloy.
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 Rubaloy. All right.
Alright.
Great.
Nice.
It's very dangerous here, but do you think a Claude would suffice?
A Claude?
If not a Clint, because during MPLI, Rizel has shown that he is willing to use the Clint against the Bruno.
How about Anixia? Because there's not a lot of reach for
I mean,
Geek
like
Fam.
Nolan is still potentially very dangerous, but
That's
I don't hate it.
Yeah, because the thing with Claude is that you suffer from Body of Smith, and Ruby is also very tanky. You want to burst the Ruby and not like allow it to kind of ramp up.
And also, you
it's
kind of need, you kind of need to take the Lilia down. You need to make her,
Yeah.
force her to use her black shoes. But that being, you just called for the Nixia,
Yeah,
and it happened.
I wonder why. I was able to.
Is
pick up
he
the-
too
try
good
it
at
for a
what
team.
he's doing?
You should try
You
him for a
think?
team.
You think?
Yeah.
You think so?
I feel like you do have the potential. But speaking of potential, after seeing the drafts, Wolf, your initial impression for both teams, is it going to be more balanced or more one-sided? Like, especially now since we see the numbers.
Phew, okay, I think it's balanced. Maybe the only hero that's kind of out of place is the Grok, but at the same, and I'm saying that because there's Lilia, right?
Yeah.
With Lilia is a problem for a roam Grok because of the amount of damage that it can output to the Grok, but obviously like there's Ixia that kind of forces Nolan to go back. I think Joy is still a pretty good hero. Despite the fact it's more late game, I would say, for the side of HomeBois, or early game for the side of Geek Fam. So, in general, I would say this is a quote-unquote balanced draft between two teams.
Well, both teams have done it all the way up until now. This is their moment to be or not to be better than great, or to be unable to compete with the best of the best. Team HomeBois goes up against Team Geek, and look at Zorn. He's just going to annoy Neil at the early game. He will take the retribution out. He didn't take that retribution out, but he might lose his life. That's too early. That's too early. That's too early. First blood for Team Geek, fam.
Hey, you know what? You did say HomeBois plays 4v5, so this should not bother them, right, Wolf?
Yeah, for sure. They did kind of force out some rotations from a boy, and the flicker was also expended. But they didn't stop the farm from Nail. And the only good thing here is that Chibi is uncontested. So the Joy having a great time in the early game, that's always a good sign.
So right now, honestly, the way that HomeBois is playing the game is really for Zorn to slow down everyone from Geek Fam, giving an advantage to Chibi, but right now Zorn.
Not having that flicker will punish him so hard. Zorn goes down, but he might just lose many bodies. Chibi manages to get that kill alongside with Warlord. The tie. Everything, it's 1-2-1. 2-1. Oh, they tied the team fight, but not the score.
Yeah, but Chibi getting level 4 and getting a kill means that I believe that in the first turtle fight, he might be level 5. Nail, fortunately, though, 1-0-1. The fact that he didn't die, though, that's a massive escape coming out from Geek Fam.
Right now, honestly, it is going to see HomeBois, the way that they play throughout is controlling the river. They want to make sure they secure the turtles, the lords, and then translating all of those advantages to team fight victories on the side lane, and then eventually just dropping all of the turrets down. With this kind of setup, well, do you think that they can do it, especially now? Some fight at the top lane, it looks like he's struggling just a little bit.
He's running for his life, but oh, he just made it in time. Team HomeBois goes back and they will lose.
Well, they
Sip
did,
out for the turtle.
They did force out the final slash, but also the ultimate coming out from a boy. And I think that Sepat has a lower cooldown, but they weren't able to get into position for the fast turtle of Geek.
Yeah, Zorn cannot just escape. His flicker being burned early is just punished so hard.
Right now, honestly, it looks like HomeBois, they have to slow down their pacing. Now, honestly, Wolf, is it fine for them to slow down, or is this a big detriment for them? Should this draft be working a little bit faster?
HomeBois, I think no. Geek Fam definitely yes, because they want to take advantage of their early game composition. I would say HomeBois though, it's not about like speed. Obviously they can scale the game. It's not about just the speed, but the fact that they have to take care of Ryzel. If Ryzel's flicker is always forced out, if he's not able to farm, then it wouldn't matter for HomeBois whether or not they have a better scaling.
I just like, even though Zord is public enemy #1, whenever he TPs, I can hear the crowd wooing. Like, oh, it's TPing! What an amazing thing to do!
There are a significant amount of people who adore Zord and kind of like what he's doing.
What about you, Yasu? You like what he's doing?
Actually, I have rooted for him to be one of the best, if not the best roamer in this tournament. But look here, we have Chibi melting down. Oh, what a really bad flicker. Punished out. Luke is out for Team HomeBois.
You can see in his head, he is trying to think about, Warlord!
What was that damage, Neil? What was that damage? But look at Bruno. Bruno is also bursting. Razel down. Double kill from Neil. He's just a Soul Reaper at this moment.
Oh my god. You know, Kyrie is a prodigy for sure, young prodigy. So is Krautizi. I think the next in line probably is Nael, if not Super Ken. And Nael just showed us how good he is, the mechanics. And of course, he also showed us how OP Nolan is. That hero is OP.
Oh, that hero is really strong. The only thing that's holding him back is just that people are trying to figure out how much damage he can output and then having the phobias. But now we see in M5, a lot of phobias are getting banned out.
The electrifying beast must be triggered by Chibi, but just in the time to do so. Peloyski is trying to find that opening, is trying to find his way through. A window can be created for Team Geek, found by the final slash here, and Zorn with a flicker ultimate manages to make everyone in a crowd control position. No one can move. When Zorn speaks, look at Chibi. He might get Peloyski, but he decides to go back. Luke goes back as well. No casualties, only a turtle is down for the side of Team HomeBois.
It's going to be really good for HomeBois, but they did give so much outer turret energy shields for Marquee. Maybe that's the only part where Geek Fam had an advantage, but man, HomeBois.
But this is part of the reason why we were talking about how Bruno was heavily prioritized by the teams, just because you leave Bruno for just a bit. And then he just way too much damage for the amount of levels that he has. It's so annoying. Like, if he's not there, it's actually a bigger problem that he's not there.
Right, in the early stages, right? Like, because it means if it's a 4v5 scenario, that means
you're
that
losing somewhere.
Exactly, no Chibi.
You might also lose your life here, but he managed to make a hook. Look at the Beloyski. He managed to make Nail escape. And Zorn is actually now in his comfort zone. Recalling, likes, that's Zorn.
No, here's the thing. If he has the wild charge, he's more confident. Because even if he doesn't have the flicker, he can just bulldoze away.
How great is this? He's facing Geek Family's former organization. He pops the well played bro sticker.
No. Do it the Zorn way.
Well played, bro.
Exactly.
It's great. And
You're
I think
great.
He is the only one that can
You are
actually do
better
it.
than great.
You are better than great.
Thank you, thank you. I hope my mom hears that. Anyways, Ryzel now down in the bottom lane. HomeBois, they're losing, but not by much. Only the difference is like 500 gold.
I have a question for you, Wolf. What can make everything turn around for the side of Team Geek Pack? But before we answer that question, let's see Chibi melting down AP, making him use his black shoes. What can Geek Fam bring up to the table?
Lord Dance. I think if we lead up to 8 minutes where Geek Fam has a lot of farm and Marquee, He gets the first Lord Dance, they win it, they take over. And then afterwards, Lord number 2, he has the Wind of Nature already. There's not much that HomeBois can do. So, yeah, it's the Lord Dance timing that we're looking for.
Yeah, after melting Chibi down, they know that there's no contestant whatsoever. Zorn is being hooked to the back line using his ult, but look at the bounty zone with the flicker. They are committed to take Zorn down. The Zorn way, flicker, ultimates, recall, recall, recall.
What is Zorn thing to do?
Yeah, that's our
he
thing.
could have survived.
What do you call recalling in because I know that in Indonesia they call it like tas. In the Philippines like TP. So what?
Same as Indonesia. Tas.
Tas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or we just say recall.
Recall.
We don't say TP that much, honestly.
Yeah.
In Malaysia we don't say
It's a very
TP.
Filipino thing actually.
Anyways, going back into this game, I was talking about the goal lead wasn't that far, but now it's 1.3k goal lead for Geek Fam. Especially now that they have the Bruno, should they be start to moving together to make sure that they can basically grab all of the neutral objectives? Because right now, even though it's 7 minutes into the game, no team has gotten a turret just yet.
Yep. Okay, so to answer your question, yes, Lord Dance should be the next priority for Geek Fam. And like I said, first Lord Dance, they will not have the Wind of Nature, but they will get it the second time. And it is their way to kind of match up against Rizal. Maybe another big item that they're looking for is the third item for Nail, because that means that they can burst down the member.
Uses that immortality really clever.
Yeah, right now Zorn is opening the map, giving vision for HomeBois, but at this point of the game, it is very dangerous for Zorn to be honestly showing his face, even though he does have the wall charge, but what are you going to use it for? Because you're just giving space for Rizal, but Rizal looks like he's not there yet. He's not really able to 1v5 the team just yet.
Yeah. It will be a big ticket combo later on with the Watt Charge plus the ultimate of the Ixia. Then you mix in the ultimate from coming up with Chibi. The fact that they have the Fire Mist to go with it, it allows Rizal to kind of be aggressive in that regard.
I do want to see Warlord being aggressive because this is one of his signature heroes in MPL Malaysia, but lately he hasn't really been all that commanding just yet. It looks like he's being a little bit more passive.
He's actually he's taking so much risk. If you look at Warlord, he actually reveals the bush himself. And Zorn right now with the nice ultimate, but what can he save? Nothing actually. And Sipat comes from the back line. Final slash finds its place. And Beloyski's trying to escape. Chibi finds him in the back line. Look at Nails trying to escape, and he does escape. Look at the ultimate flicker penalty zone committed, and Chibi is just out. Luke is here. No one have to be worried. Geek Fam gets back on top.
Great play coming out from Geek Fam actually for the counter. I would say the HomeBois, nice jump coming out from Sepat, but that kind of, that was an overextension coming out from Chibi. Surely he did take out Baloy, but Baloy is just a roamer. Not much value in that kill, and then he gets taken out. Now the Lord gonna be controlled by Geek Fam.
Yeah, knowing that Chibi cannot be here, they have to take their chances on that retribution battle. But look who's gonna get it. Who's gonna get it? There's so much time for the Nolan to get it. And Zorn right now, he doesn't have a flicker. He goes down, Marky with that damage. And Sipa cannot do anything but to dash around. He has to only dash around. Double kill. There's also a triple kill. A triple kill is here. He will survive. No way. Rizal finds his place, finds his position, and finds that kill shut down for
God,
Team
Baloy.
HomeBois. What a magnificent team fight.
Let me just say, Wolf, what is Baloy on? Is it just because he's in the Philippines? Usually we see the KDA reverse like 0-7 and perhaps 2, but this is 0-2 and 7. Baloyski is stepping up.
Chicken Joy buff.
What?
Chicken Joy buff.
Chicken Joy buff?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh.
Look at it. Okay, so you will only see what he did to save Nael as a very simple thing. He stunned the Joy.
I would say the entire game he's been saving a lot of his teammates.
Exactly. But that stun and the Joy is so important because it means that you cannot refresh your dash. So there's a little bit of timing to go with it. You don't just mindlessly stun the Joy. Because the Joy has CC immunity, it can refresh the dash. Even the Ruby can be used as a dash refresher, right?
Oh,
so that was very smart from Baloy.
Baloyski finds Chibi, but Chibi now is dancing around, electrifying beats. But here comes Zorn, and here goes Luke. Will Luke go away? He's going away, but just in a really slow matter of time until Luke goes down. Sipat uses his flicker, and Nail is just waiting until everyone is in the back line. Everyone is injured in the back line. He finds Zorn, and Zorn is out. He finds Zorn, and he also finds the other team players. Chibi is also out.
Oh,
Chibi is also
Lord.
out. The double kills here by PSC. We might see a triple kill, but Nail goes down for Sipat. Sipat doesn't have a flicker, and he now goes down as well. Team HomeBois are facing a trouble. They are now facing the rage of Team Geek fam. Oh, they are still facing the rage. They are still facing the rage. Oh, he will find him. He will find him. He just have to look right. He have to get this wipe out for Team Geek fam.
I just gotta say, Warlord has to find a way to reset because throughout this entire match, honestly, the NetherRealm hasn't really been helping out the team because he's always uses it at a very wrong timing and on the wrong people.
And I gotta say, Nail is actually super duper aware of that happening because he actually isolated the guy that's not in the zone of the NetherRealm. Then he takes him out.
Oh, Zorn might be the one who is out. He will be getting out of that or not. It's so hard to go out of it. And again, what was that NetherRealm?
Like I said, man, this is Warlord's signature hero, but ever since MPLI, it looks like, I don't know, is something lost in translation within the communication? Because it doesn't look like he's in that great of a shape just yet.
Oh my.
That's quite confusing, Wolf. What do you got to say about that?
There's no way to explain it. I think after the flicker, that was already Geek fam like very happy because they know that the Grok, damage dealer doesn't have the flicker.
Grok might go away. Luke is here, and no one have used anything except for that hook and except for that Ruby, the signature hero, as you guys said, the Beloyski special. He is the one who's tasting the most out of it. Zorn is out again and again and again without any trouble to have whatsoever for Team Geek fam. Team Geek fam now are just taking that Lord safely. Sapat is here, and maybe Chibi will try to get a steal, but it's too early to go inside the turtle area. Sapat in the back line. Marky is trying to deal a lot of damage, and he does deal a lot of damage. Team Geek just dominated that Lord area.
Yeah, and again, it looks like HomeBois, they're a little bit unsure what they're going to do because I feel like Rizal is doing something else. Chibi is doing something else. And I feel like Warlord, he was thinking whether he wants to use the NetherRealm or not.
Oh, Chibi finds Nail after he wanted to try to go for an extra purple buff.
That's the thing with the Joy versus Nolan. In the latter portions of the game, it's Joy that has the advantage. Big miss. Big mistake, I would say. They did take out the Lord, but losing Nail in this push, that means that they might not be able to use the Lord. And I say that because it's HomeBois having the Ixia as well as the Faramis. So they have a lot of wave clear. Without, if it's a -1 situation, Geek fam is not in a good spot. Fortunately for him, it's still just 14 minutes into the game. He will respawn in time. And look at the lane management camera from Geek fam. They're not pushing anything. They're even actually leaving the bottom lane.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying for a different approach to potentially get inside the base of HomeBois. Now, I kind of feel like, I agree with what you're saying. The wave clear is there for HomeBois, but I kind of feel like, Beloyski using the conceal, making sure that Rizal goes back into the base.
Rizal needs to find the perfect position just to make this defense work out, but from the back line comes Chibi, and Chibi is looking for Marky. Marky knows that Chibi is looking for him, and Beloyski knows exactly the same thing. Look at Zorn! Look at Rizal as well, but look also at Luke. They are all now doing more damage than anyone can take. Luke falls down, and there was a massacre. 4 people or 4 players are down. Only Marky is still standing tall. 1 inhibitor turret and a lot of casualties.
With 4 members of Geek fam falling down, I would say it was successful defense coming in from HomeBois, but we're going to look at the instant replay here, Wolf.
I think that what you need to look at for this defense was the positioning and the timing out for Rizal. Rizal popped his ultimate when there's nobody else that can reach him. And there's the Faramis plus Ixia combo that's very, very scary, as we've seen. And obviously, the second final slash of that team fight, Sepat was pretty much on point, takes out Nael. And that means that that will be great defense from HomeBois. In fact, that's actually so good that they might have taken the tempo of the game just because of one clash.
Yeah, and now, okay, so we can definitely see the potential for HomeBois to protect the base, and now that the Joy is doing a significant amount of damage, Geek fam cannot feel comfortable trying to end the game. And we can definitely see this by the movement coming in from Marky, where he's not forcing his position. If he doesn't have to be in front, he will kite back. So this is good coming in for Marky, and I feel like HomeBois should take note. It's not going to be easy to take down this Bruno.
How about that
How about
catch
what?
coming out from Boloisky? I think it was,
Oh,
it was
dude.
great.
Catching Joy is not
Exactly.
the easiest thing in the world. I tried. It's like trying to catch a fly.
Yeah. And that fly is Chibi at this point.
Oh, conceal here from the side of Team HomeBois. They are trying to find any opening. Anything right now would be the fit time, I would say, to do something risky. But Team HomeBois just falls back again.
Yeah, and I gotta say, this Grok has not been paying dividends for HomeBois. It's definitely, like you said, Wu, before the draft started, probably the only not so great pick so far.
It's kind of out of place. That's what I'm, what I think about it. So, Geek Fam are holding the Lord with Marky. Where is Nael? Into this rock or the bush.
Now they are dancing with the
Oh,
Lord.
look,
I would actually
already
say
burned.
that they
But
are
look-
dancing with the odds as well.
Well, but Baloy able to get into the L bush.
No one sees him so far. No one saw him so far. Oh my God, no one saw him so far. Now he goes, and now he takes a bat to the backline. But Warlord is activating that Nether Realm, and the burst damage coming from E-Boy. E-Boy trying to take Sapat down. Sapat is just one touch away, and the wild charge
Oh, they got
happening here.
Marky!
Razel manages to make that shutdown possible on Marky. Marky falls after a long time. The Lord and the odds go for the side of Team HomeBois.
Well, was that worth it? Like, they expended a lot, but they got Marky.
I think that was worth it for HomeBois for sure, because now they can manage their lanes. Fortunately for Geek Fam, that's a win-win scenario where they have managed to maintain the flow of the minions up top. And that means that even after Marky's death, they can still fight.
GP used his electrifying piece just too early.
Oh,
Will
no.
he be able to make it through? Will he be able to go to the Lord? Or will Nail be able to take it with the retribution? He does! He does take that Lord, and he also manages to get a kill over to Team Geek Fam. HomeBois,
the
what's going
crossover!
on to the back lines? They are just crumbling down. Zorn is having fun with Luke at this moment, and Chibi is trying to find anything at the back line. Luke is just a matter of time until he falls down, and down he goes.
I would say, man, it's been a while watching Assassins going up
Exactly,
against Assassins.
I know.
I love this 1v1. I mean, sure, everyone else was around, but let's be real.
Let's be real. Come
They
on.
were. It was a tango.
It was nice to see. A breath of fresh air. I haven't seen that in a very long time, and I'm very happy about that. HomeBois taking out Luke, and also taking out Marky earlier on means that they will not be, they will be able to defend. Geek Fam, however, they managed to equalize. 19 minutes in, we go for another refresh.
Yeah, and speaking of refresh, I gotta say, while we have the time, I don't care about the KDA, but Luke has been performing phenomenally.
I agree.
A lot of his ults actually hit the right target. We even saw once he was able to catch Chibi that he was unable to dash out of. Real-time win rate right now, it is for Geek Fam. And I gotta say, it's something that HomeBois has to micromanage so many things. The way that Luke has been engaging, the way that Boloisky, in my personal opinion, counter-engaging. They're just waiting for HomeBois to be out of position, and then he just catches them.
Yeah, yet I have that feeling that Team HomeBois will come back once again. Zorn right now, he might use his wild charge, but just too late to use that wild charge. Boloisky is trying to deal, trying to make some crowd control to prevent Sapat from going back, and Team HomeBois manages to go back even though there was a lot of slowdown. What does it take for Team HomeBois to come back to the game war?
But before that, yeah, so Habibi, let me tell you, there's this thing called the Caster Curse. The moment you say HomeBois could come back, Zorn just ulted into nothing. So,
Well,
as commentators,
no. I will not let you drag me into your curse. Right?
Let's just not talk. The more we say nice about something, the better it gets.
Yeah.
Well, be neutral. Thank you very much.
All right. You know, in order for me to be neutral, I'm gonna say that I kind of feel like HomeBois actually might have the better situation right now.
Come
on. No, I'm not.
All
I'm
right,
serious
all right.
because
Got
it's.
it.
I mean, like you would have to spend your ultimate, your penalty zone, for example, onto Ryzel. So that's already a designated job for Luke. At the same time, they have to take care of Chibi. And even as good as Baloisky was landing all of the shots with a Don't Run Wolf King, it will expire eventually. And there's still the Faramis ultimate. So what I'm trying to say here is that late game is quote-unquote easier for HomeBois to execute.
Oh, so he does agree with me.
I would say in this kind of situation, the key player is definitely Rizal. If Geek Fam gets Rizal, it's basically over for HomeBois.
Yeah. Oh.
That-
but
that-
but
yeah,
if
that's
Rizal
true.
made the good setup with Zorn, Team HomeBois will be the one taking it home.
Yep.
Either way, eyes on Rizal.
Yep. Eyes on Rizal. Eyes on Luke, actually.
No, look on eyes.
Look on eyes, eyes
Look.
on Rizal, Rizal on eyes. Better
Eyes
than
look.
great. Yeah, dare to be great, or to be better, or what? I don't know.
Oh, look at Zorn taking so much damage.
Oh,
this
Zorn.
is the this is the Lilia problem that they have to face, but they did force out.
Oh, nail.
Yeah, on the back lines.
You have to just point out that Grok is weak against that magical damage. Grok right now uses the wild charge, but look at the back lines, finds the best targets possible. GB manages to take that Lord
nice
down.
down.
He's now dancing with Nail. He's now taking him down. Luke also will go down. It's just a matter of time until HomeBois come back again to this game. Recall after recall. Luke, it's again a matter of time. There's no way you can go and survive this. E-Boy is now
They
trying to
fight?
get Razor
What?
by Razor.
What?
Oh
Why are
my
they
god.
fighting? What?
Oh my god.
Why are they
Zorn,
fighting?
Zorn. Will he escape? It's impossible. It is
Marky,
impossible. Hey, Team HomeBois lose the Lord. But they win the Lord, but they lose that team fight.
Why are they fighting?
I don't
I
know.
have no idea.
What? You should defend Geek Fam. Oh my god.
Black shoes,
Ahoy.
really fast. Oh my god,
What is
Chibi,
happening?
what is this damage?
Hey, don't question it, okay? You're just an analyst. You don't know anything. Don't question it. They're players.
They're actually players, yeah.
They have the heart of a champion. And what does champions do?
What?
They fight.
They fight.
Okay.
They do other things, but fight is one of them.
That's right. But that was massive for HomeBois. Like I said, they have the easier late game, I would say. The fact that they're fighting, though, that's actually weird to me, especially after winning the Lord. That means that HomeBois will not be able to utilize their Lord.
Yeah.
How many Lords
Yeah.
have been wasted so far? Three?
Let's
Three,
see.
right?
Ichni, San, three.
Three, Sun. Okay. So no one have got any benefit from that Lord. So I think at this moment they should just focus on the team fight, right?
Yeah.
Personally, for me, the later the game goes, kills matter more just because of the the respawn timer. It's so long at that point. Even if the opponent gets the Lord, who cares?
Yeah.
Just kill them.
Okay, so now we can see the real strength of HomeBois' composition, that that was already a good play coming out from Geek Fam, the pinch that was coming out from Nael. But he looked for the Grok first, which was interesting, and then the Grok got away after the immortality.
Personally, for me, I feel like it's just because he was just there. Might as well just kill him, right?
Yep, that's true. However, what happened was during the red tree duel, what happened was Nael got stunned up. That's why Chibi got the retribution easily. And that's because of the Lord stun and also the wild charge being, it wasn't available that time, but the knockup was important. But the wild charge allowed HomeBois to stop Nael for a while and force him to just walk and make the beeline towards the Lord. So what I'm trying to say here is that they forced Nael to be very low in that situation when it comes to HP.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into the 25th minute of the game where at this point the goal lead does not matter. It is all about the positioning around the map. How are you going to set up for these fights? How are you going to set up for the kills? So for HomeBois as well as Geek Fam, jungle control, lane control, river control, it's going to be a big point. And Zorn just stole the buff, and you know what? That's worth a recall.
Yeah, that's worth a recall.
Yeah, I think that the mental games also at some point matter. Look at Beloyski. He might be in the wrong position. He is at the wrong position, but he manages to flicker out of there. Zorn still have his wild... No, he doesn't have his wild shot, but he still have his flicker. He might make a good setup. Just, let's say, few seconds, and everything will clash.
I feel like it's worth it to talk about that Beloyski does not have his flicker as well. So when he's using I'm Offended, it's not going to be dragging the team out that far away.
Oh, HomeBois know where Nael is. And the only bad thing about the Stolen actually is you leave tracks behind when you're dashing.
So you kind of know where he's at.
You kind of know where he's at, you know?
A reverse Natalia. So now, HomeBois as well as Geek Fam, this is waiting for a trigger finger. Who wants to engage first? Usually, those that engage first loses, but somebody goes in.
Oh, look, right now he's slashed away from his teammates, but he manages to find his way back. The Lord is still 22k. away from being took from one of these sides. Geek fam still keep on dancing with their lord, dancing with their odds, and it's so far they do look nice. Look at, oh, wild charge. He manages to give some time for Chibi to take down the lord. The lord is down. Look at the nether realm in the back line. He manages to get his teammates once back on their feet. Team HomeBois right now are trying to escape, but Marky wouldn't let that happen. The double kill is there, and Marky takes Warlord down. Again, 3 are down from Team Geek fam. Is it a finish? And they use it to its limit. They don't believe in mercy. They haven't showed one. They made Team Geek fan knows pain.
HomeBois takes the first game in this best-of-3 series. And I gotta say, it was a well-drawn-out fight, Wolf.
Yeah, my goodness. You can see what Zorn did going up against the entire Team Geek fam. That was a wonderful jump onto the backlines where he's able to catch both Marky as well as Nael. And it's not just about knocking him down, it's like delaying the red tree holder from Geek fam to get into the position. And then it was well coordinated because Luke tried to go for the backlines, and it was an exchange of initiators, but at the same time, there's still a lot of stuns available in the box that HomeBois was able to create, and because of that, they won that red tree battle, and the L was eventually fished out, and you could see that there's a lot of strength in the late game composition of HomeBois.
I gotta say, big shout-outs for Chibi as well as Rizal. They performed phenomenally. The fact that Rizal was able to survive a lot of fights is amazing, but Chibi as well, he has to dive in.
Yeah.
And he survived. And again, Rizal had to go up against Nolan.
Yeah.
And he survived.
Yeah, it's mainly because of the Faramis ultimate as well that was available for the side of HomeBois that we were kind of questioning in the early stages of the game, but eventually in the late game, when used properly, it's looking good. All they had to do was to really just to protect the Ixia.
And with that being said, we got to look at the MVP for this game, and I have 2 votes in. The MVP is going to be Chibi with the joy. And again, well deserved. Even though he got caught quite a few times, he was still able to dance away.
Yeah, that's the strength of the joy. Late game is the dance floor, quote-unquote, the proverbial dance floor for Chibi as the joy. Because you know that you can be a big problem. And actually, the 4 deaths that he had was only in the early stages. Come the late game, he's literally untouched. The strength of the Blood Wings as well in this particular game, pretty good. Because that means that if you dive the marksman, the Bruno, eventually you will not have any problem at all because you're very tanky. Early game though, it was entirely Geek fam. We can see that a boy was very strong, but then again, that's the strength of the lineup of Geek fam. If they win the early stage, it's far too easy. And Luke was on point. Everybody was just hitting their shots well. But in the end, it's the late game. I would say. Oh, watch out for Baloyski. The way, it wasn't shown, but he was able to protect his teammate. Nael threading the needle, finding the good target. So up until 13 minutes into this game, everything that Geek fam is doing was correct. But HomeBois, they had a dog in them, you know. They had a the defense. I never say die attitude, you know.
Yeah, but either way, thank you very much to Grab Unlimited for this highlight because we're spoiled for choice. A lot of things happened in this game.
It was a turning point, I think.
And actually, one of those things that happened was Zorn falling down so many times at the early game that he was almost like a minion in terms of like getting a kill off upon him.
Yep. This was the weird part where they still went in for the fight.
You know what's funny about that?
What?
There was an interview before about Sasa's opinion about Zorn, and he did say that Zorn is a minion.
Zorn's a minion?
What?
Yeah.
Oh. Look at that. A Warlord with that flicker play to kill Valoy. That was actually the MVP move. And even after dying, it's okay because he has the passive anyways. And Luke was so far from his teammates. And it's not because of his positioning, but the fact that the Lord Pit was there. There was a big wall that after his initiation, he cannot come back because that's the weakness of the Terizla. When you go in, you're full committal. You don't necessarily have the dash to get out. And he wasn't able to reconnect with his teammates just because of that Lord Pit wall.
I don't know if this is the longest game so far in the M5, but as I said earlier, and I will repeat it again until maybe some people will get bored of it, in the late game, it just takes one mistake. And that mistake has been done by Team Geek when they lost 3 of their members and they relied on that defense on, let's say, yeah, they do have the damage Marky and Nail, but you had, I think it was 4 against 2, so it was an unfair match. Team HomeBois used one mistake to take the game back.
I mean, this becomes the question, right? Was it a mistake or was it an outplay? Because we always look at this situation because some teams, yes, they do make a mistake by overextending, by missing their skill shots and stuff like that. But sometimes, if the opponents are the one forcing out those mistakes, isn't that technically an outplay?
Yeah, that's technically an outplay. Yeah, I would say like maybe 60% outplay, 40% was a little bit of a mistake, considerably from the side of Geek Fam, especially the formation of the team fights that they did in the past 2 Lords where Chibi was able to get it because they didn't like pave a runway for Niall to actually get in there and win the fight. And also Luke was doing his job, going to the backlines, but then again, they're outside of the box, right? So the box of influence of Geek Fam is pretty small because of their assassin-based lineup. And once you go out of that box, there's no one to help you out. So even when Luke is doing the right thing, going for Rizal, there wasn't any follow-up. So all Luke is doing is just attracting the attention of one hero.
So he's just saying, look at me.
Literally, just look at me. Right.
So he hit the right target, but not at the right time.
That, yeah, simply put, yes. Yes. So that was the mistake part of it. The good outplay part of it is that they know, HomeBois at least, know that they have a very comfortable late game. No matter what happens, when 23 minutes when you're at 23 minutes, everything is equalized. There's no concept of gold lead anymore. It's all about just who gets the better cooldown, for example. And during that time, at 23 minutes, the event horizon for HomeBois, they're very comfortable. All they have to do, make sure that Rizal pops the ultimate, get the Fire Mist ultimate up, smash people.
But is it safe right now to say that Warlord with his ultimates was absent this game?
I would say it could have been better. There were times that it was definitely impactful, making sure that Rizal survived.
Okay.
So there were moments that the Netherrealm helped tremendously. I gotta say as well, Nell in this game only did 69.9. Nice. 69.9% damage. It could have been a little bit more. Could have been a little bit more. A boy performed tremendously, but in this game, if we're going to talk about the junglers, it does seem like Chibi was able to get the damage out easier compared to Niall on this Nolan.
But because it's mainly AoE damage for Joy. And also, like I said, it's the late game. It's Joy's dance floor with the electrifying beats. He thrives in that situation. That's why he's able to output the damage. And then Nail is, in the latter portions of the game, you're kind of designated on assassin duties. You have to go for the pickups instead of going head-on against your opponents.
And this is Zorn. Zorn, the way that he plays is he absorbs all the damage.
299,000.
Almost 300,000. And when it reflects on his team. His team didn't take that much punishment. So yes, looking at the KDA, looking at how he plays with the recalls and everything like that, it looks like, what are you doing? But when you look at the numbers, this is what he's doing. He's taking all the punishment.
Well, I have a question for you, Wolf. Would you say that there was a better pick than the Grok? I know that his passive, like near the walls, is good and everything with the crowd control from the side of Team Geek Fan, but do you think that we could have seen something better than the Grok this game?
Yeah, maybe a Minotaur, perhaps. Cho, Zorn special as well.
Oh.
But I think they might have been foreseeing that they will eventually pick up something like Ixia, which is a good Bruno counter anyways. So they have to double down on protector kind of heroes.
Alright.
So yeah, maybe if not the Minotaur, perhaps Cho or... perhaps Cho actually.
I would say Minotaur is pretty good for Zorn, but again, we gotta figure out the reason why they're picking out the heroes, and it really does feel like picking up this Grok, the way that we've seen how they play just now isn't really to make those big plays like a Cho. A Cho, you go in, flicker in, you get a very good pick off. And I feel like the way that he has been using this Grok is just to waste people's time. I mean, look at the game time. It's a very long game, and I kind of feel like that's the idea going into this match. As long as you drag it out just a little bit longer, GB will scale up, Ryza will scale up, even Warlord, the NetherRealm, I would say, gets bigger and bigger as the game progresses because, again, the respawn timer gets more and more important. So this Grok is to waste time.
But I want to actually say something that's not showing, and it will not show in any statistic. Do you think that there were mind games? And I think that Team HomeBois are specialized in mind games in terms of like irritating the enemy, getting on their nerves.
Yeah,
Did you think it played a part in it?
I think that always plays a part, you know, and it's a dual-edged sword that if you play so much mind games and you kind of
Use your mind.
Use your mind a lot.
Yeah.
These are mind games.
Either way, looking at these games, it does feel like HomeBois, one of the things that they have definitely improved compared to all of the other tournaments that they've been in is that they are able to hold the game long enough to find a win condition. This is one of those things that in Malaysia, you just try to get a very big snowball happening, use that to your advantage, immediately get map control, and end the game as swiftly as you can. Being able to hold out the game when it's very apparent during the early as well as the mid stage of the game is not in your favor. You understand what your draft can do and just get to the point where your draft gets good. So I kind of feel like this is a maturity coming in from the HomeBois draft, where now we can dissect again. And looking at the picks, it looks like they were ready for this situation. They were ready to lose early.
Yeah, I think especially because they have the wave clear. I think there was a part where we said that it was funny because I know that eventually when we were talking that people might say that I'm biased towards HomeBois because I keep on saying HomeBois from the 30-minute onwards. But that's really what I felt. When the push up top from Geek Fam failed badly for their side and they only got one inhibitor turret, I kind of felt like, okay, this is HomeBois time because when it comes to the defense, you have the Ixia, very easy defense. You have the Faramis, the more minions there will be, more damage. It needs fast wave clear. Then you also have the Grok to kind of control the Lord because of that Guardian's barrier. You make an additional
you can reset the Lord.
You can reset the Lord. There's an additional utility to that in the latter portions of the game. And the problem here for Geek Fam is they have a designated hero for the Ixia. They also have a designated hero for the Joy. Once Baloyski's ultimate is off, or once GB is not showing in the map, you can see that there's not much that this Ruby can do. And look on this Terizla, he's hard-pressed to catch this Ixia. So it's just a matter of timing. To be fair, he catches the Ixia many times, but the thing is, you don't have the necessary follow-up to go with it.
Yeah, I actually do agree with that because as we discussed earlier on, he might have got the Ixia multiple times, but it wasn't the time that his team needed the ultimate, or he needed or they needed the penalty zone triggered with the flicker, or even without. But I think that Team Geek Fam at some point could have actually got used their advantage more than that. I think that they should have been more aggressive than that because they had that lead for a long time and they had Zorn, let's say, cornered. He cannot do anything with the HP and the defense he has because at some point he was squishy, and you are also playing against really good burst damage in terms of the magical damage. So I think that Geek Fam could have been done much more better with the lead.
100%. 23 minutes, nothing matters anymore. The early game doesn't matter anymore because everybody's just equalized. Naturally, you're gonna have enough gold to max out. So should Geek Fam have done it better? I think it's about ending the game earlier. It should be. That is their win condition, and that's something that they should have done much better. They should have done a much better job at.
So we gotta look at the future because right now, Geek Fam, looking at the draft is actually a very good draft. What is the change that they have to do after this? Because again, it looked like it was their game to win. It's all about the defense, and I would argue Ixia might get stronger when she's losing, just because you're kind of cornering yourself into the full barrage. Right? Like, the more offensive you want to be, the more advantage you give to the Ixia, unless you have something like a Yuzong on your side.
I wouldn't 100% agree to that, but I
mean, it's okay. I don't like you either.
Wait,
you
what?
What?
Yeah, of course not.
Who doesn't like who?
Okay, here's the thing. I will like you.
Okay. If?
When Geek Fam loses. That's
I'm not even from Indonesia.
That's the win condition.
I'm not even from
That's-
Indonesia.
Shut up. That's the win condition here.
So wait, the
our
only-
I'm a
friendship,
Filipino.
Our friendship depends on this match, Wolf.
So the only way Wolf can, like, you can like Wolf is something that's out of his hands?
I would say Wolf and me have a very complicated relationship.
It's complicated.
We do look like we're in a relationship because we fight often.
Yeah.
But we love each other.
Yep.
Hey, hey.
Loving, yeah, hey. Loving.
Wait,
wow.
what? I heard some. Oh, wait, what?
Love you, dude.
I love you too, dude.
Sana all. Wait, that's not the right one.
Aku cinta
Kamu.
Lafel.
Hey,
Kamu.
Aku cinta Wolf.
I learned a word.
Okay, what
For-
word?
Oh, yeah, please God, don't be the wrong word. Mahal kita.
Ah, very
Alright,
good.
Yeah, means,
Alright,
okay.
alright.
Ah,
Going back into the
Thank
game,
God.
because again,
It means
what-
it means we are expensive, right?
Exactly.
In the
He's not even lying.
it's actually true.
Yeah. Now looking into the game because we're okay. So for me as an analyst, when I'm analyzing today, I'm not an analyst, right? You got to look at the draft as well as the gameplay. For Geek and I would say HomeBois, I would say the draft is pretty good because
Alright.
every single hero picked has a reason for it. It's not like they just blindly pick it up and then hope for the best, right? It's very analytical for all the heroes picked. Now, in terms of how they're gonna play, I don't know if HomeBois will keep this up where they will try to go to the late game and punish Geek Fam, or they will change it up just to surprise Geek Fam.
well, here comes an interesting question. We have just seen, I think it was a 27 minutes game, and we have seen a lot of things happening on.
Yeah.
What should change for Team Geek Fam to settle things up and make it 1-1 and go to another match point?
All right.
For me, I think Geek Fam needs to be more aggressive. What about you, Wolf?
Wow. Okay, so to answer both of your questions,
Uh-huh.
I don't think that HomeBois should change. I think this is their comfort play style going
Alright.
to late game because that's
Sorry, it's the Toda it means. Like when
Yeah.
you win, you have to change.
yeah. I don't think that they should change, and it's proven that late game is their it's their powerhouse. Now to answer your question, Yasu, I don't think it's a draft that was the issue, anyways. Should they play more aggressively? I also don't think so. I mean, if
Because
you're-
at that point, if they played aggressively, they would be punished, no?
Yep.
All right.
I think that
But-
they
but
just
they
have
have
to
potential.
fix their formation.
Uh-huh.
That's all that they need to do because it was very lousy in the end.
So you mean like macro skills? That was the thing that they have to work on.
I think their macro is good actually, but I think
Uh-huh.
that their positioning around the Lord,
Yeah.
their formation basically,
Yeah,
their
yeah.
box,
Yeah, I got it.
that's what they need to fix.
Yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from. So now we just have to forget everything that happened in game number 1. We got to go for game number 2. I got to say, Chibi is living to his expectations. And let me just say, him as a player, representing Malaysia, there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Because ever since he's a rookie in MPL Malaysia Season 7, he has secured the most turtle, the most lord every single season. So that's Season 7. And now it's
Yeah.
Season 12. For 5 seasons straight, talking about consistency, his name is always on the board. Going up against Nile, I feel like he was able to secure a lot of it. And this is
Yeah.
what I want to say. The playstyle for HomeBois, the way that they're fighting in the river, it's a team play playing
Yeah.
for Chibi.
Yes, and the reason why I will agree with that is that you see how sacrificial Zorn was.
Yeah. Honestly, even Sapat as well.
Yep, the both of them, and they're juggling between their sacrifices, which is great. And you also have that Faramir, so everybody's just peeling for Chibi. In the latter portions of the game, Geek Fam tunnel visioned into taking care of Rizal, which is the right decision anyways, but the effect that happened was Chibi was untouched in the latter portions of the game.
Yeah, when it comes to late game, you said that this is where Team HomeBois shine.
Yeah.
In terms of the last game. So, going back to the drafting phase right now, I see that Team Geek have focused on the jungling heroes, on the jungle heroes for Chibi. So we might see a Joy, but with doing that, they will just open hellfire upon them. There's a lot of picks
Let me
there.
just say, do you know why HomeBois won before? They banned the
Okay.
Kaja.
Wow.
I want to see if they ban the Kaja
Huh.
again.
Yep.
So
Because
3
it-
bans on Rumor.
I mean, Joy could get punished.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Whatever hero Zorn uses could get punished.
Yep.
So I do want to see, because Beloy can use the Kaja, and he
Yep.
can use it very well.
Yes, I agree. So I cannot remember what was the other band coming out from Geek Fam. Might have been the Oh, they first picked the Bruno.
Yeah, they first picked the Bruno.
So will they do it again?
Was it effective enough to be first picked again?
Oh, I think it was very
Yeah, I think
effective.
it was
Yeah,
good.
yeah, Marky was.
Marky was amazing.
with it.
Phenomenal.
Hmm.
It
Yeah,
really is just because every hero has its weakness.
Yep.
Bruno's weakness, Ixia.
Yes.
Ixia
that's
is
right.
very beautiful.
Uh-huh.
Bruno, as a soccer player, is like, I want that. And then, he got it.
I was just about to say that. I think it's a joy, and it is.
Okay, so
Now the Kaja can be picked up.
Yep. Nolan, perhaps for Homeboys. Nolan Bruno looks to be a good pickup.
Legit, maybe because of MPLI, I just really respect the Kaja. I understand that Kaja is always on a timer. Like when you don't have your Divine Judgment, when you don't have your Flicker, it feels like you're just zoning people away. You're just trying to lower their defense, their damage and everything like that. But I don't know, man. It's gonna be important.
Well, here's the thing I hate actually about the Valentina with the but before we go, we dig into the rest of the job. There's something that I really hate about the suppression heroes, and that when you have a suppression hero, let's say for example you pick the Kaja, okay, and you manage to just take the damage dealer and whatsoever you need. It's just a call for the other team to engage because they know the rest of your team will gather. So it's a possibility that we will have like what do you guys call it? Like when you see a situation when all the players are just in the perfect position to jump the box.
Yeah.
And no matter how old a boy will.
A Brody very early on, early for Geek Fam. I understand the Terizla. I don't understand the Brody so much.
I think they're expecting an assassin pick coming from Chibi. Perhaps they're trying to deter him away from it.
Yeah.
They're trying to force him on a utility jungler. And what I was about to say was that a boy will forever be a boy. I have no idea if that's a fact. I don't think so. But you know what?
Yeah.
You do you.
Yep.
Counter engage is the word I'm looking for.
So is this the Nolan?
Oh, it's still open.
Yeah. Will
Nolan
you go
picked
for the
up.
Nolan?
Nolan picked up.
It should be the Nolan, right? Because it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there you go. Nolan picked up. And
Whew.
because I'm assuming because I see it on screen.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, we can see it. I think the Nolan is such a good choice.
Yeah.
But what do you ban now? If you're Homeboys, you
ban out the mid.
Yep, you ban mid laners. Lilia comes to mind.
Honestly, even Novaria wouldn't be a bad ban.
Yeah.
Even though Nolan can, like, in theory, get to the Novaria, but at the same time, it's like, why? You want to focus on the Brody, right?
But would you guys think that banning an Arlet right now or focusing on the XP lane might be the most priority for Team Geek Fam? Like they already secured the Terizla.
Yeah, I would say it's a good one. Now I'm thinking because Sapat, because now that Chibi has an assassin, he has to go for something tanky. But at the same time, going up against a Terizla, I feel like there is some logic there to go for a counter, something like a Xborg or a Dairoff, just to try to win the lane and then try to pick up the pace of the game.
Yeah.
They banning out the Phobias. I like the ban here, but again, I'm really thinking of Sapat's hero because I feel like that's what Geek Fam is considering as well. Like, whenever they pick up an assassin, it should be a tanky hero for Sapat.
That's right. With the Phobius, going to be Arlet, obviously.
Yes.
Maybe the Edith could be next. Or, I don't know, maybe a Khalid, actually.
Oh.
How do you say it?
Hey?
How do you say
actually, my real name, it is Khalid.
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 Yeah. Okay, so that's how we pronounce it.
Yeah, Khalid.
Can you try that?
Did you try that, Lafel, to say Khalid?
Khalid?
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
This guy, maybe he's somewhere Arabian. He said it correctly from the first time.
Wow.
I mean, I'm a
wow.
Muslim, so.
Great.
Oh, he's the translator though, right? You're
Plus,
the best
we do have Khalids in Malaysia.
Ah.
It's not super common, but it's common enough name.
Yeah.
All right.
Are they usually DJs?
Do you know a fun fact?
Honestly, no.
Wow.
Honestly, no.
Sad.
Do you know actually that Khalid means immortal?
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I know because he told me, but that was like the wild card.
I actually also know this, but I'm just acting.
Yeah, we are just acting.
I mean, you are an analyst. Analyst.
Such a thank you.
English is so difficult.
Yeah.
All right, Phobius as well as the Hilda has been banned up. Now for Geek Fam, they already banned out the Arlet.
Yeah.
Quite a few other heroes that they can ban if they want to.
Yeah.
I would say if they want to give respect for Sapat, even the Paquito. I don't think it's a great Paquito game, but it's definitely on the board for Sapai.
But I think that Zorn's like draft pool now is wide open. There's nothing to go at. Like
That's
Zorn
right.
can pick whatever he wants at this moment.
And what does he want? That's the question. Maybe a Grok again, actually.
Oh.
That's a pretty good hero. And a Cho, obviously.
Okay.
That's a Zorn special. Yep.
All right, so now...
How about a Franco? Does he play Franco?
He does play Franco, but we do have to admit we haven't seen a lot of Francos lately,
Okay.
and I feel like Franco is one of those heroes that you have to use a lot to get used to the hook animation, and now Minotaur has been picked up. So I feel like the draft coming in from HomeBois, they have a lot of different angles that they can approach a fight.
I think that he's now with one of his comfort picks because I've seen him do a lot of great setups with that Minotaur. So yeah, HomeBois with that Minotaur, justified.
Wonder if Geek Fam are interested taking the Kufra to go with. Also, Lilia would be good for their composition.
Yeah.
Or they go Novaria for additional damage to go with that. So a hard tank, like a protector, like a Kufra, for example, or maybe a Grok even on their side. It alleviates a lot of pressure.
I just don't want to see a Saber roam.
Yep.
Oh, wait, what?
It's a Beloy thing to do, just... nah. As long as I don't see that, I'm happy.
Every time that somebody brings that up, it gets picked up.
I'm just waiting.
I
I'm
don't
literally
hear.
just waiting.
I don't hear Saber.
Florin!
Florin! All right.
Okay.
Okay. From MDL to the Worlds, the last time Nell from Onyx Prodigy and Ryza from Alter Ego X and Warlord from RQ Senna fought each other was doing MDL ID Season 6.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that Khalid makes a lot of sense. Khalid. Or Khalid.
Yeah, let's go in.
Yeah.
Make
you
it Khalid.
told me that if you say Khalid, like everybody just understands.
Yeah,
it
yeah,
anyways,
just go ahead because it's most commonly like to know Khalid.
Yeah. I wonder if that's is that a Sepat hero? Would you think?
For what?
Khalid.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's a perfect.
For my dreams.
Okay, what's that?
Huh.
I mean,
Oh, of course, the
it is a
Paquito they
Paquito.
mentioned.
It's almost like I know a Malaysian team.
Wow. You know what? Maybe you should try
So long
joining
as I can
HomeBois.
breathe,
Or
Oh.
Indonesian team.
goes on.
As an analyst, perhaps.
I don't know.
You know what? I think you're fit for a Southeast Asian Games coaching.
Or a translator. You can be
That's-
a translator. You
that's
know
a-
I like how you're setting it up, and then he brought to a
I know.
different.
It was a very good setup
It was
already.
a very yeah.
Go
it's
back
okay.
to translator.
It's okay. He you know.
Okay.
We have a lot of history. He's coming in.
yeah.
We're from the
I
past.
don't know about
He's
that
the present.
history.
But either way, jumping into this game. In
my
case you
God.
didn't catch it, I'm
Yeah.
trying to pull out his analyst roots,
Yeah.
and he wants to pull out my analyst roots.
Yeah.
You have an analyst route?
Yeah. You probably don't know
Let's
this.
go into the game.
Yeah.
You know, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's
we'll
fine.
tell you about the story later on.
All right. Well, let's just see what's going to happen near in the future. We have talked about the past, we have talked about the present. Now we need to see what's going to happen in the future. Team HomeBois go up again into the challenge. Maybe it is a match point for them, or maybe it is the tie for Team Geek Fam. Geek Fam right now, they have to do more than their best. They have to play, for my side, I say a little bit aggressive, but seems to be like we don't agree on that. So let's see together. Will it be Geek Fam or HomeBois?
I would say in this draft, if they want to go aggressive, they can. It's just that there's a lot of ways, well, mostly Zorn and Sapat, they can punish.
Yep. Well, Marky able to mark Rizel in that regard. I think that Geek Fam have shifted their focus. Now their position 1 or their hyper carry, I'd say, is going to be the Joy instead of the Brody, which is typically the gold laner you as the hard
Carry.
hard carry. This time it's different.
No, I would say in this kind of situation, it really goes to Geek Fam, like what are they really focused on? Because they have a Florin, and Florin is more protecting rather than engaging, even though you have a way to stun up the opponents. But Geek Fam having the Brody as well as Joy, they have a lot of opportunities to get a lead in the early game. I'm just not so sure if Florin can help that. I kind of feel like Florin just makes sure you don't die.
There is like a lot of things happening in the screen right now, but there's no use out of any of it.
Yeah.
We have seen some stuff like being pulled off there in the left corner, but again, no damage enough, and also on the right side, no damage enough. What is that?
Yep.
What is that?
They're
What
just
was
farming.
that?
Literally
I don't
just
know, just
farming.
like passing by, like, hey guys,
Yeah.
I'm passing through the mid lane.
Honestly, for both teams, they're really trying to, because again, this is at a professional play. I feel like both teams feel like my natural instinct is to go in, but something tells me that's a very bad idea. So both teams are trying to like bait out the opponent's like, hey, I'm alone. Can't you see that I'm alone? Don't you want to come for the kill? So both teams are understanding each other. It's like, I know that's a bad idea, and you can't convince me otherwise.
Chibi and Nail are trying to get a level advantage over each other.
Oh, he cannot find that trigger. Oh, look at Warlord. He uses the penalty zone against his own owner. Luke might go down. Nail also can get Zorn
the
down.
heal.
Zorn still alive, but he doesn't have the flicker. Chibi is trying to get in. The first kill is being popped off by that Minotaur. He rages. And the first blood as well as the second kill goes for the favor of Team HomeBois.
Very bad decision coming out from side of Geek Fam, especially because they tried to team fight to get the levels first before they try to team fight. Now Chibi's level 8.
For me, it's quite confusing what Team Geek Fam are doing at this moment.
And Nael just dying as the joy for level 1 first turtle. That's criminal, as Mr. Assassin Dave would say. That's criminal.
Yeah, again, the thing that I want to say is just that Geek Fam, if they want to go aggressive on HomeBois, this is not the draft to do it because the Florin is more passive than aggressive. And HomeBois, they can punish aggression because we saw how the motivational roar coming in from Zorn basically made sure that he survived. That's number one. And then when they want to re-engage, he just knocked them up. Going up against a Minotaur, you really have to make sure when you're diving your opponents, you're already considering all the facts. It's like, okay, someone has to sacrifice themselves for someone else to shine. But if you're going in alone, you're not going to shine and you're going to get sacrificed.
This is why I like the Minotaur against Assassins, because you are literally protecting your team, and you have a motivational roar as well.
Well, Zorn might just trigger his open, but he just decides to go back. Everyone falls back for the side of Team HomeBois and Geek Fam as well. And at this point, I don't actually know what does it take for Team Geek Fam to control that game. They are just, I don't know, I think they are missed. Like, they are not in the right mindset right now, Team Geek Fam.
I agree.
Right now, looking at Zorn getting the vision, but Marquis is able to find out that Chibi was there. You can definitely see HomeBois trying to bait it out. 1.5k goal lead here. Oh, Rizal taking quite a bit of damage.
He did mark Rizal, but it's just not enough amount of damage. Sepa might can get that kill, but again, I think it's just about the cooldown at this moment. And also, he have been cutting all the waves for Luke.
Dude, this is Paquito, man. Like, this is
Paquito. Oh, the electrifying beats, but Loiski, but Zorn is trying to get the best out of this team fight. Marky might go down. Chibi also might go down. Bill A-Boy is trying to deal a lot of damage, and the damage so far wasn't enough. And we can see here that Warlord and Zorn fall back after taking one kill.
Once Warlord. The Warlord Black Shoes away.
Very nice spell to copy. I think it's still HomeBois winning that team fight. Fortunately for Geek Fam, they found a good opening onto Rizal. I wonder if he didn't have the Purify back then, or maybe he deemed it too late to pop it. But now he has the Purify. And they are switching lanes.
But this game is actually quite confusing at this moment. I don't know what is like the plan that both teams are trying to apply.
Well, at this point, HomeBois, they want pressure on the riverside. They want to make sure that they have 51% of the map so that they can have majority vote if they want to go very heavy in their engage or just making sure that Geek Fam is out of farm. So this is a natural way that HomeBois plays. This is how they get the 51% of the map.
That is so wonderful. Sepa is able to steal the orange buff and nobody caught him.
Yeah.
Oh my, that's a
Paquito.
He's found right now. But again, as I said, the game is confusing as I have never seen before. I don't know what's actually going on. Geek Fam, they keep on doing a lot. I'm not gonna say mistakes, but they are not doing anything actually that can prevent HomeBois from what they are doing.
I would say they're trying to prevent a mistake from themselves because this is the way that one of the professional teams have been playing. They put up a very scary face by saying that I'm a big threat. If you try to fight, then you're gonna lose a lot. So HomeBois is putting up a scary face, and Geek Fam is trying to avoid that.
Yeah. The overall effect of this is that Geek Fam will have to just wait for a moment where HomeBois is making some problem.
Warlord was a good damage on Baloyski, but Baloyski goes back. The Black Shoes is just there for Warlord to use, but I don't think that he's gonna use it at this moment. Zorn is just doing Zorn things here at the river, and everyone again and again and again in every team fight goes back.
Okay, Kaiba said 51% is all you need. That's all that HomeBois is trying to achieve.
Yep. A win is a win, and what 25 recalls per second? Per second.
Per 0 second.
Per man.
In 0 seconds. The map checks out. The map checks out. It is 25.
Yep.
Okay, so now HomeBois, they're in the driver's seat. Is their game to lose? Geek fan, we've seen the power of Joy. Yep. Joy against Nolan. In later stages of the game, the Joy is going to out-damage the Nolan, especially because you have AoE damage.
Yep.
You could hit Marky. You could hit Rizel as well as Chibi. So it's not a perfect game for HomeBois just yet.
I agree. At the same time, though, you cannot put a comparison to the previous game because previous game there was Ixia. This time it's just the Brody, which might not be the best unless Marky plays like a mean Brody. But overall, I think draft-wise, HomeBois still has the better mid and late game.
They are just building up more and more and more to what they have. Team HomeBois so far are taking whatever they want without even trying.
Yep.
This is what I would say most teams are trying to achieve.
Yep.
Get as much as you can by paying as little as you can. And now Zorn and Warlord, they're trying to make sure that GameFam stays in their own lane.
Zorn rages on. Marky just falls down. Zorn continues to annoy the enemy troops, but now they go back. Team HomeBois takes 2-1 in exchange.
Wow. Finding Marky was perfect for HomeBois. Additional pickoff. And then Baloyski right now is not having a great time. 0-3-1. Went for the fleeting time. That's why he got melted down by the members of HomeBois very easily.
Very ambitious.
Very ambitious indeed.
Do you think that going for he just sold it? I saw Joy having a Guardian helmet. Do you think that at a certain point Joy can use a semi-tanky build?
I don't think so.
I don't think so as well. I mean, it's an interesting idea, definitely, but I don't know. At this point in the game, you might as well do as much damage as you can, trying to take out Rizel, because the thing about a Bruno is the moment the Bruno has a Haas Claw, damage is not enough. Continuous damage has to be the thing, because if it's just burst, he will just heal it back up.
Zorn right now finds the right spot. He does find the right spot to land his ultimate down. Luke will also go down. There's nothing that you can do, Baloyski, to prevent the inevitable from happening. Team HomeBois takes 2 kills, and also alongside with that turret, Zorn keep doing Zorn things. Recall after recall, Geek Fam emotes.
Oh man, another bad fight from Geek Fam. Ill-advised. I think that every time the Minotaur is there, that's like red lights for the Joy.
Oh yeah. Here's the thing, man. Zorn right now is doing Zorn things. Now we can see he's getting a little bit comfortable on the world stage. 9,000 gold lead. If I was him, I would be feeling very comfortable as well. And now HomeBois, they're just securing the Lord because no one can really contest. And this is more of the playstyle that I was looking forward to see when HomeBois is playing, because the name of the game for them is River Control, and they've been able to establish the entire game. And
that's
I don't
annoying.
know, Geek Fam at this point with the options that they have, it is a very tricky question. What are they gonna do?
Defend. Get to minute 23.
Hey, you know what? 30 minutes away. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
It's just 30 minutes.
That's,
have all the time in the world.
The only condition I've seen. Wow, an immortality for the Joy. At this stage of the game.
It looks like he wants to make a sacrificial play. I'm not so sure if that's the right idea.
Maybe, but right now we can see that the land is lava. Look at Team HomeBois are just taking Luke into that bad decision or bad position. Zorn is trying to use his ultimate, and he does land a really good ultimate, but just to take that one inhibitor turret down. Also, a second inhibitor turret is already down for Team HomeBois. Again, minimum amount of casualties, the best use out of it.
Yep. I think that's actually a win. Like typically when you get the first Lord, you just win We would just win the map, get outer turrets. The fact that they got 2 inhibitors at 11 minutes, I
Wow.
take that as a massive W for the Malaysian team.
Yeah, sacrificing Zorn, I think that's sacrifice all day, every day. Zorn dying for 2 turrets, that's great. That's amazing. And now Chibi looks like he does understand the matchup. It's like, okay, going up against a Joy is not going to be good for me.
Yeah.
So I'm out of here. If my team ain't around, I'm not playing the game.
Yep. Okay. I think that eventually HomeBois will just be able to finish up, especially when the Lord does a dash. That means that they might get the turret dash, I mean.
Oh, Nail. What a damage. Look at the goal difference. It's a different game for Team Geek.
Yep. Not even enough.
Yeah, okay, here's the thing. I don't want to say anything because we've seen comebacks of 10,000 goal lead and stuff, so it's possible. It's in the realm, it's in the world that I live in, all right? So HomeBois right now, they can make mistakes, okay? I call it the Malaysian throw. When we're doing so well, we got to make the game more interesting.
Yeah.
It's like a boomerang. We throw the game, and then hopefully we get it back in our side.
Would you believe me when I say that there are unthrowable games?
Do you think this is an unthrowable game?
For HomeBois?
I think so.
Here's the thing. When I say something good, something bad happens. I'm not going to say anything.
So wait, you are trying to use your curse as a blessing for Team HomeBois.
I like that you're learning on the job.
Yeah, I'm catching up.
So, I'm interested because Yasu, you mentioned that you agree. But there are unthrowable games. I think this is an unthrowable game for HomeBois.
Yeah,
I cannot think of a way for them to
lose
this.
all that.
I mean, obviously, if you just literally stand in front of your opponents and just mess up, obviously you will lose it. But let's just say that naturally they make, 3 mistakes. I still think that they're strong. Until the 23-minute mark, though.
Well, 13K in 13 minutes. What do you call that?
I call that...
Dominating game, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
1 minute... 1K gold lead per minute, it's pretty high. It's a mountain. That's Everest.
And at this point, I'm pretty high. Right now, HomeBois going up against Geek Fam. HomeBois definitely have the advantage here. Zorn's probably looking for a good setup. The Lord is here. Zorn goes in. No one's there.
Zorn can go in. He still have that flicker. He didn't yet use his flicker. He did now use his flicker. We were happy, but now we are thrilled. Look at Team HomeBois. They are trying to get inside the base, but the defense is just solid. A solid defense. I don't know. How did they do it, Team Geek Fam?
Hey, Wolf, could you text me how much Moonton is paying? I'm going to double that for you to not talk.
Why Moonton? I mean,
let me just pay you enough so you don't talk.
You probably know.
You are talking about unthrowable games?
You probably know how much Moonton is paying me because he's also paying you, so come on, man.
I'll double it. Just shut up.
Hey.
So does
Can
that
we shake on that?
Does that make me an analyst?
I mean, you can be whatever you want to be, Habibi. It's all right with me. It's just that whenever you talk about unthrowable game and that happens,
I gotta say that wasn't a throw at all from HomeBois.
Okay. Then what was that? Wasting time.
That was just the strength of the Lilia.
All right.
Yeah. In full. Yeah.
See, so that's one of the situation. It wasn't a mistake. It was an outplay. Right? A boy was just doing his job. A boy that will forever be a boy. That's what we call Peter Pan.
Yeah, and that's a fun fact. What's also a fact is that Nail can go down if Zorn wants it to be, but he still leave him to live and see another dawn.
They get to secure the purple buff, which is perfect for Nail. That's about 1 minute and 30 seconds, as he's gonna be very happy, but they are still trailing behind.
Okay, now that they're trailing behind, we do see that they do kind of have the damage to kill members of HomeBois. So I kind of feel like for Geek Fam to win this game, it is really about trying to play mind games against HomeBois. Try to make it look like, oh no, we're in a bad situation, and the HomeBois just overcommits, and then you just eventually get a kill. There were moments where we see Zorn trying to force an engage, and even though he can get 3-man knockups, 4-man knockups, maybe even a 5-man knockup, that's like a signal for HomeBois to go in, but it could legit be a trap being set up by Geek Fam. So I kind of feel like, don't think that this is a game that Geek Fam loses. There is a way for them to win.
Yeah, I agree. But then again, at the same time, you know, I keep thinking...
Wolf, talk about Geek Fam. Don't talk about HomeBois.
Okay. Well, Geek Fam, it's almost impossible for them to win. Just kidding. Yeah.
It apparently is not impossible for them to come back in this game because the longer time, or the longer the game goes, the possibility of Team Geek fam to come back is real.
I'm just saying, Wolf, don't make me resort to violence, you know?
Yeah, I won't.
We're friends. Let's
We're
keep it that
friends.
way. Let's keep it that way. Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, like, they don't have Baloyski's ultimate, so this should be an easy Lord for HomeBois. What do you want? What
Yeah,
did I
so
say?
do play-by-play.
Okay, right now we can see that Zorn is not doing absolutely anything. And here's
Look at what happens when
hey
Yasu
boy,
talks.
hey boy, hey boy. He is just a boy. Let him be, Zorn. He does let him be. Team HomeBois, look at Luke with the penalty zone. Zorn right now is trying to escape. He still have a lot of HP and he manages to escape and go back. A lot of these team fights just ends without any casualties.
Do you see what happens when Yasu talks?
What?
And you saw what happened when you talk?
Yeah, I mean, like, they forced
You're
them.
public enemy number one, not private. Public.
True, true. But
so with that Lord coming,
Look,
is
like
there
I
a
told
possibility?
Okay, what did you tell me? What did you tell me? Be an analyst.
Number one, I'm not an Indonesian.
All right.
So,
Okay, fair enough.
As far as we know.
As far as you know, yes. Ako orang Filipina. That's it. That's all I'm trying to say. So why do you think that I would favor?
Oh, look at Chippy. Chippy is interrupting this conversation to just jump in, and they might just find that finish. Zorn still have his ultimate. Zorn might go in, and look at Team Geek. They're trying to reach the back line. Nail manages to split Team HomeBois apart. Razel might find the base. Razel did find the base. Look at the base. Look at the base. Look at the base. It's down. It is down, and everything has went down. We can see here that that Team HomeBois was sharp as a sword, focused as the laser, and quieter than the Desert's Knight. They take a full sweep and they take it back home.
HomeBois is able to win this match 2-0 in this best of 3 against Geek Fam. Congratulations to HomeBois.
Can I talk
Yeah,
now?
now you can breathe.
Now you can talk.
Now
you
it's all
can
over,
talk.
right?
Please,
All right.
please. The floor is yours, Habibi.
I think Zorn was phenomenal in this game, and also the fact that they picked up that Minotaur. So I thought that maybe this could be the ban instead of the Joe. I think that when you were asking me what could be the heroes for the roamers, that should be one of the bans because of how it is good versus assassins. I think that it's weird, right? Because typically when you're looking at assassins, you want to go for hard lockdown. Your typical Franco, your Kaja.
Yeah.
These are the heroes that lock down the marksman, but locks down the assassin. But if you think about it, the Minotaur provides even more than that because it protects the jungler, it protects the gold laner, and there's a heal, and there's a punishment factor to it. The reason why Nael wasn't as successful as Chibi was with the Joy in game number 1 was because of the Minotaur. And it's the protection that you get out of this Minotaur is just phenomenal. With Kaja, obviously there's a flicker ultimate play that you can actually lock them down, but if you're just waiting, if you're just protecting, the job is easier for a Minotaur to actually counter an assassin.
Let me just say, Habibi, now we're friends.
All right.
Now we're friends.
Now we're friends.
Until next time.
You can now make peace.
Now let's go to the MVP of the game. The flag raised high. But
Oh,
Chibi is
again.
the MVP for this game as the previous one.
Back-to-back MVP. He did deserve it. And
Yeah.
with 100% kill percentage?
He's
Yep.
GVP.
Chi what?
GVP.
GVP.
Chi Habibi.
Chi Habibi. 100%
Yes.
kill participation.
Wow, I can't believe that this is happening. But nevertheless, okay, I was surprised that he was actually the MVP. But if you look at his kill participation, it's 100% and he gets out. The most important factor here is the first turtle fight. If you recall what he did, he was able to get to level 5 and then take the turtle easily. Then also put a lot of pressure onto Nael in the early stages of the game. Then eventually, he took over the map. It's like he did what the Nolan should be doing. And this is why the Nolan is very strong. You can see that he gets to level 5 easily. Look at him. He's level 5. And Nael just reached level 5 at this point. And he gets out and baits out this Joy. Then takes him out with the team. And then there's the punishment. Eventually they took out Rizel, but Chibi is again in here. And look at what he does next. Well, you might not see it, but he went to the jungle of this one. Then Sepat also steals the orange buff. There's so many jungle steals that they were able to do. And this play actually made me think that Zorn might be the MVP of the game. Look at how important he is and able to take out Nael. they were able to sustain themselves using the heal coming out from the motivational roar. Then Zorn just zones out everyone. Marquis eventually will deal a lot of damage, but you can see even the Brody thinking always, having double, always thinking that he needs to counter this Minotaur. Like, you always have something to think about when you are Marquis in this particular game.
Yeah, just want to say thank you very much to Grab Unlimited for this highlights, because again, a lot of things happened in this game. We got to talk about the composition as well as the emblem set, because you were talking about how the Grok was out of place in the previous game, but let's talk about this Florian as well.
Well, there's also one thing I want to add upon that question, and you have just said that having the Minotaur kind of prevented Nail from like doing his best or flying around and using his electrifying beats. But I would actually slightly disagree with you, because I think he should have been afraid more of the suppression heroes. I don't think that Minotaur could have been the one stopping a Joy.
Yeah, you cannot literally stop a Joy, but you prevent the Joy from taking down your teammates. So it kind of feels like the Joy. All right, he goes in, goes for the marksman, then you pop the motivation roar.
Motivational roar,
And then all of a sudden, the combo from the Joy is not there anymore.
Yeah.
He either gets out or gets punished with another stun, which actually happened around the orange buff when Nael tried to go for the play. Eventually, the Minotaur was there
blocking
out of nowhere, blocking the way, healing his teammates, while also applying some punish damage. In fact, if you go with the Joy in that specific scenario, you're now in trouble, because now the Minotaur can pop the ultimate easily.
And here's the thing as well, the Flash of the Oasis, as a Minotaur, you're just looking at the HP of your teammates. If they're low and you have Flask of the Oasis, use your motivational roar, and then you have extra shield as well.
That's right.
So at that point, it's like, yeah, you can try to kill a very squishy teammate, but not only are you giving the heal, but you're giving the shield as well.
Yep. I've seen that quite many times.
Yeah.
There was a defense even like when Nael already found the opening to Chibi. Then all of a sudden, with just
No,
one
it was on Rizal.
Was it on Rizal?
Because
also
I remember it was at the mid lane when the
Yes.
Lord was pushing in.
Exactly.
Rizal was very low.
Rizal
Just
was-
one heal.
Yep.
And the shield was almost his full HP.
And all of a sudden, you are the Joy. You're in a very awkward spot because you don't have the combo anymore.
Yep.
It's not like Nolan where you can easily dash. In fact, as the Joy, you have to always have a target so that you can refresh your dash. And when you're left there with nothing else, the Joy is easy pickings.
The Joy is sad.
The Joy is sad.
Well, I totally agree with both of you guys, and there's something that just like I remember right now. Is it the third sweep in a row? 2-0,
right.
2-0, 2-0?
That's right. Don't jinx it, man. What are you doing? Learn on the job.
I'm trying to be a cursed caster. I'm trying my best, but I can't.
Here's the thing. It's something that you earn.
Yeah. It's not something that you can take.
Exactly.
All right.
It's one of those things that you accumulate. And speaking of accumulating, I would say, looking at how the matches has been, it's been an interesting M5 so far.
But Gideon told me, because I'm learning a lot of stuff, Gideon told me that I have to try to put as much expectations, like as much statements as I can until I get a cast. So there is actually a way to try to be a cursed caster. Or isn't?
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think it works that way, LaFell, right?
It doesn't really. It's such a tricky topic that I don't think we have the time for. Either way, for you guys at home, we just want to say thank you very much for watching. Again, M5 is powered by Moonsun, presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and Sticker Lab, our official gaming chair partner. Up next, we'll bring you the final match of the day between Onyx, the powerhouse from Indonesia, going up against Brazil's Bigetron Sons. After this, it's going to be an impactful match. We'll see if it's going to be a 2-0 or a 2-1. We'll catch you guys right back right after this.
floor inside, but the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've been kinda greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We'll start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor inside, but the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside, it's very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 for 4 alright.
Sasurot kanko Kutaw kita kan bangki as this rally versus game now Got the power on my shoulders Tahu ko siyang pataro Kau bisa buat ko lang but you can keep me from my honor I feel like the floor is lava The energy's getting higher Yourself in my arms Cause I know just what we got I got you like na-na-na-na And you know we hold the power Cause we are better than Cause we are better than Aku yang terhebat, apa memang lu ku jadi terhebat Transcend myself into this game, yeah I believe the power to turn me afraid Kemenangan bukan trik yang lemah Result of the game, shall reveal Better than great, it's how we feel I feel like the floor is lava The energy's getting higher Yourself in my arms Cause I know just what we got I got you like na-na-na-na And you know you hold the power Cause we are better than great I can tell you if I don't stand in my way Stand in front of you talking We are better than great Kita yang terhebat Hadapi dan tak terbagi Lewat paling tak berubah We are better than great
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh!
Welcome to M5 Gala! Guess the Hero Challenge!
Lapu-lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana!
Go! Best dressed team! Best dressed Super Marco!
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage,
The hours of sacrifice.
shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Jangan.
Судьба будет в наших руках. The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
Hit me like I might geek over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is over, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is over, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't.
you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship Group Stage. LaFell here alongside my Habibis, Yasu and Wolf will be your casters for the final best of 3 series of the day between Onyx and Bigetron Sons.
And you have to know that the M5 World Championship is powered by Munton, presented by Kadia, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
Thanks so much to our lovely sponsors. M5 will not be possible without your support.
And hey, guys, if you don't already know, the ROG Phone 6 is M5's official gaming phone, and it packs the game-winning power of Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 chipset with a class-leading game-cooled 6 thermal system that lets you break every limit.
And it also comes with that spectacular 165 Hz AMOLED display and a monster 6,000 milliampere battery. So having that said, and as you can see here, ROG, we're having Bing tests for the players to just make sure that everything is fair and everything is, let's say that we keep the competition healthy.
Let me just say, while we're looking at the ping test here, the ROG Phone 6 is spectacular for our professional players. So it's going to be spectacular for all of you guys at home watching them testing it. I mean, look at this. He's using the Ling.
Okay, this is Kyrie. I know this. The
but the
signature.
name is Boots.
Yeah, true.
You know
but
what?
yeah, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, Kyrie's signature ring. Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
Oh, the bones.
Either way, I gotta say thank you very much, ROG. I'll be thankful even more if we get one for all. I'm just saying.
More thankful.
We wouldn't say no.
But still thankful.
Very thankful.
Yeah.
Very thankful.
Like we say here in the Philippines, sana all.
Sana all. And again, the RG phone is amazing. And speaking of amazing, this is going to be an amazing match because I would say a lot is on the line for both teams because Onyx, this is their path to becoming gods among men. But it has to be said, historically, Onyx, for some reason or the other, during the group stages, something happens and they lose out the first game.
Well, speaking of Team Onyx, I kinda cannot neglect the fact that they have 3 MPLID back-to-back, also an MSC this season, so it might be a golden road.
Yeah, this is what they're aiming for, and yeah, it's very unfortunate that they have this curse during the group stages, but it's which is weird because in this international series, international world championship, you know, this is the first time where we can see some team getting out after the group stages. So if you don't perform well in the group stages, you can easily be eliminated and be out of the tournament. So that is something that Onyx should shake off. They have to shake off the curse.
Hey, you know what? If that happens, that's not on my bingo board. Right now, we're going to look at Onyx's path to becoming gods among men. And let me just say, losing in the group stages, we have a saying in Malay, Hero Kaladulu, which means the heroes always lose first. But then, during the climax, they'll become the champion. So, again, this is Onyx's chance. They've won everything this year.
Yep. The golden road, right? The first Grand Slam in MLBB history might happen. I think that they have a very strong chance. And I think that this might be the squad that they are able to. I mean, they have a squad that you cannot doubt their strength at all. Like Big Kyrie, actually not yet Big Kyrie, we don't know that. But Big Boots, for example, you know, Keyboy is just amazing. CW is pretty much on point. And Sans is just crazy. Like everybody from the side of Onyx is just destined to win. It's just like this, we're just playing Onyx game.
Well, that's the question here. Can BTR spoil Onyx M5 opener? Because and actually looking here at the statistics, they do lose their first matches. Look at the M3, they lost against Onyx PH, and also they lost against Team Falcons in the MSC. So it's kind of a thing for Team Onyx to lose their first matches and then becoming somehow the champions.
Maybe that's their routine. Hey guys, let's just lose the first one and then just win the rest.
Yep.
Maybe this is a strategy. It's like they're thinking out of the box.
Yeah.
No one would think losing first gives you a lot of value, but hey, they've got the results. They're doing something right.
Yeah, apparently they do. Apparently they do. And actually, if they get... Well, I will put a really wild expectation here. Would you guys agree that this might be a new era or new Kage era?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Onyx used to be like... During the Kage era with Sasa and everyone else, it's one of the best runs Onyx has ever had. And then they took... Let's just say, let's call it a break, right? Where they didn't really perform all that great. But now with this iteration, when Sans went in, when Coach Yeb is there, when Kyrie is there, it's just like the world is their oyster.
Yeah.
I'm just allergic to seafood.
That is a very important nugget. Thank you for saying that because I mean, there are so many Filipino fans that might give you seafood and you are allergic to it. I just gotta say, this is not the age of the Kages anymore for Onyx. I think this is the age of the Saiyans.
Okay,
they're Super Saiyans. It's just they're just literally they broke the game, essentially. And
in a good way.
In a good way, and Kyrie's handsome too. So
he has it all.
Come
it's
on.
a little bit unfair.
It's very unfair.
I think it's agreed that Kyrie had one of the best glow ups, right? Because I've seen like his picture earlier on today, and I was saying like, hey, is that really Kyrie? This guy like glowed up.
Honestly, I have a friend as well. I was looking at his picture. It's like, is this really Kaisam? Shout outs to Kaisam Ives, but we're preparing for this game. Why are you guys laughing? I'm doing my job. I only work with professionals. Please don't be like this.
Yeah. So thank you.
Anyways, you can already hear the crowd because we're gonna jump straight on to the stage. Because for now, we have to invite the marshals on stage to officiate the M5 World Championship. We have our marshals who will again here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games.
Well, shout out to the marshals. They will keep everything as it's supposed to be.
And now, the fans have been waiting for this. Their year-long journey towards becoming gods among men has finally reached its final stop as they open their M5 World Championship campaign. They are the team to beat. Give it up for Onyx! And now, the team that looks to slow down the Porcupines Rampage, featuring some of the best veterans and rising stars in Brazil, the first runner-up of Liga Latam, they are Bigetron Sons. To guide the teams to victory, we have their head coaches and analysts. For Onyx, let's invite Coach Yeb and analyst Adi. For BTR, let's invite Coach Darkness and analyst Valeria.
And when we're talking about the best players in the business, you immediately think about Onyx. When you're also talking about the best in the business when it comes to handling the teams, being coaches, Coach Yeb is always part of the discussion. And now he has led this squad to multiple championships, the first international championship in a very long time for Indonesia in general. Now looking very strong in this M5 World Championships. That's Chewe, that's Kyrie, that's Boots, that's Sans, that's Keyboy. I don't think you need an introduction for this team. I know that you know of these teams for sure.
Onyx Indonesia is just a pleasure to see their matches over and over and over again. Onyx right now having CW, Kyrie, Boots, Sans, and Keyboy. It's a team actually. It's a team made in heaven. Like I think every single player can dominate his role. We can say that he is one of the best, if not the best, in terms of their own rules. So. There was actually a question. Leo is not with us on the desk. He said that, is it possible that there is someone who hates Kyrie?
All right, but before we get into that conversation, we got to introduce Bigetron Sons as well, Super Upap, Buzizio, Black Syndra, as well as Luna Ombota.
Yeah.
Oh. In case you guys don't know, in Malay and in Indonesia, this basically means...
Uncle.
No, Luna, the bald one.
The bald one?
Bota is bald.
Yeah, Bota is bald also in Bahasa Indonesia.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And
No,
almost
we
like uncle.
Yeah.
And why do I know that? I'm not Indonesian.
Yeah, that's the thing, because you're Mr. Worldwide. You're the richest one on the desk. You've been traveling.
That's not true.
You might be having a lot of time in Indo that we just don't know about.
I don't know about it.
All right.
What I do know is that I love this.
I love you.
Oh, ako cinta level.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah.
A lot of love happening here on the desk, guys. I can assure you guys at home that both of them, after the last game, they have had this
We hugged
bond.
it out. We hugged it out. Talent prediction.
I
don't think this is what I predicted, but sure. Looks like the entire desk is going for Onyx. Is this a cast or curse?
You know, if we made these predictions because of our, the research that we have. And I think that if you're looking at BTR Sons, there are still a lot of fundamental mistakes that they were doing when that's the reason why they cannot overcome their rivals in their region, which was RRQ Akira. And that's the reason why I voted for Onyx, because Onyx is just very successful. BTR Sons, unfortunately, not able to overcome their biggest challenge during their Liga Latam. But I've heard that reports say that BTR Sons have been improving so much.
Yeah, and actually one of the really good facts here is that BTR Sons first year and they made it to the M5. I cannot see that anything except for an achievement. And now they get to this final moment where they get to test, are they able to compete with the best of the best?
Well, now we do have to say this is an Onyx table, and looking at the audience prediction as well.
Wow.
Majority for Onyx. So I would say this is a situation where if Bigetron Sons is able to beat them, this is one of the biggest upsets happening in day number 1.
Yeah.
So I gotta say, at this point, all the pressure is on Onyx. Well, Bigetron Sons, they can kind of do whatever they want at this point because they got nothing to lose. Well, except for, not going to the knockouts. But other than that,
They actually have so much to lose. And I think that this format is interesting because there is a way for you to not make it to the knockout stages. Even when it's a best-of-3 series, it's very difficult to recover. So, for example, a lot of the teams that lost today, they are in a very tight spot where every game is literally a must-win for them. That is actually the truth about this this format. You can only lose one game. If you lose 2 games, it's almost impossible for you to get to the knockouts.
And also, there is no possibility whatsoever to have any surprises since it's a best of 3, not a best of 1. So I don't think that if even Team BTR managed to pull off something at the first game, they will be able to surprise Team Onyx once again. So would you say that experience, or actually I would say that experience would totally beat passion at this point, because Team BTR don't have the amount of experience that Team BTR had, and that's why I predicted the 2-0.
I would say passion as well as experience. Experience is usable resource at this moment because passion helps you before the game. Experience is your accumulation of all the games that you've played. So if someone tries to surprise you, you're not going to be surprised because you've lost to that before or you've won against that before. So BTR Suns going inside this game, if they have a surprise going up against Onyx Esports, perhaps for them, this is not a surprise. They might have seen it in scrims. They might have seen it in other tournaments or anything like that. So surprising Onyx Esports is going to be very difficult, especially, and we can hear the crowd cheering for Kyrie here. You know what's the craziest thing for me?
What?
Kyrie has stated many times that he wants to be the best player in the world. I kind of feel like his competition is honestly in his own team. If you want to be the best, you have to beat Suns and Keyboy.
Yeah, I think he already overcame Keyboy and Suns, right?
What?
Technically speaking, they already defeated them before.
No, I mean, like, let's think about this, right? Because the finals MVP, Keyboy has been winning a lot of it, if you really, right?
Oh, that's right.
So Kyrie, he wants to be the best. He's not fighting against other teams. He's fighting against Keyboy. He's fighting against Suns. And Suns, we've seen a lot of highlight reels where we're just asking, how did you react to that? How did you move fast enough to not get caught?
Because they're Super Saiyans.
They're Super Saiyans, Ultra Instincts all around.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Except they don't have to channel that far, you know?
We don't know that because we don't hear their
The
comms.
games might be long.
Their games, yep. That's
right?
true.
And with that being said, we're going into the drafting phase. Yulsong traveling up. And now again, this is going to be crucial. As we saw in the previous matches, the drafts matter a lot.
Okay. Well, if this game goes to a tiebreaker, it will be the first game to have that scenario today. But so far, all the audience predictions are going for the side of Team Onyx, and also all the talents prediction is going for the side of Team Onyx. So let's see together what does Team BTR have to show us today to prove us all wrong.
Oh, Fermis ban coming out from BTR. Kind of tells me that they wanted to go for Assassins right now. Nolan and Joy going to be the top priority for both teams. And Onyx are just focusing on the backship and thinking that BTR might just go for utility junglers.
It's very interesting as analysts when we look at the ban, we have a very good idea about what they're going for. Betting on the Fanny, you can say it's more of a respect ban, making sure that Kyrie doesn't get that for himself. But I would say the Fermis shows that they want a bit of burst, and the Fermis can deny that all day. So this kind of shows a little bit about what they want. And like you said, perhaps Assassins in the jungle, but going up against Kyrie, is that a good idea?
Generally,
I would say the better question, going up against Keyboy, is that a good idea?
Generally, no. Generally, no. But then again, if you don't surprise Onyx, like if you just play whatever you did or however you did in their previous league, for example, that will not be enough. So if they have this assassin kind of gameplay, maybe they can show something to us. Maybe that could be the good course of action for the side of BTR, especially because Coach Shieb and the gang might not have seen it before.
But Team BTR Suns at this moment, they are not focusing on a certain player. They are not focusing on a certain strategy, I would also say. And what's actually mentionable is that Team Onyx, and especially Kyrie, even though there was an era where utility heroes were ruling everything, he kind of stands with his own assassins and still makes the best out of it. So I think it's pretty worthy that there's a respect ban for Fanny, but I think they should have targeted him more.
Nolan should be the choice here for BTR, especially in the absence of this Fermis. I'm thinking Onyx will get either the 1-1 or the Joy, whatever is left out of that occasion. And also the Guinevere is open, and I'm pretty sure that Onyx likes that. Coach Shiv likes flex heroes, right? So I'm thinking like their opener would be Gwyn plus Nolan slash Joy, or maybe Arlott plus Nolan slash Joy.
What do you think of Matilda?
Matilda is gonna be secured by BTR. Not gonna be secured by BTR. I don't think Matilda is perfect against Joy, however.
Yeah, and here the fun fact, Luna Ombota literally means Luna the bald uncle in Bahasa Indonesia. So we talked about that. Somehow Wolf knows that. Perhaps, I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of secrets that he's keeping to himself.
Yeah, he's not telling us.
I read the dictionary sometimes, you know.
I don't wanna touch that.
I listen to Toulouse.
Right now, the Joy has been picked up. For Onyx, I would say this is the evolution of Onyx because even Yasu has stated that it doesn't matter, even though it's a utility meta, Kyrie can bring in those assassins. But I feel like this is also one of the things that Coach Yep has adapted for every single player, is that even Keyboy is a pick-off hero. He's a pick-off player, but we've seen him time and time again using those Enchantress.
Well, but the most interesting thing here for me is that Team Onyx, you don't just give them an assassin, a good one, you give them the best assassin in the current meta, Nolan.
Yep, which is actually...
What is with this trio?
That is going to be very difficult.
This is the third game we're going to see Joy against Nolan.
Yep, Joy against Nolan, and Valentine against Joy is 100%.
We're only missing Lilia, right?
Yeah, you're only missing Lilia on the side. But Matilda is open, so I think Matilda is a great pick for BTR.
Obvious.
And will they go for the Phobius immediately? I think that should be the case.
I mean, if they don't, it's probably going to get banned out, no?
Yeah, that's right. So Valentina is a good choice. I think it was proven even the last season of MPLs. Arlott Novaria. Okay. I don't like this at all, especially going up against a Nolan. And then you give a big ultimate to the Valentina. Now you can go Matilda if you're Onyx.
Well, BTR Suns at this moment, I don't know what is the reason behind this Novaria pick, because Nolan can simply go in and go out smoothly, take her out. So I don't agree at all whatsoever with that Novaria pick, but that's how BTR wants to go, and that's how Coach Darkness wants to go. What do you think the third pick will be?
I would say Novaria has its uses. It's usually strong on the turtle as well as the Lord fight because you have vision, that's number one, and it's going to make it easier for your team to set up because we can imagine a situation, especially if they have a Beatrix on their own team, the snipes is going to come in a little bit easier, and it's going to help the Arlott out quite a bit with the final slash. So I can see some reason behind this Novaria pick, especially if they're going to contest around the turtle. My personal worry here is having the Valentina as well as the Terizla, they're going to be pretty strong. The turtle fight as well as the Lord fight as well. So it really depends on BTR who their gold laner is going to be, or more importantly, who their jungler is going to be, making sure that, I mean, it's going to be Joy, but I don't know. I'm thinking, is there going to be a surprise?
Maybe something like Hilda, actually. That might be the choice. I have, honestly...
For BTR?
For both of them.
For both of them, all right.
All right.
So I think, but obviously because the fourth pick is going to be tilting towards Onyx, I think that is BTR. That BTR should be the ones banning it out. Imagine if there will be a Hilda for the side of Onyx, and who can actually stop that? That's Novaria might not be able to do so.
No,
Joy
really.
obviously is not going to be there. So that could be that is, if there will be any kind of surprise, that might be it.
Well, I'd actually like to see a Minotaur or, let's say, a setup hero for the side of Team Onyx, because they have what, like, all it takes to have a solid team fight. They have the penalty zone, they have the mobility of Nolan, and you can go on with the rest of the picks that haven't been even shown up yet. BTR on the other side, I think that Kaja was a really good pick for them, even though they banned it.
Yeah, man, as you said, that Minotaur has been banned out, because I would say it's pretty good for both teams here. Looking at Onyx, I would say their lineup right now is pretty solid. It's just that for BTR, they need the missing piece here. And the question really is, if they're going to have this Joy in the jungle, the Arlott going to the EXP, as well as the Novaria coming in mid, they gotta make sure that they have enough damage per se, especially in the early stages of the game if they're going to contest for anything, because Novaria has range, kind of has a little bit of damage, but I would argue Novaria needs 1 or 2 items. Joy is the closest to have early game damage, but the setup has to be super good for you to do that.
All the injustice in the world.
A Cho ban instead. Okay, I think Hilda. What is that?
Harif?
Oh!
Right? That sounds like Harif.
Oh, that's a good pick.
I mean, you can continue. You don't have to stop.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Yeah, we just want to make sure it's like, okay, let's see the
Harith.
picture. Yeah, it is hard.
Yeah,
That
it
is
a
such a
Harith.
good pick. Why? Because it's a hero that doesn't. I mean, what is a hero that can lose late? Also, it's a hero that is not that dependent on a farm, and it kind of allows Nolan to be like the scaling hero, and then
Exactly.
you have the Harith in the early stages of the game. I think it's smart.
Keyboy has 7 heroes with a 100% win rate in MPL ID Season 12, including Matilda, Kadita, and Hilda. The perfect roamer. And now Claude finishing up for BTR. A lot of heroes that need the farm here. I'm a little bit worried.
Hilda might be like disastrous.
I would actually say please for Team Onyx to give me a setup hero. I like with this composition. I would love to see an area crowd control hero because everything, everything will align for an area crowd control hero.
Okay, you need a way to kind of maybe a Ruby could be the perfect choice for
Ruby?
Onyx.
Yeah, because
I think a Kufra maybe.
Kufra.
honestly, there's fault for choice.
For Honor, what is that?
Was that Tigreal?
I mean,
Oh,
it is
let's
an
go.
AoE setup.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it is.
Okay.
All right.
I think Tigreal. All right. Why is it good?
What?
It has a reset. It has a way to reset.
I think it's good because it can push the Hilda.
Exactly. It can push the
Exactly.
Hilda and it can also counter
Exactly.
invade.
And it
because
has area
push.
crowd control.
Exactly. Man, all right.
Coach, he knows how to draft.
Apparently.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe Coach Shep can win championships, you know?
And right now, honestly, looking at the draft, my only worry for BTR Suns is that all of the members, well, except for Hilda, they need a little bit of time to really ramp up to have that damage. So the Hilda can slow down Onyx, but is it going to be good enough?
In the early stage, yes. I think, I think Hilda is generally good, especially because you want to have the Harith in the early stages. Is it going to be enough against Onyx? I think the Tiger will change my idea about it. I thought the Hilda will be like deadly, obviously. Had it not been for this Tigreal pickup, Onyx would have had a much worse time. Because I'm thinking, like, what are the other heroes that can actually protect the jungle? Thinking Ruby, Kufra is there, maybe Grok along the way, but I think Tigreal might have been the best choice for that specifically.
Well, Tigreal also with the latest update, he is one of these undeniable forces of nature. He just, whenever he uses his ultimate, it's difficult. It's so difficult for any opponent to just escape it or to even prevent it from happening without that Diggy. And the Diggy is not here for Team BTR Suns. BTR Suns, I would say they have a lot of mobility. They have a lot to do, a lot of services actually to provide for Super Opa. But apparently, I don't know if they will be able to have the enough amount of pressure since you guys said that Tigreal can avoid the Hilda early game pressure.
So Hilda wants to go in the jungle, and Tigreal can push Hilda either away from the jungle or inside the turret.
Yeah.
And that can be very deadly for Hilda because you want to slow down. The fact that Hilda doesn't care if Hilda dies a lot in the early game, but having the Tigreal, you can force it out. And like you said, the implosion now, it has an instant stun. If BTR is not careful, and later on we're going to see if they have a lot of Purifies. Because if they don't have Purifies, we've seen how Keyboy has set up quite a lot for Onyx. He can be a surprise factor, and the difference between BTR and Onyx can fight early on. They don't need the items for them to be aggressive.
There are two M's that Tigreal can do.
All right.
First is mirror what Hilda is doing.
Yes.
Which, if Hilda goes for the invade, he can also go for his own invade.
All right.
And then the other M is called man-to-man, wherein he can actually be in front of the Hilda.
Man-to-woman.
Yes. In this
Hilda
case.
is a woman.
We cannot assume that.
Oh, you know what? That's right. Oh man. Why did I say that? I didn't. I mean, like.
Yeah.
Why did I assume, right?
Yeah.
My bad. My bad.
I'm
sorry,
out of this conversation.
Sorry, Mr. Wolfman.
Thank
gentlemen.
you.
Can I assume that you're? I don't like this conversation.
Yeah, I don't like this conversation.
I'm out of it. I'm taking my hands out of it.
All right.
CW here. Please explain more. Is it because the resilience coming in from the chrono dashes makes it good against this BTR lineup?
You know what? That's actually very correct. You know, you really have to be an analyst, dude.
It's like I know the heroes and stuff, isn't it? I don't know.
I think you'll do a great job at it, you know?
I don't know. I feel like maybe in a previous life.
Maybe in your previous life.
Yeah.
In this life or the other. We'll know.
Well, Team BTR actually if we have like had enough talking about the draft, and
Sure,
I think
sure,
that
sure.
so far Team Onyx has won the draft, but still the game is not only about the draft, it's also about the rotation itself. We haven't seen BTR on the international stage. Will it get underneath their skin? Because the pressure is real. The pressure is real.
I would say the leadership coming in from Luna, because he was here during M3, I feel like he should have gotten a lot of experience to really calm down the team, calm down their nerves. And I like that you point out the macro, because there's a hidden ability for the Claude, which is you can split push. You have a Joy as well. You can split push. So if they can catch Onyx slipping, it's like, oh, Onyx is too tunnel vision, thinking about the lore, thinking about the fights and everything like that. And then all of a sudden, where's the Claude? Oh, the Claude's pushing? Where's the Joy? Oh, the Joy's pushing as well?
Yeah.
A lot of things can happen. It's all about how you're going to use your draft. And I feel like BTR Suns, they have a secondary win condition in terms of creating a lot of chaos and then winning the game when Onyx is so focused on something else.
I'd like the late game chances of BTR in this particular game.
Definitely,
And they have a way to kind of deal with it. Now, there's a hidden tech actually from the Tigreal, because you also have a knock-up, right?
Yes, he does.
Which is great versus the Claude normally. And you can tag it up. I mean, you just build up like a Tigreal as well as plate armor, and then you're A-OK. The real question is, can they actually contain the Joy in the latter portions of the game? What else do they have apart?
No. Wolf, when you're a pro player, you don't ask questions. Yes, you can.
That's true.
Yes, you can.
That's
It's
why
like,
I'm not a pro player.
It's like, okay, imagine a situation when they're talking about, can you, yes! You have to say yes immediately. This is the spirit you need for the World Championship. In my previous life, I've experienced. Sometimes logic is not the answer.
Yeah, do you know that in pro teams that is actually that's actually very much applicable, because if you show some signs of like doubt, hesitation, that's not good for the team.
Oh my God. Maybe I should be in a pro team. It's like I know about these things.
Exactly. I wonder why.
Where did I get that experience?
Where? I wonder.
I don't know. I mean, you should ask him. But I do feel that if there will be like a national team for Malaysia, maybe you have a shot, you know?
Maybe. It's almost like I have two. It's almost like I have two medals under my belt, but you know, it's whatever.
Yeah. We'll never know.
Boots was here? Does he look like Boots?
Where?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. Arguably.
Maybe if he has a mustache.
Arguably.
Yeah. Oh, Boots is looking out. He's like, yeah. Compare us. Maybe if he has a mustache.
We'll see. The mustache solves it for you.
What does this mean? Sanamaki's Angkatabi?
I hope I get a kiss.
Oh!
I hope somebody who's beside me gives me a kiss. Something like that.
And she gave it to him.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Congrats.
Ask and you shall receive.
Okay.
The courage to ask is what you need.
The classic carry four finger hold. Do you know what that is? Can you even try to do it? Do you know how to do it, Lafel?
Hey, we're in the game. Yeah, your turn.
Well, let's see together, will the Indonesian team call it a day, or will the Brazilians have to samba all night long? Let's see. Team BTR Suns up to the challenge against Team Onyx, and we have just landed to the land of dawn. No one knows what's gonna happen. We might see some surprises, we might see some predictions being right, or even proven wrong.
Hey, I have a 0% win rate on predictions. Though I predicted for Onyx, it will be quite a surprising turn here. But either way, we've seen a little bit about the interaction between KeyBoy as well as Luna on Botak here, where Luna tried to slow them down, but you know, KeyBoy is just like, nah, fam, nah, I'm gonna protect my jungler.
Harith is such an interesting hero. I think that in the early stages, some people will prioritize
I think they'll prioritize the kill here. They are looking for Super Upa, but they have just trapped Kyrie out of time, recalling on the body.
Oh, we can even hear the Filipino cast was like, ooh, doing that to Kyrie. But I have to ask.
That was weird.
CW with the Festival of Blood.
Yeah, yeah, that's actually super duper surprising. I'm not gonna pretend like an expert in Harith, but I will have to ask some of my friends. Maybe someone from the pro scene to understand what they like about that emblem. But it kind of makes sense, you know?
Yeah.
Because you deal big amount of damage,
Exactly,
but you don't have the best dueling potential.
I would
know?
say it's the chrono vision making it worth it, but now
Oh.
right around the turtle.
Right now we can see that Keyboy is pushing that Hilda away. Kyrie goes in and just takes that turtle to his favor, to the favor of his team, and Black is out. He blacked out.
Oh, that was such a great play from Onyx in a way that they literally just outplayed Bigetron Sons in that regard. The timing of the stun, for example, and then obviously with the retry that Kyrie was able to take out. Turns out like that death was just sacrifice coming out from Kyrie. It's like a ritual.
Yeah, again, they have to lose one to win one. Maybe that's what they were aiming for. But either way, right now we're looking at a situation. Looks like Onyx, they just want to win the lane because Luna on Botak.
Kyrie finds Luna on Botak, and Boots didn't need to go that extra mile, even though he did the penalty zone, and the penalty has been paid by the Hilda electrifying beats just to find his way out.
Well done. Because they have found Luna, which is interestingly not yet level 4. That's what I'm wondering. Maybe they kind of messed up some of the gold earlier on, because the only reason why you will not get level 4 at 3 minutes as the roamer is when you are late when it comes to picking up the roam boots, or if somebody has lower gold than you, which is a massive mess up coming out from a
Keyboy
BTR.
pushes him away, and look at that. He just makes a clean kill for Onyx team.
Honestly, I just want to answer you there, Wolf, because we saw how Sans was denying Syndra of those minions. Perhaps that's one of the triggers. Maybe. Right? Perhaps the first or the second wave, Sans was able to push out the Novaria away from the minions, even though Novaria could farm up pretty safely because you can shoot from a distance. And I don't know, it could be one of those small details that prevented Luna on getting those levels.
Look at Keyboy just going to be standing in front of the orange buff. He might be going for the reset, but Kyrie is already level 7. If he gets to level 8, this will be massive because that means that the turtle will be theirs. Buzizio, though, with the Retribution on cooldown, 14 seconds for Kyrie, they might want to fight this.
Well, they might find an opening, but I think that they are just pushed away. They see Keyboy coming, they know that there is trouble. Kyrie takes down that turtle, and now we see that there is a final slash and also a final ending for Team Onyx. They just have that Tigreal, they just win the team fight, and not just that, they take the turtle.
How the hell did you win a team fight? A turtle fight without the Retribution? I don't understand it. Onyx is just on a different level. But I guess, you know, actually I know the answer, which was zoning them out.
Bozizos out.
Oh no.
Okay. Bigetron Sans have to work together here because I understand what you're saying, Will, because just now we saw Luna on Bota actually diving straight to Kyrie, trying to have a little bit of crowd control because that's a little bit of displacements in her skills that, yeah, you could prevent or you could slow down the Retribution. But during that time, Bazizia was in a good position to really contest for the turtle, and down at bot, it looked like CW is like, I don't care who you are, I'm taking you down.
1,000 gold lead for the jungler. That's Kyrie having 1,000 more gold over his competition this time. And that spells a lot of problems for BTR.
We have to specify, what does 1,000 difference mean? It means that Kyrie has one completed item and Buzizio doesn't have one.
Yep.
No completed items just yet.
That's right.
That's a big difference.
Massive difference, in fact. And Onyx are leading by 3.7k gold. The reason why we like the Harith versus the BTR, it's not just about the Claude, it's mainly about the Joy, where the Joy is not necessarily going to be able to take out this Harith, especially because of the Festival of Blood, right? All you have to do is to land one of your dashes and one Synchrovision perhaps, and then you're already A-okay when it comes to like surviving against this Harith, against this Joy, I mean. And also, Harith can take the Winter Truncheon eventually. Typically, right, the marksman cannot survive the Joy because even if they get the Wind of Nature, they still get taken out by the Joy. But the Harith is a natural carrier of the Winter Truncheon, which means that the Joy is not a problem for him at all.
I would say that it is a harsh lesson being taught to Team BTR at this moment. Just a dominating game since minute 1, even though they had Kyrie and they had the first blood upon him, but no use,
Yeah, and as we said, Bigetron Suns, they need the items. So right now, since Onyx has a gold lead, this 5,000 gold lead feels like 7,000 gold lead, just because Bigetron Suns, even if Onyx makes a mistake, the only one that can realistically kill is Kyrie, and that's if he dives too deep, like inside a turret or something. Then they have enough damage to actually do something about it.
Great push from Onyx. 5.4k in fact. Look at the goal difference between each matchup. 1.6k now for Kyrie versus Buzizio.
Right now, the only thing is I see like CW doesn't care about his positioning, not that in a bad way, but meaning like if someone ganks him, can they really do anything about it? Can they kill CW? Because right now he's a gold laner with the ability of an EXP laner.
That's right.
Oh, Kyrie goes in and he might find that Hilda, but he manages to escape. Boots is now trying to do a lot of damage, but oh, he gets a taste of his own medicine. Black goes away, even though I thought it was a definite kill.
But then Onyx is able to push top, so that's still a positive thing that it's going in their favor. Positive gains coming out from Onyx, and they push the mid lane as well.
Right now, it does seem like Onyx is just taking the opportunities like, yeah, Bigetron Suns, you're not going to do anything, so we're just going to act like you're not around. So if they want to push, they just push. Bigetron Suns, they need to figure out a way to engage or to catch a mistake, but Kyrie goes in, and Luna, Bota, you're a tank and you're taking that much damage.
That's the cost of leaving Kyrie farm. He just saw that I would say that this is a message saying that there is no use of the ultimate at this moment, just let's use it here.
Yep. He says, Zorn,
that's a statement.
Yeah.
He says, Zorn, okay, you go for more TPs. I use my ultimate.
Yeah, let's up-level the game.
Yeah, it's like a...
Now that's a flex.
Now that's a flex.
Now that's a flex. Recalling, you're not really losing anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Using your ult and showing your opponents like, hey, I don't have an ult. If there's any time for you to go in, guess what? Now's the time.
He was one flicker away from like having the ultimate level up in this competition.
That's true. That's very true, actually. Let's see what will happen. Obviously, the dominant size is such a good pickup for a Tigreal because you open the map anyways, so you are in front. And with the Starlim Scythe and the Feather of Heaven with the Holy Crystal, oh my God, Chewe can one-shot or two-shot people now.
Not gonna lie, just the Starlim Scythe, I feel like it's enough.
Yeah.
Anything more than that at this point kind of feels like overkill. And let's look at this. Keyboy has his implosion again. So with the minions coming in and him having the flicker, he could have a big impact here. Like if Bigetron Suns is grouping up together as like a natural way you want to defend, Keyboy might punish that.
I think that everyone's now settled down to see if Onyx will make it one of the shortest games so far in the M5. BTR are in a really bad position. They are in no position actually to make a successful defense. Let's see together what's gonna happen. Will it be the finish for Team Onyx or maybe just taking the inhibitor turrets, taking it down layer by a layer? Onyx is just taking the top lane inhibitor turret, mid lane inhibitor turret. I think that the upcoming turn is the bot lane inhibitor turret. Onyx by far are not even trying to get inside that base yet. They are inside the base. Look at Onyx. They will see now that Joy is trying to prevent the minions from coming in. It's just one inhibitor turret away from falling apart.
Well, Keyboy is just one flicker away from doing something amazing.
Super Opa is trying to deal so much damage, but look at the back line. Look at here. Look at Keyboy. Look at Team Onyx. They are punishing Team BTR to the limit. No one can do anything at this moment. CW with the Triple King looking for that Maniac that can be offered, but Boots say no. Boots just says no. Onyx team with a dominant game. Team BTR are looking for a miracle, but their voices cannot grow through the sky, where the Sky Kings themselves are sitting there.
Let me just say congratulations to Onyx for winning the first match of this best of 3. And it went quicker than I thought. Like, what was that, sub 11 minutes?
Yep.
Onyx just did whatever they wanted. There's nothing that Bigetron Suns can really do against them.
Wow.
I would say there's layers that Onyx won. One of them was the draft.
The draft, yeah. Especially because of the trap that they set up. There was a time where we said that the Hilda will be deadly, right? I remember, like, even just the second set of bans, we already brought up that hero.
I remember.
Yep. And I said that it will be great for both of them.
Yeah.
Because they're playing, I mean, Joy is there, and Nolan is on the other side, so it kind of makes sense. And then Hilda was in the hands of BTR all of a sudden. And then it kind of felt like at the end, okay, it was Coach Yeb and the gang just setting up a trap. They know that it will be picked up. Hilda will be picked up eventually. They have the answer. That is the Tigreal.
Well, I think that at some point, playing against Onyx themselves was one of these, let's say it had its own effect on the game itself, because BTR were so passive in the early game. I wouldn't say like their draft can make them go aggressive. You can like tell us about it more, but they felt like, oh, we're up against Onyx, it's hard.
Before you talk, let me just say, it looks like Onyx, they're not hiding anything. Like, this Tigreal pick and everything, it looks like they've already planned it.
Yeah.
Even against Bigetron, it's like, yeah, it's a good hero. We're going to pick it up.
When you have 5 Super Saiyans, you can actually play anything. So I think that's... But kidding aside, why I agree with you is because there was a weird interaction where why was the Hilda not level 4 when the Tigreal is already level 4? It was like way past the 2-minute mark. So it's like, what, almost 3 minutes. And for some reason, the Hilda didn't have his ultimate, and it was Keyboy already, like, what, halfway through the level 5. Our MVP eventually was Keyboy, 2-0 and 4. And I think that they played the mind game so well. The fact that BTR, there were bad decisions in many parts of this game, especially also with the draft that they prepared. So that meant that Keyboy can even like spend his ultimate without even being scared about his opponents. Let's look at the highlights brought to us by Grab Unlimited. So this was Kyrie getting the kill again, and it will happen many times in this game. Look at Keyboy just zoning out on Botak. They just take him out so easily because of the draft, and for some reason they don't have the retribution, but they lost the turtle fight. This is specifically the part that I want to say where I felt that yes, just going up against Onyx alone already kind of neutralized what BTR wanted to do in this game, nullified what they wanted to do in this game.
Sun shouldn't have survived here.
Yeah, so,
let me just say that.
I agree. Oh, look at that beautiful implosion, and the BMI unfortunately wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's a missed timing, but again, this also shows the composure that Onyx has. It's like, oh yeah, Suns is getting attacked, but does it really matter? Not so much.
Yeah.
But I think at this moment, one of those things you said before the game even starts is that Kyrie, if he wants to compete against others, he has to compete with his own team first. So I think at this moment, the MVP just loves Keyboy.
We were talking about the Festival of Blood to pick up earlier by CW, and we saw how good it was, especially the duel that they did.
No. I would say we didn't really see it because by the time we see the fight, it's already over. Right? We don't really see it in action.
That's true. But in the last duel between CW as well as Super Upa, you saw that CW was very low when it comes to 1 HP. Then when he lands the normal attack after the dash, there was a lot of HP that he was able to get back. And he didn't have the concentrated energy actually in that fight. I mean, he got that after the fact. So that's how you feel like, okay, maybe the Festival Blood works for the Hybrid.
No, honestly, look at the amount of lifesteal because Hybrid lifesteal by the Scythe, lifesteal by the Feather of Heaven, and then Spell Vamp from the concentrated energy. So he has 3 items that gives him 3 different ways to heal, and the Emblem set.
Exactly.
Well, at some point I was a bit worried about the Onyx late game, but they seem to be like they intended to finish earlier. Like as early as possible.
That's true, especially because of the Harith as well as the Nolan that they have and the Tigreal. I would say that BTR also kind of plan to do that as well. Going for the Hilda always tells me that, okay, you want to secure the early game, but they went in for Joy and Claude. I myself find it greedy, right? If we go for Joy, typically your marksman should not be a scaling hero because you don't want to have 2 scaling heroes in the game, especially if you already have the jungle from the Joy. The Claude is going to be difficult. Yeah, that's actually very true. So only the Hilda wanted to win the early game. And because they didn't have any other hero to supplement that early game, that meant that Hilda will always be taken out. And true enough, Luna just got destroyed by the entirety of Onyx because he doesn't have anyone to help him punish the aggression. imagine if they had something along the lines of a Fredrin perhaps, or maybe a Baksha, which was banned out unfortunately, they will have someone to go with the Hilda so that when they do initiate against Onyx, at least they will get something out of it.
Something has to be said as well. There's two ways for you to play the mid. Either you're going to roam and help out the side lanes, or you're going to force your opponents to stay in the mid lane.
Yep.
And having the Hilda that's going to be roaming around, not really helping out Syndra, and Sans, it was pretty obvious that he won the lane, and he won the lane hard. He made sure that this Novaria was a non-factor.
Yep.
Novaria was picked third, but in the game, I couldn't blame you if you forgot that was a Novaria, because Sans is man-to-manning on this Novaria as well. It's like, you're not going to help out your team. Super Uba is not going to be having any help. Black is not going to be having any help. So on it, they just have man-to-man defense that everyone just say, okay, individually, you have to handle your opponents, but we saw plenty of times that whenever Keyboy catches someone, everyone is there to follow up.
And actually, whenever I saw Harriet, I knew the price PTR had to pay during the game because he was free-farming, and that's what you get.
Yeah, that's why the drafting coming out from Onyx was just, it's just perfect. Chef's kiss, as they would say. Because you activate all of your lanes. If you're going for assassins, and this will be a recurring theme all throughout M5, and I hope that you guys are taking notes. One thing that you always have to remember is if you pick up Joy or Nolan, particularly the Joy, you will not have enough time to farm. If you get invaded, it's very hard, very difficult to just get back to the game. But let me take you back to game 1 of HomeBois versus Geek Fam. The moment you get into that late game, already you can see how strong the Joy was. The Joy died 4 times in the early and mid stage of the game, but didn't die in the late game. And this is the idea from BTR. However, they chose 3 scaling heroes.
They want to ramp up, but they didn't have a ramp.
Yes.
All right.
Their ramp was this Hilda, but as we saw evidently, I feel like even they didn't thought like, there's no way they're going to pick up a Tigreal here. And the Tigreal really did punish what Luna on Boata is doing. So I would say this game is a good way for you to learn how to draft. And this is the advantage that Coach Yep has when coaching this Onyx team. Everyone can play anything. I feel like if he asks Kyrie to use a tank, he's like, sure. If you really think that's the best draft, sure, I'm going to use it.
Yeah. I admire that because sometimes you have to just trust your coach and sometimes you have to believe in his calls. And seeing CW, I know that Harith is playable at the gold lane, we all know that, but at some point I think that CW might have had this argument of like, oh, I can play this marksman, but again, you have to align and do the perfect synergy thing.
Yeah, but then again, if you're going to be looking at this particular game, it's just a lot of mechanical skills that actually Onyx was able to show us, which is weird because Kyrie, the only death that Onyx actually gave to BTR was literally the death up top where Kyrie questionably
they just have to die once.
I think
that might be a ritual.
At one point, I think that Kyrie got mad from that kill. Yeah, he died in a really bad way. He was just zoned out, waiting to hang dry underneath the turret.
Which is weird because they went into the gold lane, right? I think the metagame tells us that you might want to go to the XP lane instead of the gold lane because it's always protected. And boy, it was actually protected in that game.
And with that being said, we have a lot to talk about, but we got to go and look for Remar because he has an interview. So Remar, please, give us a little bit of insight. What you got? Who are you interviewing?
Makasih casters, it's Reptar here with friends from Indonesia. So, Filipino fans, let's welcome our Indonesian friends! Woo! All right, that's a warm welcome. And of course, we have our translator here, Rana, who will be helping us. So, could you please introduce yourself, starting with you first?
Hello, I'm Luan Luan from Indonesia.
All right, so Luan Luan.
Luan Luan.
Yeah, because when we were talking beforehand, I thought her name was Wan Wan. So it's a Luan Luan.
Yes.
And you are?
My name is Marco Chop from Indonesia.
And Marco. Okay, so both of you are from Indonesia. So I feel like we just have to ask first, why are you guys here? Why did you fly all the way to the Philippines?
Of course, we fly here to support Indonesia team.
All right.
Yeah, I'm support for Geek Farm and Indo. Onyx Indo.
Indo Pride?
Yeah, Indo Pride.
It kind of hurt to say that, but I'm a host, so I have to be neutral here. All right. So you are wearing jerseys that look quite familiar, but maybe not to a lot. So could you show off your jerseys to the people watching at home? All right. Oh, okay. So you can really see the Indonesian pride in their jerseys. Can you explain the jerseys? Where did you get it from? Did you have it custom made? What's the story behind the jersey?
From Muntun, Indonesia.
So Muntan, Indonesia
Yeah.
gave
Yep,
those jerseys.
from Indonesia.
Okay.
Yep.
So did they give it to you because they knew you were coming here? Or what's the story behind it? Like, how did you get the jerseys?
Kenapa dapat jersinya? Kayak dari mana? Apakah karena lu mau kesini jadi dikasih kayak gitu?
Dari Indonesia. Dari Indonesia kita bawa ini untuk dukung tim Onyx, tim Geek.
So it's actually made for like all Indonesian that want to come to Philippines to support Onyx and Geek Fam only.
All right. Okay, so now that we know that you're supporting Geek Fam and Onyx, what are your message to our teams? Because earlier we saw Geek Fam, of course, not the best start to M5, but they still have more matches. Onyx just won game number 1. What are your messages for Onyx and Geek Fam? Starting with you first.
Okay. Buat Onyx dan Geek Fam, bawa pulang piala M5 ya. Jangan bikin malu keluarga.
Okay, so for Onyx and Geek Fam, please come back with a winning trophy and making your family proud.
Untuk Geek Fam dan Onyx, buat kalian tetap semangat, good luck, jangan lupa bawa piala ke Indonesia. Semangat!
Okay, for Onyx and Geek Fam, keep your spirit up and hope for the best and winning the M5 World Championship.
It's really great that we have our friends from Indonesia here in the Philippines. Real quick, where can they follow you? Your channels, and what are your messages to all our fans of Mobile Legends Bang Bang around the world?
My YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Oh, my YouTube channel name is London also.
Yeah.
Message?
Yeah.
Apa ya? Selalu support. Apa? Selalu dukung tim yang kalian mau dan selalu stay positif, jangan toxic.
Okay, for her message is actually the YouTube channel is Luan Luan, and her message for everyone is actually like keep your spirit up and don't forget to follow any team that you likes and support them.
That's a great message. What about from you?
My channel YouTube is Marco Chop, dan buat para supporter tetap support tim Indonesia agar bisa bawa kembali piala M5. Oke.
Okay, so his channel is Marco Chop, and for all Indonesian fans, don't forget to watch M5 and support for Geek Fam and Onyx. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to both of you for joining me here. Okay, can we do this at the same time? On the count of 3, let's say casters, let's go. You ready?
Let's go.
All right, so 1, 2, 3. Casters, let's go!
Hey. Thank you very much, guys. And let me just say, big shout-outs to the translator because I know that's not what she said. Basically the same message, but this is a good time that I'm able to understand all languages. Let me just say that.
What do you mean? I think that accurate. The message was accurate.
Oh, yeah. It was 80% accurate.
80% accurate. Yeah. I can
As
understand
a translator myself, good job. That was a good job.
Okay, this is M5 is the day where the translator Lafel is actually making comments about translators.
No, I'm just saying she's doing a good job. I'm not even being sarcastic. It was a good job. If that were me, I would have taken the same approach.
Yeah,
probably.
I know.
It might be a bit longer, but same-ish.
I know.
Same, different, but still same. Now we're talking about same, but different, but still same. We gotta talk about Bigetron Sun's draft.
Okay. So will it be same?
Their previous draft was greedy in the late game.
That's right.
Where should they drop the greed a bit?
And also, they didn't have any hero to support the amount of, as you said, scaling heroes to the late game. It was a huge burden upon the Hilda.
I call this this theory is called the bridge theory. When we're talking about the ramp, you want to ramp up, right? but you have to have a bridge. Whereas typically that will be somewhere along the lines of a Farsa Eve Nuke mages, right? Or Lilia, for example, that can prolong you the game. And addition to that, you have to have a hero that can take care of the long lane or the dead lane or the whatever lane that is called, but it's the opposite of the Lord. But basically speaking, you have to have a bridge, and those two ingredients you have to have. Unfortunately, with having Joy, Novaria, and the Claude, you don't have a bridge.
Shout out, Sir Carlo. Shout outs to you. And to the guy who said he used Inspire on the Granger. Excuse me, sir. What is wrong with you? Please don't do that.
Yeah, it's not healthy. I would say it's not healthy whatsoever. So actually, we are now heading towards the second game, which might conceal or it might conclude our day for today if it's the match point, because so far we had 3 sweeps. I don't have to curse it, but Team Onyx seems to be playing a one-sided game so far. BTR Suns, if they want to be up to that challenge, they need to do a lot of things differently.
Hey, Wolf, if anything, Onyx right now is they're increasing the count of unique heroes picked. They can add more.
They can add more. Let's go Layla.
Okay, maybe not that far.
Okay, all right.
Maybe not that far.
Between Mia, Layla, and who else? Actually, they're just between Layla and Mia. Layla and Mia.
Maybe Nana Marksman. I would add that.
No, that's a no.
Actually, you know what? Nana mid lane might not be a back pick for
That
Sans.
is actually
right.
I think Nana mid lane has a higher chance than actually no.
Let me just ask. Let me transition this to a real question. Is it that Nolan is always up in the air? That's why people pick it up. Of course. But I'm seeing an absence of Lancelot.
Yeah.
Because usually we see a lot of Lancelots, right?
That's right.
Now it's all Joy and Nolan.
Yeah, because I think the only S-tier assassin, junglers will be Joy and Nolan. And Lancelot, unfortunately, will not be in that regard. And if ever, there has to be a lot of conditions for the Lancelot to work. It's just, to answer your question very briefly, Joy and Nolan is just easier.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? I like that you point out that Joy is easier because of the previous patch update. It's like slightly less power, but easier to use, less mistakes.
Yep. Well, speaking of Lancelot, actually, M5 is missing one of its best players ever using that Lancelot, which is Carl
Teasy,
of course, from Team Echo. But and actually, this is one of the things that made M5 spice up even before it starts. The previous champion is not here to defend his title in the Philippines.
Well, here's the thing. I love seeing new faces, and I'm very interested to see if Philippines can break the curse, because so far no host country has won.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, that's a fact.
M1 was Malaysia. Malaysia did won. M2, M3, Singapore was the host. They didn't win. M4, Indonesia was the host. And they
the
didn't
final
win.
was completely Filipino.
Yeah.
And Indonesia.
Yeah. But meaning to say, no host country has won, and now Philippines is the host.
That's right.
Yeah. I have memories. I have history in my head.
Does that mean that HomeBois will win, though?
Don't anyone can say that but you.
Yeah.
All right? Just talk about Onyx. Just talk about
No, because Onyx has Filipino, so they might have the curse.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Right?
You're clever. You're a clever man.
All right. Did I restore our friendship?
Our friendship has restored since HomeBois
It's
won.
intact. It's intact. But by this moment, I think that your friendship, guys, is intact. I can see, I can sense the love in the air here. So both teams right now, they started the draft already. Respect bans from both sides, but I don't know. I think actually at this moment, I'm focusing a lot on Carry. Actually, I'm putting a lot of expectations on Carry here. I think that it is not enough to have him even target ban 3 with 3 heroes. So I think that's why Coach Darkness is not focusing on Kyrie.
Yeah, that's right. Which means that Nolan and Joy will still be the point of contention. I think that so far the last 2 series that we've seen, Nolan versus Joy, Nolan won it 3-0 so far, right?
Yes.
No, it was
no, because HomeBois,
exactly. So it's 2-1.
2-1?
2-1, right?
I don't know how to count, so I don't care about it. Onyx right now, they've banned the Bruno, the Joy, as well as the Faramis. So now Nolan is open up. Perhaps they're giving BTR an easier time. Say, hey, ban out the Nolan. But guess what? Guinevere is still on.
That's right.
Well, stealing a word from MPLMY, actually, I would say that the hospital meta haven't found a lot of, let's say, a lot of people using it so far. Even though we have seen the Matilda being used alongside with the Angela, I believe that was also the Lost, right? If I'm not mistaken. So far, we are seeing a lot of new things have being brought to us on the M5 so far.
My guess is Onyx wants to go for Arlott. I think that's the best choice. Or Guinevere. Guinevere or Arlott might be the...
I mean, at this point, because the Nolan has been banned out, I first buy fleeting time on Selena.
That's like the Inspire Granger.
Okay, let me just say, if my mic is on for the audience, I would express my disappointment.
Why would you?
Honestly, that's the thing in MPL Malaysia. It's just that they always say stuff to challenge the casters. You know, it's a fun thing between us. So I like the interaction, and Guinevere has been picked up as the first pick here. I mean, like I said, S tier hero opened up, why not?
And also banning the Nolans is so justified by Team BTR Sons, because we have seen what Kyrie can do. We actually haven't seen Kyrie glow up yet on the battlefield, but he did really good with the Nolan.
Nolan, of course. So now you're thinking, like, do you pick up Matilda if you are part of, if you... Oh, you pick up Angela, obviously.
Angela.
Actually, I might
Angela
have cursed
Arlott,
the hospital meta thing.
Yeah. Angela Art. Oh, Martis!
This is risky.
Yeah.
This is very risky.
They're playing with fire here.
Now I think the Lancelot will be picked up.
Right.
Huh.
Ask and you shall receive.
Ask and you shall receive.
Now the draft is back up, and the reason why we're gonna talk about this is because Martis is a very high risk, high reward kind of hero.
Exactly. So you go Matilda. That means that your Guinevere might just be a jungle. So unfortunately, I spoke too soon. Lancelot might not be the choice. But that also means that you can pick up something like Claude now for Onyx.
Well, seeing that they already took the rumor, I would say that Matilda safely is the rumor of Team Onyx.
Yeah.
We always see that whenever you see a support hero, you always kind of expect to have a utility jungler or like someone with high HP and these kind of possibilities. So I don't think that Onyx will change that Guinevere to any other lane.
Yeah.
Is a Terizla pick good here for BTR?
That's right.
Right.
So
that's why they don't take it.
Is that the Erythel?
Do you also curse drafts?
Oh, it is.
I do. Okay, here's also another thing that happens in MPL Malaysia. When I compliment a player, they immediately die.
Wow.
I have a lot of clips. It like say, oh my God, 5, 0, and 11. Can anyone take him down? Immediately dies.
Before he finishes, it's like 5, 1, 11.
Exactly. So here's the thing. I gotta ask Wolf, because isn't this a meta, like say, I don't know, 2, 3 patches ago, where the Erythel and the Angela combo?
Yeah, this was when we were in Jakarta.
Yeah.
That's when I learned a lot of like Indonesian words.
It was like one of the first times you've been there, right?
Yeah, one of the few times.
One of the few times.
Yeah, because I rarely go there. You know?
I don't know.
Why would I be there?
I've seen you in a lot of flights. I have no idea where you go. But going back into the draft, Valentina banned out as well as Arlott here. We gotta see if the Terizla gets attention from Onyx, or they're just like, yeah, you can have it. We're pretty fine with it.
As much as I really want to participate in these discussions, but it seems to be relying on a really long history between you two guys. And I would actually say whenever I saw an Angela, I always expected to see an Erythel or a Claude, but since the Claude is already on the side of Team Onyx, I kind of expected to see an Erythel, but so far, I think we still need to see tricky heroes. So far, I don't think there is a surprise from both teams, right?
Yeah. I just asked for one thing.
What's it?
A mid laner that can hold its own against Sans, because Erythel needs a little bit of time, right? At least 2 items. 2 items, yeah, you can fight, but you got to get to that point first. So whatever mid lane BTR is going to get, make sure it doesn't get cornered by Sans again, because I kind of feel like the jungle needs a little bit of help, and the side lanes will need a little bit of help.
So what else would you pick up? There's
safe. If you want safe.
Yeah, if you want safe. There's a merit to taking the Uranus, actually. Minotaur
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Yeah. Make sure that's a way to
But
counter.
since you
of
say
course,
that,
the Cloud.
now they're not gonna take it.
Yeah,
I'm
pretty
trying
much.
to curse your curse.
Yeah.
Curse my curse. I wonder if
Someone-
BTR are interested in taking the Florid, actually, going for the double hospital setup.
Oh.
If that's the case, might as well just take an Estes.
That's right.
But it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to apply this draft here. I think that they need someone to absorb damage.
Terizla and Uranus, I think, are the prime
Mhm.
choices that I see for BTR. Terizla has a knock-up, which is perfect versus the Claude, and it's a way to kind of tank the initiation coming from the Guinevere. Uranus kind of does the same in a... But they pick up Lapu. Ooh.
My personal problem with this, Terizla and the Slash, they can protect the backline. Lapu kind of want to die forward.
I'm happy that Khalid is going to be
Go
picked up.
for it.
All
Look,
right.
actually, we have something in Egypt. Whenever we don't know someone's name or something, we say Yasta. Yasta means my
Yasta?
friend. Yeah, so if I say like, hey, Yasta, you have to know that either I forgot your name or I'm greeting you. So if you forgot Khalid, go for the Yasta.
Yasta.
The bro himself.
I would not be surprised, actually, if they go for Florin here, if you're BTR. But the safest choice probably will be perhaps a Grok, so that you can like scout out the...
Let me just say one thing, Wolf.
Go
Look at Onyx, everyone dies forward. This Lapu won't have that big of a target. The moment he jumps forward, everyone from Onyx can be like, whoop, we're out of here. We're going straight for the Irithel.
That's why I felt like Uranus or Terizla might be the better choice.
Because they can go back.
Can go back and actually peel for his teammates. And yeah,
This is the
okay,
Emperor's
so
order.
that is... What is that?
Order?
I couldn't hear it. I couldn't
Akai.
hear it.
Akai, of course.
Hey,
But
one of Luna's favorite hero.
That's right.
But I think that this is the point of having Matilda, though. I think the Matilda here is mainly to disengage, not to just engage.
Yeah.
If anyone makes a mistake, Matilda's be like, I got you,
I got
Keluarga.
you.
Yeah.
Keluarga means family.
Yeah. As we heard from the interview,
Yes.
earlier.
Jangan malukan keluarga. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
What?
Jangan means
Guys,
don't.
I can't understand.
No,
Jangan means
that's what Luan said? Yeah, that's her name, right? Luan.
Loan. Yes.
So now, okay, let's dissect this. It looks like this is going to be in Akai Rome, which again, this is Luna's favorite hero.
The thing is, they're going to be facing up against the Matilda. So if you have tough boots, there's an easy way for you to disengage with the Matilda.
5 seconds.
But then again, it's their comfort pick. And I think, if anything, at this point, going up against Onyx, you want to rely on your favorite heroes. This is not the first time that Luna will be playing this. In fact, this is his signature hero and his favorite as well.
Well, just before the sun rises and things get calm, that's the time when the dawn breaks through. And here, on the very one and only land of dawn, warriors from all around the globe battle this out. Team Onyx are now at match point, and Team BTR need to up their game.
Let me just say, even though I have analyst roots, right now Syndra going up against Keyboy. Looks like Keyboy is going to survive. I'm just going to say... Wait.
Will he? Will he though? Will he though?
Oh
he
my
needs
God,
to use
don't-
his flicker
don't.
away. Ooh.
Ouch. I was like, did I jinx it? Anyways, I'm just gonna let you guys know. If I'm gonna criticize the draft, I'm not gonna criticize the Akai because this is Luna's favorite hero because of his daughter.
That's
so
right.
a lot of sentimental value
That's
there
right.
because the daughter loves Panda. So it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna touch Luna on the Akai.
Yeah, I think in general the hero is pretty good in this game because it can really tank up and soak up all of the damage. It also checks Boots already taking away one cannon minion away from Black, and that's a lot of levels that you will not have in this game. Oh.
Lane management at its finest. This is the advantage of experiences coming in from Onyx. They're making sure minute number 1 they're winning without killing.
I think that at this point he can manage to pull up a 1v2, and so far he's doing really good on the XP lane. But there's here we can see Carry with the second skill, and now he goes back the second skill on the other side. I think actually Martis is one of those you have to be afraid from with his immunity at the second skill.
And right now, CW is going up against Super Upa. And again, the way that Onyx has been controlling the lane is they're not going to attack the minions first. They're going to attack the heroes, making it so that they have to go away from farming. And this is just one of the ways Onyx just wins slowly but surely.
Yeah, Keyboy, he's trying to annoy Zizio, and now he is able to do so. Luna is trying to just push Onyx away because at this moment it's so hard for Team BTR to break that momentum.
But this makes Matilda really one of the strongest heroes, and Keyboy knows the limits of this hero. As you saw with the Flicker min-maxing against Syndra, he knows when he will die and when he will not. And also the invade potential, or at least the delaying potential from the Matilda. It's always pretty strong.
He just took that. Oh, he
Look at
just took the Retribution.
That's right. They forced the Retribution already.
Yeah, but at this point, I think it's perfectly fine for Zizio to use the Retribution unless Kyrie really wants to contest it. But it looks like Kimo and Boots, look at the rotation, they're just slowing down Bigetron Suns.
Yeah, I think that this is the time for everyone to use their ultimates, and they do for sure. BTR teams manages to get the blue, but they are behind.
Why is Luna still level 3 at this point? What are they doing incorrectly? This is so weird to me.
True.
Now that you mentioned it.
This is back-to-back.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, one time perhaps we could say that, oh, Syndra didn't get a level, but I'm going to hold on to my theory because looking at how the gold lane as well as the EXP lane, they've been manipulating the minions. Perhaps Sans is doing something that we're not seeing, that he's manipulating the minions to delay the level from Syndra.
Well, I don't see a room above Luna's head.
Does he not?
That's true. Okay.
Is that the thing? Is that?
Let's look.
It does have it.
Yeah, he does have it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so it's just a visual thing, but he does have it.
I wonder.
Okay.
What?
And the thing is, there's a goal advantage on Syndra here. So perhaps he didn't really lose any minions.
That is so weird.
Oh, Kyrie, look at the hard guard, but it's not gonna be enough to save Black. He needed to use that flicker away. I don't think that Lapu was the best choice.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. Especially against this XP lane. And I think that the nature of Onyx, the way that they're drafting, is that they counter their lane matchups. And the first 3 picks that they have heroes that don't necessarily have the counter. Like Matilda, how do you even counter the Matilda?
That hurts.
Oh no!
That hurts.
Yeah, that does hurt. Keyboy is so annoying at this point. Look at the jumps. Look at everyone jumping around. And Heavy Spin coming here from the side of Akai. He's trying to push Team Onyx away, but it's just Kyrie on a normal day. He takes that turtle away. And now we will see a lot of bodies falling down from the side of Team BTR. Onyx CW. Kyrie goes in. And now we can see what the flicker ultimate coming from the Khalid. They managed to take kills, but they also lose one of their members. Taking a turtle and taking kills. I would give that for 1 kill for sure.
Super Upa eventually, with the switch, gets a push. He's not in the gold lane, so it's not the best, but he still will be able to take out a turret. So that's still a positive net for Super Upa, but the rest of his teammates didn't have... cannot say the same, I would say. Onyx just manhandled BTR. Look what they did. When Luna on Botak popped the ultimate, the heavy spin, what they did was to get out and reset the turtle. That's actually why they won the succeeding fight, because now you have the level advantage on Kyrie, you have the retribution advantage as well, and you also have the fact that the BTR team didn't have a heavy spin.
Boots looks like he's in a really bad
is he?
position. He doesn't have flicker. He needs now to go away, but the heavy spin just catch him by the wall, pin him to that wall. The second skill is being triggered, but no one can save you from that. Double kill from Kyrie on the other side. The mid lane looks like a mess for Team Bigetron Suns.
Well, I gotta say, Onyx won that trade. They got 2, while Bigetron Suns, they only got 1. And here's the thing. I'm going over the side of Bigetron Suns here for a little bit because Super Upa with the Hosclaw as well as the Berserker Fury, you have a chance to win back your fights. So we gotta wait for Bigetron Suns to have that power spike and then see what they're gonna do with it.
Oh, Kyrie jumps in, and also Keyboy as well. They are now making Team BTR have the worst time of their life.
Yeah. So now, looking into the situation, Onyx, I like that going into this game, it looks like, okay, here's one of the things that I've talked about, well, haven't talked with all of the teams yet, but there's this thing called making decisions in game could be a difficult thing. Unless you pre-prepared your decisions. Like, oh, if situation AB happened, you do this thing. And it looks like for Bigetron Suns, well, Onyx going up against Bigetron Suns, when you see them committing, everyone disengage. They've been doing that quite a while. If Bigetron Suns can see this thing happening, they could kind of like scare off Onyx from a full engage.
Oh.
And that could buy them time.
Yeah, it could buy them time, but Kyrie was going for that risky gameplay. CW have a lot of damage already. They can do engage, and they do engage. Look at CW with the blazing. The web has just canceled the second skill from that. Kyrie, he takes them down one by one. Preciso is now trying to take CW down, but Super Upa finishes the job for him. Team Onyx, for the first time, are the losing side.
Exactly. It's a great counter engage coming out from BTR. You're feeling the strength of this Angela plus the Akai. And with the Athena shield as the first item for Luna on Botak, that means that he can tank at least the Guinevere initiations as well as the Kadita initiations.
Yeah, and like I said, the power spike coming in from Super Upa, now he has it. He has the Haskell, he has the Berserker Fury, so he has damage. Now it's all about how Bigetron's Sons is going to play around it. And the way that I saw they play around it just now is they're going to invest 2 other people to make sure that this Iritel has the confidence to move in front. So I feel like they have a pretty clear way of how they're going to approach the fights. But again, going up against Onyx is still going to be a challenge. I like that they have an idea of what to do. Doing it is the other part of the equation.
Getting a very early
Oh, Kyrie's now pinned to the wall. He's now pinned to the wall. Will he die? Will he die? Will he die? No way!
No way!
No way! No way! No way! Black cannot find him because Keyboy knows the keys to every moment. What an escape from Kyrie. What a really well played out escape.
Oh my.
Kyrie doing... Okay, how many international tournaments has Kyrie done this? He's done it on the Assassins.
Wow.
He's done it on tanks.
Now he has to do it with fighters.
Dude.
Kyrie, oh wait, in the Philippines we have this agimat, which is a charm. And when you say you have agimat, it means that you just can't die. You're just either lucky or you're just very resilient.
God loves you.
Kyrie has agimat.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I gotta credit Keyboy though. And remember, there was a part of the draft where I said like, okay, when there's Akai, you don't wanna pick up the Akai when there's Matilda in the opposite end because the guiding wind with the tough boots of the recipient of the heavy spin is just not the best. And we can see it's an instant replay. Kyrie survived through all of that. Tough boots intact, the defensive items in there, pops the guiding wind, then gets out.
Insane.
That's insane. Like literally, they were bursting him down. Everybody.
The Lapu even caught him.
Exactly.
Like that's one of the situations. If Lapu for some reason has the orange buff, Kyrie would have died.
Yep.
Like doing it once, doing it twice. Doing it even 3 times, I can't understand. He's doing it every single time.
Yep. Well, you cannot...
At one point, it's unfair.
It's plot armor, actually.
Yeah, it's
for
plot
the
armor.
Super Saiyans right now.
Well, you cannot call it luck at least. Well, let's see together if Onyx will try to get inside that base. I don't think they are trying enough. Oh, he's now going in, Keyboy, but there's nothing to do to that inhibitor turret. They are still waiting for one single moment for everything to align together. Kyrie now finds his place. He now finds his place. Will he be able to escape? He does escape. Now he goes to Keyboy using that second skill, managing his way out to the mid lane and even to the bot lane. Kyrie takes, and also CW, they both take the first inhibitor turret of the game. 10 minutes game, one inhibitor turret down.
I gotta say, nice defense coming out from BTR. But then again, that's just Onyx. Luna, they went double run.
Oh, Kyrie! Kyrie and CW Wind of Nature is being played here.
My
Black
God.
might just go out. Let's see what's gonna happen. Top lane is in danger, but after taking the mid lane turret, we will see that Team Onyx easily take that last inhibitor turret.
I think I cracked the code. I know what Kyrie is.
What?
Kyrie is a cat.
What?
He has 9 lives,
Oh.
good looking, good at escapes, and everyone loves him.
Yeah.
He's a cat.
Okay.
Kyrie the cat.
And everyone knows cats are good at Mobile Legends.
Everyone knows that?
Everyone
I didn't know
knows that. Yeah.
Well, apparently we will see if Team Onyx will try to go for that finish, but I don't think so. They can go back. They can go for that safer route. But oh, what is that damage
My
from Boots?
goodness.
What is
That
damage?
is Sea
It comes from
Halberd.
an XP laner?
8-minute Sea Halberd coming out from Boots, going in for the concussive blast as well. So you have extreme amount of burst. And Onyx, they want to end this fast. Look at, oh my god. Oh wait, so Kyrie might have had the Queen's Wings when that initiation happened.
Yeah.
And the Thunder Belt as well. Great itemization. And obviously the Blade Armor is perfect against the Irithel.
Yeah, as a Malaysian right now, I'm worried about the amount of recalls that Zorn has, because I think Sans and Keyboy ramping it up in this game. And they might have more than Zorn at this point.
Yeah, especially because Chewe went for the Implosion recall as well. I don't think anybody can top that.
Yeah.
Unless what can Zorn do? Maybe a Minoan Fury, perhaps?
Game number 1, Onyx was able to end the game with 11,000 goal lead.
Yeah.
That's not 44,000. It's 10,000.
10,000.
10 point. Now it's 11. Is this the win condition? Is this where they end the game?
Well, I would say for Zorn, first of all, for Zorn to win this, you have to alt flicker creep. Let's see narrative what's gonna happen. Kakak is here. Keyboy is trying to get inside. He's trying to go with Team Onyx. The base is just wide open. You are now, ladies and gentlemen, watching a master at work. Kyrie goes in with the flicker, open blazing duet, a double kill, a massacre is happening here at the MLPB scene. Look at Team Onyx. They are just taking everything in the speed of light.
Onyx, in their journey to be gods among men, they're starting off well. Usually they lose in the group stage, but this time it's a different Onyx. They want to win it all.
Very dominant run coming out from Onyx. A very dominant start. Not just about their gameplay, but also their drafting. And 1 million.
Oh, wow! This is day number 1 and we hit 1 million?
Hey!
That's amazing! Thank you to everyone watching. And wow, the first day we already broke 1 million?
Wow.
That's amazing.
That's
you guys are better than great.
Yeah, indeed they are. Also, because they are better than great, they deserve that code, that redemption code that they might just get wonderful awards from.
Either way, it was a good fight, but Onyx is showing why they're one of the favorites. This is if they win this, it is a grand slam. They've won all the championships, all the way from MPL Indonesia, MSC. Now it's just the world title.
Hey, it's just day 1. Relax. Santai, bro.
Santai, bro.
Yeah, it's just day 1.
You sound Indonesian.
Yeah, you know, maybe.
You even said, well played, bro. Very well.
That's Malaysian, though.
What?
Yeah, that is Malaysian.
Yeah.
And see, tomato, potato. Same difference. Same difference.
Well, since everyone said calm down in their language, or even not their language, I would say ihda means calm down also in Arabic. Ihda.
Yeah. All right. Well, what we do know who is not, did not take the game at all calmly was definitely Onyx. Like, they were just all over the place. And if there will be ever a heat map, it's just literally all of the map that's, was lit up by Onyx.
I would say Kyrie did not look like he played very calmly, but there's a lot of situations where he could have died where it shouldn't be all that calm. But the MVP
loves him.
Spicy boy, no, this is Keyboy.
Yeah.
And we can say that he is the MVP because how many saves that he was able to get. And imagine helping your teammates with just the guiding win. In the early stages, he min-max against his opponents. So he's not only saving his teammates, he's making it so difficult and so frustrating for his enemies to actually face him. Only dying once in this game when they overly committed into the bottom lane, the lizard part of the map. But I think that through the highlights, we're going to see a bigger picture of why Keyboy was the MVP of this game. Brought on by Grab Unlimited, of course. First blood going in favor of Onyx. And how about that? The jump coming up from Kyrie. And then there's a lot of saves. Look at the flicker from the Raging Sandstorm. Eventually dies, but my oh my, you already feel the strength of the entirety of Onyx Onyx Indonesia.
Well, actually, looking again at the highlights, I can see how much impactful was Boots.
Yeah.
He was doing really good at the background.
Yes.
And honestly, this match, this is why I keep saying, if Kyrie wants to be the best, his opponents is his own teammates. Because that was a beautiful save by Keyboy, man. Like one of the best roam saves that we've seen so far.
I wonder if he had the Queen's Wings during that moment, or if he just had the turtle shield buff. But it was wonderful, and I think this is also because of the draft that they chose. Especially because of them going for the Kadita as well as the Matilda. There's a lot of like ways for them to open the river, which also allowed Kyrie to have so much farm in this game.
Yeah, and also I think with the clean finish we saw at the end, that was a strong message to Team BTR. It's a clean sweep, it's a wiped out.
It's a wipeout even. And if you're going to be looking at the emblems, Kyrie was very tanky just off of items. He went for the
wait, what?
damage build up.
Is this real? Syndra is using the Petrify?
I think it was Purify.
Okay.
So.
Right. Either ways.
Okay. So remember when I asked like why it was weird that Luna didn't have the
level 4?
The level 4. I remember now it was double roam as their decision. If you recall,
did they do that minute 1?
From the beginning?
Yeah, the Angela that was chasing the Matilda actually had an icon up top.
Oh, that's why.
That is probably why they weren't able to get to level 4. I don't know if they also did that in the previous game, but my point here is not going for this extra gamble of having double roam setup might have been very detrimental to what BTR wanted to do.
I would say the double roam has evolved quite a bit, where before there was a meta where you can even use 4 roam boots.
Exactly.
But now it's the point where if you want to use roam boots, it's at like, what, 7 minutes, 8 minutes into the game, then it's safe for you to use that. But we have to review the game if they really did it level 1. And that might have been a big mistake, because that's one of the things that has been done a few patches ago. It's not really that meta right now.
Basically, it's outdated, right?
Outdated, exactly.
And it's not work. It's not in the meta because it doesn't work. And
it punishes you.
Yeah. Imagine if this was maybe if they went in Florida, Rafael, I would have understood better. But going in for the Akai, I think that they wanted to have both conceal as well as favor. Which is very greedy, but it kind of makes sense if on the grand scheme of things. But maybe Akai is not the best hero for it at all because it's ultimate dependent. I think you're gonna have to go for double roam only if your roamer doesn't depend on an ultimate.
But speaking of greed, actually, this is the second time for Team BTR to be greedy about something. In the first game, they were greedy that they will have the scaling heroes to scale enough until they reach the game. Now, they are greedy enough to have 2 rooms.
But the thing is, I could be wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, you can't have 2 roam items. Like one will cancel out the other, so whichever activates first. I have to read back on the patches because if I'm not mistaken, that was one of the cases. But again, could be wrong because, you know, patches happen every 2 weeks and such, so a lot of things happen. But let's talk about today.
Let's talk about
2-0 day.
A 2-0 day?
1 million PCU. But a great start.
Yes.
Right? And with that, we got to look at the standings to really recap what happened today.
Let's go ahead.
One thing I can say is that even when there's a lot of 2-0s, do not, like...
It didn't feel like 2-0s.
It didn't feel like a 2-0s. It's mainly because of the fact that there were so many close matches. Like in the first series, that was a 2-0, but both games went
And also at the SMG Fire Flux, it was so close.
There was a lot of comebacks actually in this game. In this day, I mean. So that means AP Bren going up against Burmese Ghouls, winning the 2-0. Now they're at the top of the group, and that is same can be said with Onyx. One thing that really surprised everyone was Fire Flux impunity, but HomeBois obviously, well, kind of predicted it will be the case anyways. You know?
Oh man, I really thought Geek Fam would take it, but this is the standings: 2-0 day, 0-2 day. You know, depends on where you want to look at. Now we got to look at for tomorrow's schedule. What's really happening for tomorrow? Where we will be starting 2 o'clock. Okay, I just saw the Ohio Brothers against this Volt, and I feel like that's one of the matches that I hope I'm casting. I think I am. And then after that, it is going to be Burmese Ghouls going up against Flash. See you soon going up against BTR Suns. Blacklist International going up against RRQ Akira. So, is it weird that I'm happy not a Malaysian team is playing tomorrow? So I'm like, okay, I can like relax mentally
and expect whatever you want to expect.
Just like
relieved.
I'm quite sad that I'm not seeing a Malaysian team tomorrow.
I haven't seen a MENA team so far.
Well, you know. I'm just interested to see the evolution of this Volt as well as the Ohio Brothers. So in case you guys are wondering which match I'm really interested to see, that's my personal one.
Yeah.
RRQ, and Blacklist International. So
Well
Blacklist.
done.
How can I meme Blacklist? Blacklist? I was like kinda
Or
struggling.
maybe something like when you blacklist someone. You know?
What is their do they have a
Oh,
pose?
this is the iconic.
Oh,
one.
right. So yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's the
Blacklist is
most-
almost unmemeable because they've been in a very good standing in MPL Philippines for a very long while.
Three-time M Series, 3 consecutive M Series appearances.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's that's respect.
That's putting a standard.
Yeah,
Like
that's right.
raising the bar.
That's right.
I want to say Toda has done the same, but it's not as cool. Like we have that in Malaysia as well, but that has become a meme. But either ways, the matches today has been amazing. We've seen 2 O's all over the place. And again, thank you very much to everyone watching because you guys gave 1 million PCU for tomorrow. If we get 2 million, that'll be a dream coming true. We ended the first day with 4 incredible series, and we will once again like to thank our sponsors.
Yes, because the M5 is powered by Moonsoon, presented by Korea, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
And again, I just would like to say my name is Lafel Yasu, as well as my good friend Wolf. Let me just say, Wolf, our friendship will be very dynamic this entire M5.
I know.
We can be friends, we can be enemies.
Why don't I receive some of that love? Because I think like everyone is loving each other.
Be careful what you wish for.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just want to close the show, so that's going to be the end of our segment here. We'll see each other tomorrow for more M5 action. Be better than great.
The first day of the M5 World Championship group stage was definitely electric. 2-0s across the board, but it's one of those days where you really have to go back and rewatch everything just so that you get the full story of it all. Today, we saw the countrymen of our participating teams flying to the Philippines to support their representatives. We saw the heartfelt reunions of the Filipino players and their family members, and we saw passionate fans from around the world gracing our World Championship stage to support their favorite teams. Personally, from myself, thank you so much for taking the time and effort to fly all the way here to the Philippines to witness our World Championship. On top of that, of course, we bore witness to the world's best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams continue their journey towards being called the 5th World Champions. And the good news is, we are just getting started. Tomorrow, 4 more best-of-3 matches are coming your way. Once again, I am Redmar, one of your hosts for the M5 World Championship group stage. Good night, good fight, and always reminding you that whatever you're doing in life, outside and inside of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, don't forget to always strive to being better than great. See you tomorrow!
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Yeah. Hit me like I might geek over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah, making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah, making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Yeah. Hit me like I might geek over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I